forward to having Jack to herself again, but it was not to be. Jack was oddly morose and somewhat distant. He didn't lift her off the ground or pester her for kisses, and for someone who had resisted and complained of the inadvisability of same, she was disappointed, bereft. When she questioned his strange mood, he said, "I'm sorry, Mel. I think the boys wore me out." When she went to the bar for lunch, Preacher reported that Jack was fishing. "Fishing?" she said. "Didn't he get enough of that last week?" To which Preacher merely shrugged. Preacher didn't seem particularly worn out. He presided over the bar with the help of Ricky, polishing glasses, serving food, bussing tables, and partaking of the occasional game of cribbage. "What's the matter with Jack?" Mel asked. "Marines. They take their toll," he replied. 4 days later, a week ahead of schedule, Mel got the call from the Patterson farm that it was time. Given the fact that Sandra reported easy, quick births and had already been experiencing contractions through the night, Mel went immediately. Babies are odd. They do as they please. Having a history of short labors didn't necessarily mean they would all be that way. With the support of her mother, mother-in-law, and husband, Sandra labored hard through the day. Finally, in the early evening, the little boy arrived. He didn't emerge with a lusty cry, and Mel had to suction, stroke, and cajole him into the world. Sandra bled a little too much, and the baby wasn't interested in nursing right away. Even Sandra quickly knew the difference between this and her previous two experiences. Getting a slower-than-usual start in the world doesn't necessarily mean trouble, and the baby's heart, respirations, coloring, and cry caught up right away. Still, Mel stayed a bit longer than she ordinarily might have. She rocked the baby for 3 hours past the time she felt everything was fine, playing it extra safe. It was 10 at night by the time Mel finally decided to give them back their lives, their family, that it was perfectly safe to leave them. "And I'm wearing my pager," she said. "Don't hesitate if you think anything is amiss." Instead of going right back to her cabin, she went into town. If Jack's was dark and closed up, she'd go home. But the light was on in the bar, though the open sign was not lit. When she pushed open the door, she was greeted by a most unexpected sight. Preacher was behind the bar, a steaming cup of coffee in front of him, but Jack sat at a table with his head down on his arms. In front of him was a bottle of scotch and a shot glass. When Preacher saw her enter, he said, "Throw the latch on that door, Mel. I think this is enough company." She did so, but the look on her face was completely nonplussed. She walked over to Jack and put a hand on his back. "Jack?" she asked. His eyes briefly opened and then rolled back in their sockets and closed again. His head lolled and one arm fell off the table and dangled at his side. Mel went to the bar, hopped up on a stool in front of Preacher, and said, "What's the matter with him?" Preacher shrugged and made a move to reach for his coffee mug, but before he could connect with it, Mel virtually lunged across the bar, grabbed the front of his shirt in her fist, and said hotly, "What's the matter with him?" Preacher's black brows shot up in surprise, and he put up his hands as if being arrested. Mel slowly let go of his shirt and sat back on the stool. "He's drunk," Preacher said. "Well, no kidding. But there's something wrong with him. He's been different all week." Again, the shrug. "Sometimes, when the boys are here, it dredges things up. You know? I think he's having some remembering of things not so good." "Marine things?" she asked. Preacher nodded. "Come on, Preacher. He's the best friend I have in this town." "I don't think he'd like me talking." "Whatever this is, he shouldn't go through it alone.
I'll take care of him, Preacher said. He'll snap out of it. He always does.
Please, she implored. Can't you guess how much he means to me? I want to help, if there's any way I can.
I could tell you some things, but they're very ugly things. Not for a lady to hear.
She laughed a little. You can't imagine the things I've seen, much less heard. I worked in a trauma center for almost 10 years. It could get pretty ugly at times.
Not like this.
Try me. Preacher took a breath.
Those boys that come up every year, they come to make sure he's okay. He was their sergeant, my sergeant, best sergeant in the Marines. He's been in 5 combat zones, the last one Iraq. He was leading a platoon into interior Fallujah, and one of the boys stepped on a truck mine, blew him in half. Right away we were pinned down by sniper fire. Our boy, who stepped on the mine, he didn't die right away. Something about the heat of the explosion. It must have cauterized arteries and vessels, and he didn't bleed out. Didn't have pain, either. It must have done something to his spine, but he was fully conscious.
My God.
Jack ordered everyone to take cover in the buildings, which we did. But he sat with this man. He wouldn't leave him. Under sniper fire, leaning against a fat tire on an overturned truck, he held him and talked to him for a half hour before he died. Kid kept telling Jack to go, take cover, and it was okay. You know, he didn't go. He'd never leave one of his men behind.
He took a drink of coffee.
We saw a lot of stuff back there that will give you nightmares. But that's the one that sometimes gets to him. I don't know what hits him harder, the kid's slow death or the visit he paid his parents to tell them all the things he said before he went.
And he gets drunk?
Fishes a lot. Maybe goes into the woods and camps a while to get his stability back. Sometimes he'll try to drink it away, but that's pretty rare. First, it doesn't work too well, and second, he feels like crap afterward. But it'll be okay, Mel. He always comes out of it.
Jesus, she said. I guess everyone has baggage. Give me a beer. He poured one from the tap and put it before her.
So maybe the thing to do is just let him be a while.
Is he going to wake up soon?
No, he's tanked. I was just about to carry him to bed when you walked in. I'll sleep in the chair in his room, just in case.
In case of what?
In case he's not just drunk. In case he gets sick or something. He carried me down a road in Iraq, about a mile. I'm not letting anything happen to him now.
She drank some of her beer. He's carried me a little too, she said. I don't think he knows it, though. They sat in silence for a while. She drank about half her beer. I'm trying to get a picture of him carrying you, she said. Must have looked like the ant and the rubber tree. He surprised her with a chuckle. How did he get you to come here, to this little town?
He didn't have to talk me into it. I kept in touch with him when he got out, and when I got out, I came up. He said I could stay and help around the bar if I wanted to. I wanted to.
A noise behind her made her turn. Jack fell off the chair and crashed to the floor, sprawling there.
Nighty-night time,
Preacher said, coming around the bar. Preacher, if you'll get him to his room, I'll stay with him.
You don't have to do that, Mel. Could be unpleasant, you know?
Not a problem, she said. I've held many a bucket, if it comes to that.
Sometimes he cries out.
Sometimes, so do I.
Is it what you want?
It is. I want to.
You really do care about him, then?
He asked. I said so, didn't I?
Well, okay, if you're sure.
Preacher crouched and pulled Jack upright. Hands under his armpits, he got him to a limp standing position. Then, putting a shoulder to his midsection, hoisted him over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Mel followed him to Jack's bedroom. She'd never been in Jack's quarters. It was set up like a little efficiency apartment with two means of entry, either through the kitchen behind the bar or the back door that led out to the yard. It was L-shaped, the bedroom being in the short end of the L and the living area larger. There was a table with two chairs by the window, and while there was no kitchen, there was a small refrigerator. Preacher put Jack on the bed and unlaced and removed his boots. "Let's get the jeans off," she said. To Preacher's dubious look, she said, "I assure you, I've seen it all." She undid the leather belt and unsnapped the jeans. Mel took the right pant leg, Preacher took the left, and they pulled, leaving him in his boxers. Mel unbuttoned his shirt and, rolling him from side to side, removed it. She took the clothes to his closet. Hanging on a peg just inside the door was a holster with a handgun in it, and it made her gasp. She hung the pants and shirt over the gun. Preacher was staring down at Jack, clad only in boxers.
"He's gonna kill me for this,"
Preacher said. "Or thank you," she supplied, giving him a small smile. "If my pager goes off, I'll come for you." She pulled the comforter over Jack.
"Or if you have any problems,"
the big man said. When Preacher had gone, Mel pulled off her boots, and in stocking feet she poked around a little. He had a roomy bathroom with cupboards and drawers. She opened one and found that he kept underwear and socks in there. Towels were stored there as well, and remembering that first day in Virgin River, she sniffed one. Downy, like he had said. The closet was a medium-sized walk-in. There was a small laundry room with cabinets in addition to the washer and dryer. The bathroom and laundry room had doors that closed, but the bedroom was in full view of the living room. Looking around, it was so obviously Jack. Very masculine. Very functional. He had a leather couch and a big leather chair. There was a television on the facing wall, and beside it a glass and wood gun case filled with rifles, the key dangling from the lock. There was a heavy wood coffee table and a side table between the sofa and chair with a lamp on it. The walls were of rough-hewn wood, and there were only 2 framed pictures on the side table. A family photo showing all of them, Jack, 4 sisters, 4 brothers-in-law, 8 nieces, 1 silver-haired father as large as Jack. Beside it, a rather older portrait of his mother and father. She picked up the family photo. This was a family of strong good looks, the men all tall and handsome, the women trim and pretty. The girls, adorable. The youngest, just little, like 3 or 4. The oldest, a teen. She thought Jack the best looking of them all. And he stood in the middle of the group, an arm around a sister on each side. She took the throw off the couch, wrapped it around herself, and curled up in the large chair. Jack hadn't moved a muscle. Eventually, she, too, nodded off. Somewhere in the night, sounds came from Jack's bed. He was fitful, rolling around, muttering in his sleep. Mel went to the bed, sat on the edge, and touched his brow. He grumbled something unintelligible and curled toward her, grabbing her and pulling her into the bed. He rested his head against her. She took his head in the crook of her arm and lay down beside him. "It's okay," she said to him, and he quieted at once, draping an arm over her. She pulled the comforter over them both and snuggled up to him. She sniffed the pillow. Downy. Who was this guy? She found herself asking. Looks like Paul Bunyan, runs a bar, has all these guns, and cleans and launders like Martha Stewart. In his sleep, he pulled her closer. His breath smelled of scotch. Whew, she thought. She put her face against his hair, which smelled of his musk combined with the wind and trees. She inhaled deeply. She'd already begun to love his particular scent and the taste of his mouth. She had wondered what was under the shirt. A nice mat of brown hair on his chest and a couple of tattoos. On his upper left arm, an eagle, globe and anchor, almost as big as her hand. On the upper right, over a ribbon, the words, Sipe expertis, semper fidelis, fratres aeternae. She couldn't resist. She rubbed her hands over the mat of hair on his chest and over his smooth shoulders. She pulled him close. Within minutes, she had fallen back to sleep, cradling Jack in her arms, his arm comfortably embracing her. In the dim light of early morning, Jack awakened with a pounding head. He turned his face to the side, and the first thing he saw were Mel's golden curls against the pillow next to him. She clutched the covers under her chin, sleeping soundly. He raised himself up on an elbow and looked down at her face. Her pink lips were parted in sleep, sooty lashes lay against her cheek. He lifted a soft curl off the pillow and held it to his face, inhaling. Then he leaned toward her and lowered his lips to gently touch hers. Her eyes came open. "Morning," she whispered sleepily. "Did we do it?" he asked. "No," she said. "Good," he said. She smiled at him. "I didn't expect you to say that. When we do it, I want to remember it. I don't even know why you're here. I stopped by the bar for a beer just about the time Preacher was scraping you off the floor. Headache?" "It went away the minute I saw you. I must have had one too many." "Did it work? Did you scare away all the demons?" He shrugged. "It got you in my bed. If I'd known it was that easy, I'd have gotten plastered weeks ago." "Lift the covers, Jack," she said. He did so. There he was, boxer-clad and sporting quite a healthy morning erection. And there she was, fully clothed. "Don't look down," he said, dropping the comforter. "You have me at a huge disadvantage." She laughed at him. "We could do it now," he suggested. He felt the texture of her hair between his thumb and finger. "I'll treat you real good," he grinned. "No, thank you," she declined. "Did I try anything?" he wanted to know. "No," she laughed. "Why?" "I drank enough, so that could have been really humiliating. Assault with a dead weapon." She ran her fingers over the tattoo. "I sort of expected this," she said. "Rite of passage. I bet every young Marine wakes up with a splitting head and a little remembrance of the Corps." "What does this mean?" she asked, running her fingers over the words on the other arm. "Often tested, always faithful, brothers forever." He touched her cheek. "What did Preacher tell you?" he asked her. "That the boys come up here and stir up some of your roughest memories of the wars you've been in. But I suspect that now and then you'd have those memories anyway, whether they came or not." "I love those boys," he said. "And they're devoted to you. So maybe it's worth a little discomfort now and then. Friendships like that don't come cheap." Chapter 10. Jack was back to his old self. It was either the scotch or the fact that he woke up to a pretty blonde in his bed. He bet on the blonde. He never did ask Preacher precisely what he had told Mel, and he didn't ask Mel to be more specific. It didn't really matter. What did matter was that he had bonded with Mel on a new level that night without planning to. That she knew he was tortured over something terrible from his past, and instead of shying away, stayed with him, willing to take it on. It had meant something. She had held him while he tossed and turned against a mean-spirited ghost. After that, she yielded more willingly to those kisses. He was definitely ready to move ahead with her. They were the current talk in Virgin River, which gave Jack a strange satisfaction. For a man who didn't want to be tied down to a woman, a man who tended to keep his woman in the shadows, he found himself wanting everyone to know they were a couple. And he worried that she would make good on her threats to leave before he could convince her to stay forever. Jack took Mel to the coast to whale watch, and they talked all the way there and back. But on the high cliffs above the ocean, they held hands, quiet, while the great fleet of behemoth mammals swam by, jumping out of the water and landing with an enormous splash. Their own guard of dolphins escorted them to the north. She let him kiss her for a long time that day, many times. Then, if his hand wandered, she said, "No, not yet." And that gave him hope. Not yet meant it was on the agenda. He was completely smitten. Jack was 40, and this was the first time that he had a woman in his life. He couldn't imagine giving up. Mel called her sister Joey. She said quietly, in almost a whisper, "I think I have a man in my life." "You found a man in that place?" "Uh-huh, I think so." "Why do you sound so strange?" "I have to know something. Is it okay? Because I'm not even close to being over Mark. I still love Mark more than anything, anyone." Joey let out her breath slowly. "Mel, it's all right to get on with your life. Maybe you'll never love anyone as much as you loved Mark, but then maybe there will be someone else. Someone next. You don't have to compare them, honey, because Mark is gone and we can't get him back." "Love," she corrected. "Not past tense. I still love Mark." "It's all right, Mel," Joey said. "You can go on living. You might as well have someone to pass the time with." "Who is he?" "The man who owns the bar across from Doc's clinic. The one who fixed up the cabin, bought me the fishing pole, got my phone installed. Jack. He's a good man, Joey, and he cares about me." "Mel, are you—" There was no answer. "Mel, are you sleeping with him?" "No, but I let him kiss me." Joey laughed sadly. "It's okay, Mel. Can you really think otherwise? Would Mark want you to wither away lonely? Mark was one of the finest men I've ever known. Generous, kind, loving, genuine. He'd want you to remember him sweetly, but to get on with your life and be happy." Melinda started to cry. "He would," she said, through her tears. "But what if I can't be happy with anyone except Mark?" "Baby sis, after what you've been through, would you settle for some marginal happiness? And a few good kisses?" "I don't know. I just don't know." "Give it a go. Worst case, it takes your mind off your loneliness." "Is that wrong? To use someone to take your mind off your dead husband?" "What if you put that another way? What if you enjoyed someone who took your mind off your dead husband? That could pass for happiness, couldn't it?" "I probably shouldn't be kissing him," she said. And she cried. "Because I just can't stay here. I don't belong here. I belong in L.A. with Mark." Joey sighed heavily. "It's only kissing, Mel. Just take it one kiss at a time." When they hung up the phone, Joey said to her husband, Bill, "I have to go to her. I think she might be heading for a crisis." Mel had started thinking about the past more. That morning that the police came to the door to tell her that Mark was dead. They had worked the swing shift together at the hospital the night before. They'd taken their lunch hour together in the cafeteria. But Mark was on call and the ER was busy, so he stayed through the night. It happened when he was on his way home. She had gone to the morgue to view him. Left alone with him for a little while, she took his cold, lifeless body into her arms, his chest riddled with 3 perfect holes, and wept until they dragged her away. She had a video in her mind, one that ran from the pictures of Mark lying on the floor at the convenience store, the police at her door at dawn, through the funeral, those nights that she cried literally through the entire night, right up to the long days of packing up his things and the long months of not being able to part with them. She saw the film in her head as if from above, curled into a fetal position in her bed, grabbing herself around the gut as though she'd been run through by a knife, crying hard, loud tears. Cries so loud that she thought the neighbors would hear and call for help. Rather than just telling his picture that she loved him, she began carrying on long, one-sided conversations with his flat, lifeless face. She would tell him everything she's done all day, and it would inevitably end with, "I still love you, damn you." She would exclaim harshly and urgently, "I still love you. I can't stop loving you and missing you and wanting you back." Mel had always thought that Mark was the kind of lover, the kind of husband who would find a way to contact her from beyond, because he was so devoted. But there had never been any evidence that he'd crossed back. When he went all the way. He was so gone, it left her feeling desolate inside. She woke up crying 3 days running. Jack had asked her if anything was wrong, if there was anything she wanted to talk about. "PMS," she told him. "It'll pass." "Mel, have I done anything?" he wanted to know. "Of course not. Hormones, I swear." But she was starting to think that the brief reprieve she seemed to have experienced lately was now officially over, and she was on her way back to the darkness of grief and longing, back to the stark loneliness. Then something happened to jar her out of it. She returned from her short walk to the corner store to watch her soap with Joy and a recovering Connie to see a rented car in front of Doc's. When she went inside, she was face to face with her sister's bright smile. Mel gasped, dropped her bag, and they swooped together, lifting each other off the ground, laughing and crying at once. When the crazy moments had passed, still holding Joey's hand, Mel turned toward Doc to make a formal introduction. But before she could, Doc said, "Kinda scary, there being 2 of you." Mel ran her hand over Joey's shiny and smooth brown hair. "Why are you here?" she asked. "You know. I thought you might need me." "I'm okay," she lied. "Just in case, then." "That's so sweet. Do you want to see the town? Where I live, everything?" "I want to see the man," Joey whispered in Mel's ear. "We'll do that last. Doc, can I have the afternoon?" "I certainly wouldn't be able to stand having the 2 of you yakking and giggling around here all day." Mel rushed on Doc and gave him a kiss on his withered cheek, which the old boy quickly wiped off with a grimace. Mel's spirits were high, and she didn't think about Mark for a little while. She took Joey to all her favorite places, beginning with her cabin in the woods, which Joey thought was charming, if a little in need of her professional decorator's touch. "You should have seen it when I arrived," Mel laughed. "There was a bird's nest in the oven. God!" Then they went to the river where there were at least 10 men in waders and vests angling. A couple of them turned and waved to her. "The first time I was here, Jack brought me and we saw a mama bear and her cub, right downriver, fishing. First and last bear I've ever seen. I think I'd like to keep it that way. The next time I came, I fished. I fly fished. Not as good as what they're doing, but I actually caught a fish. I have my own gear in the trunk." "No way." "Way!" next to the Anderson ranch to visit little baby Chloe and see the new lambs. Buck Anderson lifted a couple of little lambs out of the pen and handed one to each woman. Mel stuck her finger in the lamb's mouth, and he closed his little eyes and sucked, making the women say, "Aww."
I raised 6 kids, 3 boys and 3 girls, and each and every one of them smuggled a lamb into their bedroom to sleep in their beds. Keeping the livestock out of the house was a lifetime chore, he told them.
Mel drove her sister down Highway 299 through the redwoods and took a great pleasure in her oohs and ahs. They got out and walked through Fern Canyon, one of the filming sites of Spielberg's The Lost World. She showed her the back roads of Virgin River, the green pastures, fields of crops, craggy knolls, towering pines, grazing livestock, vineyards in the valley. "If you're going to stay a while and I can pry myself away from Doc, I'll take you to Grace Valley to meet some of my newer friends. They have a larger clinic there, complete with EKG, a small surgery, and ultrasound." Then, as the dinner hour approached, so did a heavy and cool summer shower, and they ended up at Jack's, where the drop in temperature had prompted the laying of a friendly fire. Word had apparently gotten out because the bar was busier than usual. So untypical of a rainy night. Some of her favorite people were present. There was Doc, of course, and Hope McCrae. Ron brought Connie for a little while, and where Connie went these days, Joy was nearby with her husband Bruce. Darryl Fishburne and his parents stopped by, and she introduced Darryl as the daddy of her first Virgin River baby. Ann Givens and her husband were there, a couple from out on the big orchard. Their first baby was due in August. Preacher treated Joey to his rare smiles. Rick was his usual grinning, adorable self, joking about how the whole family must be gorgeous, and Jack charmed her thoroughly. When he went to the kitchen to get their dinners, Joey leaned close to Mel and said, "Holy crap, is he a hunk or what?" "Hunk," Mel confirmed. They were served a delicious salmon and dill sauce dinner, which Jack ate with them, and Mel regaled her sister with tales of country doctoring, including the 2 births she had attended on her own. It was a little after 7 when Doc's pager sent him to the phone in Jack's kitchen. Then he dropped by Mel's table.
"Patterson's called. The baby seems to be having trouble breathing, and is getting a little pale and blue around the gills."
"I'm going with you," Mel said. She stood and told Joey, "I delivered that baby, and he had a slow start. If I'm late, can you find the cabin?" "Sure. Want to give me a key?" Mel smiled at her sister. She kissed her cheek. "We don't use too many keys around here, sugar. It's open." Mel rode with Doc in his truck, just in case some of the dirt roads had gotten soft from the rain. She didn't want her BMW stuck in the mud. They found Sandra and her husband in a state of panic, for the baby did seem to be wheezing. His respirations were accelerated and shallow, but he had no temperature. After a little oxygen, he cleared right up, which did nothing to tell them what was wrong. Mel rocked him for a good long while. Doc sat at the kitchen table and talked to the Pattersons, drinking coffee.
"He's too young for something like asthma. Might be some kind of allergic reaction, a symptom of an infection. Or it could be more serious, a problem with his heart or lungs. Tomorrow you're going to have to take him over to Valley Hospital to the outpatient clinic for tests. I'll write down the name of a good pediatrician."
"Is he going to be all right through the night?" Sandra asked tearfully.
"I expect so, but I'll leave the oxygen. You can drop it off tomorrow. It wouldn't hurt to spell each other and stay awake, just in case. If you have any problems or you're worried about him, call me. That little foreign thing of Mel's isn't worth a crap on these roads in the rain. Besides, Melinda has company from out of town."
2 hours later, Doc was ready to take Mel back to her sister. By 8 o'clock, all the patrons had left Jack's except Joey. Jack had sent Ricky home. Preacher was cleaning up the kitchen, and he brought Joey a cup of coffee and sat down with her again. He asked about her kids, what her husband did, how she liked living in Colorado Springs. And then...
She didn't know you were coming.
No, it was a complete surprise, though it shouldn't have been.
Your timing couldn't be better. Something's been eating at her.
Oh, Joey said. I guess I thought you knew what was going on. Because she said that you and she... She stopped and looked into her coffee cup.
We what?
He asked. Joey raised her eyes and smiled sheepishly. She said you kiss.
Every time she'll give in a little.
In a place like Virgin River, does that make you a couple? She asked. He sat back in his chair, willing the bar to stay empty.
Yeah, something like that, he said. With a big hunk of something missing.
Look, I don't know that I have the right...
To tell me who ripped her heart out and crushed it under the heel of his boot?
He finished for her. Her husband, Joey said bravely, lifting her chin. That caused Jack to sit up straighter. Joey hadn't said ex-husband.
What did he do to her?
He asked, a definite angry edge to his voice. Joey sighed. In for a penny, in for a pound, she thought. If Mel hadn't told him, she didn't want him to know. She was going to be pissed. He got himself murdered in an armed robbery that he happened into by accident.
Murdered?
Jack said weakly. He was an emergency room doc. He worked an all-nighter and stopped into a convenience store for milk on his way home in the morning. The robber panicked and shot him. 3 times. He died instantly.
God,
Jack said.
When?
A year ago. Today.
God,
he said again. He leaned an elbow on the table and rested his head in his hand. He massaged his eyes.
She knows it was today?
Of course she knows. She's been heading for it. Painfully.
In L.A.,
he said. It wasn't a question.
And to think I wanted to punch him in the face a few times for hurting her.
Look, I feel kind of funny about this. Disloyal. One of the things that drew her here was that no one knows. No one looks at her with pity. No one asks her 15 times a day how she's doing, if she's lost more weight, if she's sleeping yet. I guess I thought she'd have told you, since...
She's holding back, he said.
Now I know why. And I let it out. I don't know whether to be guilty or relieved. Someone who cares about her out here should know what she's been through, what she's going through. She took a breath. I didn't think she'd make it a week here.
Neither did she.
Jack was quiet for a minute and then said, Can you imagine what kind of courage it took for her to chuck her big job in L.A. and come to this little town? To work with a man like Doc Mullins? She told me a little about what it was like there. City medicine, she called it. A battle zone, she said. She thought it was going to be real dull and boring here. Then she ends up riding to the hospital with a patient in the back of an old pickup, over these roads, holding an IV bag over her head, freezing. Christ. I could have used her in combat. Mel has always been tough, but Mark's death really derailed her. That's why she did this. She started being afraid to go to the bank, the store. And she hates guns, he supplied. In a little town where everyone has a gun because they have to. Oh, jeez. Look, it's no secret. I begged her not to do this. I thought it was crazy and way too drastic a change, Joey said. But something about this seems to be working for her. What she calls country doctoring. Or maybe it's you.
She has these spells, he said. When she's so sad, but it passes and there's such a brightness inside her. You should have seen her the morning after she delivered her first baby at Doc's. She said she felt like a champ. I've never seen anyone so lit up. He chuckled at the memory, but there was a morose tone in his laugh. You know what? I think I'm going to call it a night. Go back to Mel's and hang out until she gets home, so I can be there for her. Let Preacher drive you, he said. These roads at night in the rain can be treacherous if you don't know them. The first night Mel drove out to the cabin, she slid off a soft shoulder and had to be towed out. What about Mel? She asked. Doc might just take her straight home. He has no respect for that little car of hers. Or she could come here for her car. She's pretty good on these roads now, but if she has any worries about it, I'll drive her out. Fact is, it wouldn't surprise me if she was out at Patterson's half the night, so don't worry. She hates leaving a sick patient. But I'll wait up. He went to the bar and got a piece of paper. Call me if she shows up at the cabin, or if you need anything, he said, writing down his number. It was nearly 10 by the time Mel walked into the bar. She saw Jack at the table by the fire, but frowned when she looked around and didn't see Joey. Where's my sister? She asked. Her car's out front. I had Preacher take her home in the truck. Her first night in town, she shouldn't have to deal with those roads in the rain. Oh, thanks, she said. I'll see you sometime tomorrow then. Mel, he called. Sit with me a minute. I should go to Joey. She came all this way. Maybe we should talk about what's been going on with you. She had been on this precipice for days, teetering on the fine edge of losing it. The only thing that seemed to take her mind off the violent event that changed her life was work. If she had a patient or an emergency, she could lose herself in it. Even the day with her sister, showing Joey the town, the lambs, the beauty, took her away a little bit. But it just kept coming back, haunting her. A picture of him lying on the floor bleeding out could float in front of her eyes, and she'd have to pinch them closed, praying she wouldn't break down. There was no way she could sit down and talk about it. What she needed right now was to get out of here, go home, and have a good, hard cry. With her sister, who understood. I can't, she said, her words little more than a breath. Jack stood up. Then let me drive you home, he said. No, she said, holding up a hand. Please, I need to just go. Why don't you just let me hold you? Maybe you shouldn't be alone. So, Mel thought. She told him. She closed her eyes and held up a hand as if to ward him off. Her nose became red, her lips pink around the edges. I really want to be alone. Please, Jack. He gave his head a nod and watched her leave. Mel went down the porch steps to her car, but she didn't make it. It hit her before she could get there. She was nearly doubled over by the sudden crushing pain of memory, of loss. The emptiness came back, draining her of all good feelings and filling her up with the horrific, unanswerable questions. Why? 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 How can this happen to a person? Even if I'm not good enough to deserve better, Mark was. He should have lived to be an old man, to save lives and treat people with the brilliance and compassion that made him one of the best emergency room doctors in the city. She had made it all day without falling apart, but now, in the dark, in the cold night rain, she felt as though she was going to collapse to the ground and just lie there in the mud long enough to perish, to be with him. She stumbled toward a tree and grabbed the trunk, embracing it, holding herself up and holding on at the same time. The cries that came out of her were loud and wrenching. Why couldn't we at least have had a baby? Why couldn't even that small thing have worked in our favor? Just to have a piece of him to live for. Inside, Jack paced back and forth in the bar, feeling his own helplessness because he couldn't do anything for her.
He knew all about the crushing pain of loss, even more about the difficulty of getting beyond it. He hated that she'd left without at least letting him try to comfort her. Frustrated, he opened the door to go after her. There sat her BMW, right in front of the porch, but she wasn't in it. He squinted to look into the car, but then he heard her, sobbing, wailing. He couldn't see her. He stepped out onto the porch, went down the steps into the rain. And then he saw her, holding on to the tree, the rain drenching her. He ran to her, embracing her from behind, holding the tree with her, holding her against the tree. Her back heaved with her cries, her cheek pressed against the rough bark. The sound of her anguish broke his heart. No way could he let her go, no matter what she said about being alone. This crying made her weeping over baby Chloe look like a mere rehearsal. She was racked. She started to crumble to the ground, and he put his arms under hers and held her upright as the rain soaked them. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" she howled. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" "Okay," he whispered. "Let it go. Let it out." "Why? Why? Why?" she cried in the night, her breath coming in jagged gasps. Her whole body jerked and shook as she cried. "Oh, God, why?" "Let it all out," he whispered, his lips against her wet hair. She screamed. She opened up her mouth, tipped her head back against him, and screamed at the top of her lungs. He hoped she wouldn't wake the dead. The sound was so powerful. But he only hoped she wasn't heard so that no one would disturb them and stop this purging. He wanted to do this with her. He wanted to be there for her. The scream subsided into hard sobbing. Then, more quietly, "Oh, God, I can't. "It's okay, baby," he whispered. "I've got you. I won't let anything happen to you." Her legs didn't seem to hold her up anymore. He was keeping her upright. He had the passing thought that no amount of emotion he had ever expelled in his lifetime could match this. It was almost phenomenal in its strength, this pain that gripped her. What had he thought? That his few days of brooding, a good drunk, had been demonstrative of his pain? Ha! He held in his arms a woman who knew more about gut-wrenching pain than he did. His eyes stung. He kissed her cheek. "Let it go," he whispered. "Get it out. It's okay." It was a long time before she began to cry more softly. 15 minutes maybe. 20. Jack knew you don't stop something like this until it's over. Till it's all bled out. They were both soaked to the skin when her breath started coming in little gasps and hiccups. It was a long time before she pushed herself away from the tree and turned toward him. She looked up at his rain-soaked face, hers twisted with pain, and said, "I loved him so much." He touched her wet cheek, unable to tell the tears from the rain. "I know," he said. "It was so unfair." "It was." "How do I live with it?" "I don't know," he answered honestly. She let her head drop against his chest. "God, it hurts so much." "I know," he said again. Then he lifted her in his arms and carried her back into the bar, kicking the door closed behind him. He took her to his room in the back, her arms looped around his neck. He put her down on the big chair in the sitting room. She sat there, shivering, her hands tucked between her knees, her head down, her hair dripping. He went for a clean, dry t-shirt and towels and came back to her, kneeling in front of her. "Come on, Mel. Let's get you dry." She lifted her head and looked at him with eyes that were both terribly sad and exhausted. She was listless, spent, and her lips were blue with cold. He peeled off her jacket, tossing it on the floor. Then her blouse. He was undressing her like one might a baby, and she didn't resist. He wrapped a towel around her and, keeping her covered, reached beneath and undid her bra, slipping it off without exposing her. He pulled the t-shirt over her head, holding it for her arms, and once it covered her to her thighs, he yanked out the towel. "Come on," he said, pulling her upright. She stood on shaky legs, and he unbuttoned and pulled down her trousers before sitting her back down. He removed her boots, socks, and pants. He dried her legs and feet with the towel. Though still drenched himself, he used the towel to attempt to dry her curling hair, blotting the locks between folds of the towel. He wrapped the throw from the couch around her shoulders, then went to his bureau and found a pair of clean, warm socks. He rubbed her cold feet vigorously, warming them, and put on the socks. When she looked up at him, some sanity had seeped into her eyes, and this made him smile a small smile. "Better," he said softly. He went to the cupboard in his laundry and brought out a decanter of Remy Martin and 2 glasses. He poured her a small amount of the brandy, neat, and took it to her, kneeling in front of her. She took a sip, and then, in a voice both weak and strained, she said, "You're still wet." "I am," he said. "Be right back." He went to his closet and quickly stripped off his clothes, pulling on only a pair of sweatpants, leaving his chest bare and his wet clothes in a pile on the floor. He poured himself a little brandy and went to her. He sat forward on the sofa at a right angle to her, putting the palm of his hand against her cheek, and was pleased to note that she had already warmed. She turned her face against his hand and kissed the palm. "I've never been taken care of like this," she said. "I've never taken care of anyone like this," he said. "It seemed like you knew exactly what to do." "I guessed," he said. "I crashed," she said. "It was a hell of a crash. If you're gonna go down big. You should be proud." And then he smiled. He held her hand as it lay on her lap while she lifted her brandy to her lips with the other hand, trembling a bit. When it was gone, he said, "Come on, I'm putting you to bed." "What if I cry all night?" "I'll be right there," he said. He pulled her hand and led her to his bed, holding up the covers so that she could slip in. He tucked her in as if she were a little girl. Jack dealt with the wet clothes, spinning the water out of them and putting them in the dryer. When he checked on Mel, she was asleep, so he went back into the little laundry and behind closed doors called Joey. "Hi," he said. "I didn't want you to worry. Mel is with me." "Is she okay?" Joey asked. "She is now. She had a meltdown, out in the rain. It was awful. I don't think she has another tear in her, at least for tonight." "Oh, God," she said. "That's why I came. I should be with her now." "I got her in some clean, dry clothes and put her to bed, Joey. She's asleep, and I'll watch over her. If she wakes up and wants to go home, I'll take her, no matter what time it is. But for now, let's let her sleep." He inhaled deeply. "She's had it." "Oh, Jack," Joey said. "Were you with her?" "I was. She wasn't alone. I was able to. I held her, kept her safe." "Thank you," Joey said, her voice small and shaky. "There's nothing more to do right now but let her rest. Have a glass of wine, get some sleep, and try not to worry about Mel. I'm not going to let anything happen to her." With only a dim nightlight in the room, Jack pulled a chair from his table near to the bed. His feet planted on the floor, his elbows resting on his knees, and the rest of his Remy clutched in his hands. He watched her sleep. Her hair curled across his pillow, and her pink lips were parted slightly. She made little noises in her sleep, little hums and purrs. I have a high school education, he thought. She was married to a medical doctor, a brilliant, educated man, an emergency room hero made even more perfect in death. How do I compete with that? He reached out and lightly touched her hair. There's no way, he thought. I'm sunk, and my heart hasn't beat the same since she walked into town. He was in love with her. The man who had never been in love in his life. Not once. As a kid, a young man, he'd thought himself in love a couple of times, but it hadn't felt like this. Lust, he was familiar with that. Wanting a woman was something he knew quite well. But wanting to take care of a woman so that she would never hurt, never want, never be afraid or lonely, he had no experience with that. There had been beautiful women in his past, intelligent women, clever women, women with wit and courage and passion, but as far as he could remember, never one like Mel. Never before a woman who had everything he'd ever wanted. And it just figures, he thought. I'm stupid in love with a woman who isn't available to me. She's still in a relationship, albeit a relationship that was no longer viable. Didn't matter. He'd held her while she was racked with the pain of losing someone else. She had a lot to get over, to get past. Even if he stood by her and waited for that to happen, it didn't mean she could fall in love with him. Still, he had no choice. He was into her all the way. He finished the brandy, putting aside the glass, but he didn't leave her. He watched her, occasionally succumbing to the temptation to softly, carefully touch the silkiness of her hair. When she sighed contentedly in her sleep, he found himself smiling, pleased that she had found some peace. At some point, he realized that he knew how she felt. Once you know how much you love someone, no one else would do. He looked down at the floor. I'll be here for you, Mel, he thought. It's the only place I want to be. When he raised his head, her eyes were open and she was looking at him. He stole a glance at the bedside clock and was surprised to see that 2 hours had passed. Jack, she said in a whisper, you're here. He smoothed her hair back from her face. Of course I am. Kiss me, Jack. When you kiss me, I can't think of anything else. He leaned toward her and touched her lips with his for a soft kiss. Then, more firmly, moving over her mouth, feeling her lips open and her small tongue enter. Her hand crept around to the back of his neck to pull him closer, and his kiss became hungrier, deeper. Come in here with me, she whispered. Hold me. Kiss me. He pulled back slightly, but she wouldn't let go of his neck. I'd better not. Why? He laughed a little. I can't just kiss you, Mel. I'm not a machine. I won't want to stop. She pulled the covers back for him. I know, she said in a breath. I'm ready, Jack. I don't want to hurt anymore. He hesitated. What if she called out another man's name? What if the morning came and she was sorry? He had fantasized about this, but he wanted it to be the beginning of something, not the end. Then you better make it good for her, he told himself. You'd better leave her wanting more. He slipped in beside her, pulling her into his arms, devouring her mouth with a kiss so hot and powerful she melted to him with a whimper. Her arms went around him, holding him as she yielded to his lips, his tongue. His sweatpants, so loose and soft, left nothing to the imagination, and he was instantly hard against her. She moved against him, rubbed against him, inviting him. With a large hand on her bum, he held her there. Jack rolled with her, bringing her on top of him. He grabbed the bottom of the t-shirt that covered her and raised it, pulling it over her head. When he felt her breasts against his bare chest, he said, "Ah." Her breasts were soft and full in his big hands, her nipples hard. Running his hands along her ribs to her hips, he found that she still wore her thong panties. He slid them lower, and she wiggled out of them. Her skin was so delicate, so smooth, he worried that his hands were too rough for her. But by her soft and eager moans, she was not unhappy with the sensation. Holding her lips with his, he rolled with her again, so that they lay on their sides, and he took a moment to free himself from those sweats. Her hand wrapped around him, causing his breath to catch in his throat, and he thought, "Better not leave your boots on this time, buddy. You better do it for her." And he concentrated, because he'd never wanted to please a woman more than tonight. Feeling her against him like this made it very difficult to slow down, to wait, but by sheer dint of will, he managed. He took his leisure of her, employing a slow hand that fondled her breasts. His mouth followed, drawing on one nipple, then the other. She arched toward him greedily, spreading her legs, throwing one over his hip, urging him closer. He slipped a hand down and touched her in her soft center, bringing a passionate moan from her. He touched her deeply and learned that he wasn't the only one feeling a little desperate. She was ready for him, starving. "Mel," he said in a throaty whisper. "Yes," she answered. "Yes." He turned her onto her back and held himself over her. He captured her mouth with his and entered her in one long, slow, deep, powerful stroke that caused her to gasp and rise against him urgently. With one hand under her bottom and the other still caressing a place that turned her sighs to moans, he began to move within her. The heat of her nearly drove him out of his mind, but he held on. He was determined that her needs would come before his own. He moved steadily, pushing and pulling, and within moments her breathing came harder and faster, her body straining toward his, reaching for satisfaction. He was more than happy to deliver it, pushing into her, rubbing against her. And then he felt those hot spasms of fulfillment, heard her cry out in ecstasy, and he held her fast, pressing himself into her. In that moment of blinding pleasure, she bit down on his shoulder. Sweet, welcome pain. And he hung on with all the strength he could muster, saving himself. And finally she weakened beneath him, and the clenching spasms that surrounded him slowly subsided. Her body relaxed, and her breathing began to slow. Her pants became sighs, and her kisses came soft and sweet against his lips. Mel stroked his back, tasted his mouth, her body still quivering from a thundering climax. She felt the muscles of his shoulders and back at work as he held himself up enough to keep from crushing her with his weight. When he released her mouth and looked into her eyes, she saw in his a smoldering fire that was not even close to being extinguished. She put her palm against his cheek. "Oh, Jack," she said, breathless. His name on her lips brought him such pleasure. He felt himself expand somewhere inside his chest, as if his heart grew just a little bit. He lowered his lips and sucked gently at hers. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. "You were right there. You know exactly how all right I am," she said. "It's been a long, long time." "It's never going to be that long again," he whispered. "Not ever again." He began to move down her body with his lips and tongue, kissing and nibbling, tasting in slow, delicate strokes. He ran a tongue around each nipple until they were hard little pebbles, perfect for his mouth. He slid lower until he had moved down over her flat belly. He gently parted her legs and buried his face in her, hearing her gasp above him. No longer delicate, he went to work on that prominent, erogenous knot in her center. He felt her moving her hips against his mouth, and when her breathing became rapid and labored once more, he rose, slowly kissing his way up her body.
"God, you are sweet," he whispered against her lips. "You taste like heaven."
He slid into her again, filling her, moving in long, deep strokes that became powerful thrusts that brought her to yet another shattering climax. Again she cried out, and he covered her open mouth with his. Swept away, she couldn't be quiet, and that thrilled him. Every sound, every wild cry gave him joy. He held her as she collapsed beneath him, spent. Jack felt her small hands on his back, her lips on his neck, and her breathing inevitably slowed and came under control. To his surprise, he heard the sound of her soft laughter. He raised above her and looked at her smile. "You lied to me," she said. "You are a machine."
"I just wanted to make you happy," he said. "Are you happy?"
"I've been happy a couple of times. What can I do so that you can join me?" He laced his fingers through hers and, holding her hands, stretched her arms above her head, holding them there.
"Baby, you don't have to do anything but be present."
He lowered his mouth to hers, kissed her deeply, and began to move inside her once more, pumping his hips. She lifted her knees and tilted beneath him, bringing him deeper, and he could feel her begin to move in concert with him. She wrapped her legs around his waist, and he followed the rhythm she set in place. He rocked with her, slow and steady, deep and long, hanging on to control until he heard her moaning and sighing rise again. Her tempo increased, and finally the noises she made, already familiar to him, already beautiful to him, told him she was reaching for yet another orgasm. He had expected her to be passionate, but the heat and power of her passion amazed him, and it filled a need in him. And this time, when she clenched around him and pleasure stole her breath away, he let himself go and matched her, surpassed her. For a moment, through the powerful pulsing, he felt lightheaded. His eyes watered, and he heard it again. "Jack!"
"Oh, Mel! Oh, baby!"
he whispered, kissing her, loving her. He gently caressed her as she calmed. "Jack," she whispered. "I'm sorry."
"What do you have to be sorry about?"
he asked in a whisper. "I think I bit you." He laughed, a deep, throaty sound.
"I think you did. Is that a habit of yours?"
"I must have been a little out of control." He laughed again.
"I take the blame," he said. "That was all part of the plan."
"Oh," she said. "I might have lost my mind there for a while."
"Yeah," he whispered. "I love it when that happens."
"You were taking a big chance, driving an already crazy woman out of her mind like that."
"Nah, you were in good hands. You were always safe."
He kissed her softly.
"Would you like to rest now?"
"Maybe for a little while," she answered, her hands gentle on his face. He gathered her close to him, holding her. Their naked bodies entwined, they spooned. He kissed the back of her neck as she lay on his arm. Her face rested against her soft, fragrant hair, one arm over her and cupping her breast. Very soon he could hear the sounds of her even breathing, her sleep. He closed his eyes and relaxed with her in his arms, finding sleep himself. Sometime in the dark of night, he opened his eyes to find she had rolled over to face him, her hands boldly caressing him. He kissed her and asked, "Have you slept?" "I did," she said, "and woke up wanting you. Again."
"I guess it's pretty obvious the feeling is mutual."
Mel woke in the early morning, and to her surprise, there was a song in her head. She was humming along with Johnny Mathis in her sleep, Deep Purple. Her music was back. She rolled over to find the bed beside her empty. She could hear the sound of Jack splitting logs in the backyard. She rinsed her mouth and rubbed his toothpaste against her teeth. A light blue, long-sleeved denim shirt hung on a hook in his closet, and she put it on, sniffing the collar, smiling at his scent on it. It more than covered her. She was drowning in it. She went to the back door and stood watching him heft the axe and bring it down. Thwack. The air was clear and sharp. The rain was gone and the huge trees were washed clean. She watched him heft the axe again and bring it down. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, and his biceps rippled under the weight and force of the axe. Then he looked in her direction. She lifted a hand toward him and smiled. He dropped the axe at once and came to her. As he stood before her, she put her hand on his chest. He ran the back of a knuckle against her pink cheek.
I think I roughed you up a little with whiskers.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I like it. It feels right. Natural. Good.
I love the way you look in my shirt, he said. I love the way you look out of my shirt.
I think we have a little time, she said. He swooped her up into his arms, kicking the door closed behind him, and bore her gently to the bed. Chapter 11. The morning air was cool and foggy as Mel drove to her cabin. The front door was open, letting in the crisp June morning air. She kicked off her muddy boots on the porch and, when she went inside, found Joey sitting on the sofa, a quilt wrapped around her, a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee on the table beside her. Joey lifted a side of the quilt for Mel, and Mel went to her, cuddling beside her, resting her head on Joey's shoulder. Joey pulled the quilt snugly around them both. "You okay, baby sis?" Joey asked. "I'm okay. I lost it last night." She turned her head and looked up at her older sister. "Why didn't I see that coming? You did." "The anniversary of deaths has a reputation," she said. "Even if you don't remember the exact date, it'll sneak up on you, knock the wind out of you." "It sure did," she said, lying her head back down on Joey's shoulder. "I knew what day it was, I just didn't expect such a dramatic event." Joey stroked Mel's hair. "You weren't alone, at least. You just wouldn't have believed it, even if you'd seen it. I was completely out of control, standing in the rain, screaming. I screamed for a long time. He just held me and let me. He kept telling me to let it out. Then he took care of me like you would a stroke victim. Undressed me, got me into dry clothes, gave me a brandy, and put me to bed. I think Jack must be a very good man." "Then I invited him into bed with me," Mel said. Joey said nothing. "We made love all night long. I've never had so much sex in my life. I mean, never." "But you're all right," she said, and it was not a question. "When I lifted the blanket for him, all I could think was, this will numb me, rub out the pain, give me escape. It's okay, sweetie." Mel looked at Joey again. "It didn't exactly work that way," she said. "Maybe if he'd been average, I could have closed my eyes and just gone to a happy place. But he's not average. Holy shit, he's astonishing." Joey laughed a little, sentimentally. Sisters. They had talked about sex since they were teenagers, laughed about it, told dark secrets about it. With Mark's death, Joey had feared these kind of talks would never happen again. All he wanted was for me to have pleasure. Wild, blinding, crazed pleasure. Again, Joey laughed. "Did it work?" "Oh, yeah," she said in a breath. Then she turned and looked at her sister. "Do you think he just felt sorry for me?" "Well, you were there. Do you think that?" Mel smiled. "I don't care," she said. I just hope he feels sorry for me again, real soon. Joey smoothed the curly hair away from her sister's pretty brow. I'm glad you have this in your life again. And then she giggled, and so did Mel. How did this happen, Joey? That I went from wanting to die to wanting Jack. Wanting him so much, I was almost a maniac. Wouldn't you think that would be impossible? That I wouldn't be able to even think like that? Joey took a breath. I think when your emotions reach a pitch like that, it follows suit. You just feel everything more intensely. I think it makes stupid sense, actually. Haven't you ever noticed that some of the best sex seems to follow a big fight? I'm pretty sure I conceived Ashley on the same night I told Bill that if I didn't just leave him, I'd at least never speak to him again. Giggles. I haven't even asked you how long you can stay, Mel said. I can stay as long as you want me to. But a truly kind sister would pack up and get out of your hair right now. No, she said, shaking her head. I've missed you so much. She smiled. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for you. Joey hugged her close. A few days then, if you're sure. I'm sure. Mel? Huh? Joey revisited a topic from their earliest discussions on this subject, reaching back to their high school and college days. Do you think there's any truth to that old wives' tale that you can tell from the size of a man's foot? Uh-huh. So, what size boot do you think Jack wears? Giggles. 27, Mel said. Mel took Joey with her to Doc's that very morning. Joey cozied up in the kitchen with a book while Mel and Doc saw a few patients. The three of them had lunch together at the house, then the girls went to Grace Valley where they visited June and John at the clinic. There were no patients scheduled for the next day, and Doc wore his pager while he went to the river to fish. So Joey and Mel drove all the way to the coast, having lunch in the adorable little Victorian town of Ferndale. They visited the shops. There were things that Joey thought would be perfect for Mel's cabin. A throw for the sofa, some accent pillows, a wall clock, colorful placemats. They stopped off and bought a small barbecue for the yard and wooden salad bowls. A vase that would complement the table. On the way home, they went to the market and bought some groceries and fresh flowers. It seemed like a quick beer at Jack's was in order, and they went into the bar arm in arm, laughing because Mel had whispered, "If I catch you looking at his crotch, I will slap you," which almost guaranteed Joey was going to find the temptation irresistible. When they invited him to come out to the cabin for dinner, and he not only eagerly accepted, he brought a six-pack. They told stories from their childhood and teenage years that had him laughing right along with them till almost midnight. When Jack was getting ready to leave, Joey slipped discreetly away so Mel could say goodnight to him in private. Outside on the porch, with only the filtered light from inside the cabin, Jack stepped down a step so that he could be eye-to-eye with Mel. He draped her arms over his shoulders while he encircled her waist with his large hands. She leaned toward him and teasingly nibbled at his lower lip. "You told her everything," he said. "Nah," she said, shaking her head. "She keeps looking at my crotch," he said. Giggles. "Not everything," she said. "I kept the more delicious stuff to myself." "Have you been all right?" he asked, drawing his brows together in concern. "Any more tears?" "Completely all right." She smiled. "I miss you already, Mel." "It's only been a couple of days." "I missed you after a couple hours." "You're going to be a lot of trouble, aren't you? Demanding, imposing, insatiable." He covered her mouth in a searing kiss that answered the question. She yielded happily, holding him closely. Ah, she thought, this is such a wonderful, powerful, sexy man. She never wanted it to end, but at length it had to. "I have to go," he said in a husky voice. "Either that or carry you into the woods." "You know, Sheridan, This place is growing on me." He gave her a little peck on the lips.
"Your sister is great, Mel."
He gave her another.
"Get rid of her,"
he said. Then, with a whack on the butt, he turned and left her. When he got to his truck and opened his door, he turned to look at her. He stood there for a long time. Then he slowly lifted his hand, and she did the same. Jack was sweeping off the porch at the bar the next morning when he saw Joey and Mel walk out of Doc's house and embrace at Joey's car. Then Mel walked back inside, and, to his surprise, Joey came over to the bar. "I'm going to shove off," she said to him. "I thought I'd beg a cup of coffee from you on my way out of town. Mel has a couple of patients this morning, or she'd have come with me. So we said our goodbyes."
"I'd be glad to buy you breakfast,"
he said. "Thanks, I've had a little something already. But I'm not going to pass up your coffee. And I wanted a moment. To talk. To say goodbye."
"Coming up,"
he said. He leaned the broom against the wall and held the door for her. She jumped up on a stool, and he went behind the bar to serve her coffee.
"It was great meeting you, Joey, and spending a little time."
"Thanks. You too. But mostly, thanks for what you've done for Mel. For taking care of her, looking out for her." He poured himself a mug.
"I think you don't have to thank me. I'm not doing anybody any favors."
"I know. Still, just so you know, it's easier for me to leave her here knowing that she isn't all alone." It was on his mind to tell her that he hadn't felt like this since he was 16. All steamed up, crazy in love, willing to take a lot of chances for just one chance. But what he said was,
"She won't be alone. I'll keep an eye on things."
She sipped her coffee. She seemed to struggle with something. "Jack, there's something you should keep in mind. Just because the crisis seems to have passed doesn't mean... Well, there could still be some struggles ahead for her."
"Tell me about him,"
Jack said. Joey was startled. "Why?"
"Because it might be a long time before I can ask Mel. And because I'd like to know."
She took a deep breath. "Well, you have every right to ask. I'll do my best. But the only thing that allows the rest of us to hold it together as well as we do is because Mel has been so fragile. It was like losing a brother. It was losing a brother. We all loved Mark."
"He must have been one hell of a guy."
"You have no idea." She sipped more of her coffee. "Let's see. Mark was 38 when he died, so that made him 32 when he met Mel. They met at the hospital. He was the senior resident in the emergency room, and she was charge nurse on the swing shift. They fell in love right away, moved in together a year later, married a year after that, and had been married 4 years. I think the most characteristic things about Mark were his compassion and sense of humor. He could make anyone laugh. And he was the one doctor you wanted in emergency when there was a crisis that required the family to be handled with kindness and sensitivity. Our whole family loved him right off. His entire staff adored him." Jack didn't realize that he chewed absently on his lower lip. "It's hard to remember that he wasn't perfect," she said.
"You'd be doing a guy a big favor by telling me one or two things that made him less than perfect,"
he said. She laughed at him. "Well, let's see. He clearly loved Mel very much, and he was a good husband, but she used to say that his first wife was the ER. It's that way with doctors anyway, and I don't think it was much more than an irritation. She was a nurse and knew the score. But they fought about his long hours, about him going into the hospital even when he wasn't on call. There were lots of times they had plans and he didn't show up, or he'd leave early and she'd take a cab home."
"But that's how it is,"
Jack said. Marines left their families behind to do the country's work abroad. While a part of him wishing that Mel had hated her husband for frequently abandoning her for work, there was another part that held a grudging respect for a woman who knew the ways of the world and held strong through them. "Yeah, I don't think it threatened their marriage, not really. He'd get absorbed in his work and miss entire conversations. She said she sometimes thought she was talking to a wall. But of course, Mark being Mark, he'd apologize and try to make it up to her. I'm sure if he hadn't died, they'd have stayed married for 50 years.
"Come on, Joey," he said. "Didn't he drink too much? Smack her around? Cheat on her?"
he asked hopefully. So hopefully that it made Joey laugh. She dug around in her purse, pulled out her wallet, and flipped through the pictures until she came to one of Mel and Mark. "This was taken about a year before he died," she said. It was a studio portrait, husband and wife. Mark had his arm around her, and they were both smiling, carefree. Her eyes twinkled. So did his. A doctor and a nurse midwife. Brilliant, successful people. They had the world by the balls. Mark's face was familiar to Jack, having seen the picture beside her bed. But he looked at this with new eyes, knowing what he knew. Mark was not bad-looking, and this was the only context under which Jack would allow himself to make such an assessment of another man. Short, neat brown hair, oval face, straight teeth. He would have been 37 in the picture. But he looked much younger. He had a baby face. He did not look unlike many of the young Marines Jack had taken into battle with him.
"A doctor,"
Jack said absently, staring at the picture. "Hell, don't be intimidated by that," Joey said. "Mel could easily have been a doctor. She holds a bachelor's in nursing and post-grad degree in family nurse practitioner with a certification in midwifery. She's got a brain bigger than my butt."
"Yeah,"
he said. That Joey's butt wasn't big was not the point she was making. "They had as many arguments as any couple," Joey said. "Vacations brought out the worst in them. They never wanted to do the same things. If he wanted to golf, she wanted to go to the beach. They usually ended up going somewhere he could golf while she lay on the beach, which might sound like a reasonable compromise, except for one thing. They weren't spending the vacation together. That used to piss her off," she added. "And Mel, pissed off, is unbearable." "And," Joey went on, "he was lousy with money, paid absolutely no attention. His focus had been purely on medicine for so long, he'd forget to pay bills. Mel took over that job right away to keep the lights from being turned off. And he was pretty anal about tidiness. I'd eat off the floor of his garage in a second." Such urban, upper-class problems, Jack found himself thinking.
"Not an outdoorsman, I guess,"
Jack said.
"No camping?"
"Shit in the woods?" she laughed.
"Not our man Mark." "Funny that Mel would come here," he said. "It's rugged country. Not too refined. Never fancy."
Yeah," Joey said, looking into her coffee cup. "She loves the mountains, loves nature. But Jack, you need to know something. This was an experiment. She was a little crazy and decided she wanted everything different. But it isn't her. Before Mark died, she must have had subscriptions to a dozen fashion and decorating magazines. She loves to travel. First class. She knows the names of at least 25-star chefs. She took a breath and looked into his kind eyes. She might have a fishing pole in her trunk right now, but she's not going to stay here.
"Rod and reel," he said.
"Huh?" Joey asked.
"Rod and reel, not a fishing pole. She really likes it."
"Take care of your heart, Jack. You're a real nice guy."
"I'll be okay, Joey," he said, smiling. "She'll be okay, too. That's the important thing, isn't it?"
"You're amazing. Just tell me you understand what I'm telling you. She might have run from that old life, but it's still inside her somewhere."
"Sure. Don't worry. She was good enough to warn me."
Joey said. "So, "What do you do for vacation?" she asked him.
"I'm on vacation every day," he said, smiling.
"Mel said you were in the Marine Corps. What did you do then, when you had leave?"
"Well," he wanted to say, "if I wasn't recovering from some wound and we were in country, I'd get drunk with the boys and find a woman. A far cry from flying first class to the islands to tan on the sandy beach or snorkel in the bay." But he didn't say that. It was another life. One he left behind. People do that, he thought briefly and hopefully. Leave another life behind and move on to something new. Different. "If I had a long leave, I'd visit the family. I have 4 married sisters in Sacramento, and they live for the opportunity to boss me around."
"How nice for you," she said with a grin. "Well, you have any more questions? About Mel? Mark?" He didn't dare. More information about the sainted Mark might do him in.
"No, thanks."
"Well then, I'm gonna get going. I have a long drive and a plane to catch." She jumped off the stool and he came around the bar. He opened his arms to her and she happily gave him a robust hug. "Thanks again," she said.
"Thank you," he returned. "And Joey, I'm sorry for your loss."
"Jack, you don't have to compete with him, you know." He put an arm around her and walked her out onto the porch.
"I can't,"
he said simply. "You don't have to," she said again. He gave her shoulders a final squeeze and watched as she walked across the street to where her car sat at docks. She gave one last wave as she drove out of town. Jack couldn't help but spend way too much time trying to picture Mel's life as it had been with Mark. He saw an upscale home and expensive cars, diamonds as birthday gifts and country club memberships, trips to Europe, to the Caribbean to unwind and relax from the high stress of city medicine, dinner dances and charity events, the kind of lifestyle that even if Jack could fit into, he wouldn't want to. The upscale life wasn't alien to him. His sisters lived in that world very well. They and their husbands were educated, successful people. They had grappled with finding the best schools so their girls would be likewise. Donna, the oldest at 45, was a college professor, married to a professor. Jeannie, the next at 43, was a CPA married to a developer. Then there was Mary, 37, a commercial airline pilot married to a real estate broker. They were the country clubbers. His baby sister and the most bossy, and his favorite, was Bree, almost 30, a county DA married to a police detective. He was the only one in the family who had gone into the military as an enlisted man, as a mere boy, educated only through high school, and found that what he had a gift for was physical challenge and military strategy. He wondered if Joey was right, that Mel couldn't possibly be happy here for long in this dinky little town full of ranchers and blue-collar types, without a 5-star chef within 300 miles. Maybe she was just too classy for this backwoods life. But then an image of the Melinda he'd fallen in love with would float into his mind. She was natural and unspoiled, tough and sassy, uninhibited and passionate, stubborn. Perhaps it was a premature worry. He'd hardly given her a chance. It was always possible she'd find things here to love. He didn't see her all that day. He never left the bar, just in case she came by for a sandwich or a cup of coffee. But she didn't. It wasn't until almost 6 that she showed her face. As she walked in, he felt that sensation that had become so common for him lately. Desire. One look at her in those tight jeans and he was in agony. It took willpower to keep himself from responding physically. There were people present, the dinner crowd and about 6 fishermen from out of town. So she said hello to everyone she knew on her way to the bar. She jumped up on a stool and, smiling, said, "I wouldn't mind a cold beer."
You got it.
He fixed her up a draft. Now, this woman, looking like a mere girl, really, asking for a beer and not a champagne cocktail, this did not fit the picture he'd had earlier of the country club set, the diamonds, the charity dinner dances. Still, seeing her in a fitted, strapless black dress, he could manage that. It made him smile. "Something's funny?" she asked.
Just happy to see you, Mel. Gonna have dinner tonight?
"No, thanks. We were busier than I thought we'd be all morning, so I fixed Doc and I something to eat at around 3. I'm not hungry. I'll just enjoy this." The door opened and Doc Mullins came in. A couple of months ago, he'd have sat at the other end of the bar, but no more. He was still as grouchy as he could manage, but he took the stool next to Mel, and Jack poured him a short bourbon.
Dinner?
He asked the doctor.
In a minute,
he answered. The door opened again, and in came Hope. She had finally discarded the rubber boots in favor of tennis shoes, just as muddy. She sat on Mel's other side.
"Oh, good. You're not eating,"
she said, pulling a pack of cigarettes out of her pocket.
"Jack?"
she asked, requesting her usual Jack Daniels.
"Jack coming up neat,"
he said, pouring. Hope puffed and asked,
"So, how'd your sister like our little town?"
"She had a good time, thanks. Though she expressed some concern about the state of my roots."
"Get that old codger to give you a day off and go over to Garberville or Fortuna and get a do." "You have nothing but days off anymore,"
Doc grumbled. "That's an interesting statement coming from someone who didn't want any help around here," Mel teased. Then to Hope she said, "You know, big sisters." She just wanted to make sure I hadn't gotten myself into anything that held the potential for disaster. And now that she's convinced I'll live, she can go back to her family with a clear conscience. "What have you been doing with yourself, Hope?" Mel asked. "I haven't seen much of you."
"Just the garden from morning till night. I plant and grow. The deer come and eat it. I need to round up Jack's Marines and get 'em all out there to pee a border around the property."
Mel sat back. "That works?"
"Hell yeah! Better than anything."
"Well, live and learn," she said. Mel finished her beer. "I'm going home," she stated flatly, getting off her stool. Mel was barely out the door when she felt Jack come up behind her. He took her arm and walked with her to her car. Once there, she turned to him and said, "Think you can find your way out to that little cabin?" He leaned down to kiss her and groaned. It was happening to him again. "I'll be right there," he said. "Take your time. Give me a head start so I can wash Hope's cigarette out of my hair. Go finish serving dinner." He lowered his lips to her neck.
"I'm going to walk back in there and yell fire."
She laughed at him and pulled away. "I'll see you later," she said, and got in her car to leave. Mel drove home knowing that he was starving and wouldn't be long. He was the most sexually driven man she'd ever known. But there were a couple of things she wanted to do. When she got home, she put her medical bag by the front door and went to the bedroom. She sat on the bed, picked up Mark's picture, and held it. She looked into his kind eyes and mentally said to him, "You know I love you, and I know you understand." And then she slipped it into the drawer. Then she went to the shower to freshen up. Jack went back behind the bar and made sure everyone was taken care of. He brought Doc his dinner, said good night to Hope as she left, then went for Preacher.
"It's thinning out," he said. "I'm going out to Mel's," he added, knowing Preacher would have his tongue cut out before he'd tell anyone. As if anyone needed telling. When Jack and Mel were in the same room, the air warmed up. People glanced at them knowingly. "You can reach me there if you need me. Don't need me." "I'm good," Preacher said. "Ricky and I can handle things."
Jack might have driven a little too fast down the curving, tree-canopied road, but he was dying for her. He parked and went to the porch, sitting in one of the Adirondack chairs to pull off his boots. Inside, he heard the shower running and called out so he wouldn't frighten her.
"Mel?"
"I'll be out in a minute," she called back. But he was already out of his shirt, his hands on his belt buckle. He left a trail of clothes through the living room to the bathroom. The glass of the shower was steamed, and inside was her small, naked form in the mist. He slowly opened the door and stood there looking at her in all her glistening beauty. God, she was so perfect. She reached a small, inviting hand in his direction, and he stepped in with her. "You didn't take your time," she said against his lips.
"I tried," he admitted.
"I wanted to freshen up for you." He covered her mouth with his, but his hands were all over her, running up and down her smooth, soft back, over her bottom, caressing her breasts, digging into her wet hair, down her neck and over her shoulders, down her arms to entwine his fingers with hers. He trembled. He wanted her so badly, and her hands were on him, running over his chest, around to his back, filling her hands with the hard muscles on his butt, and finally over his flat belly and down to his swollen erection, causing him to say, "Oh, Mel," before capturing her lips anew. His fingers wandered lower to examine her, gently probing. It made him swell with some kind of erotic pride to find that she was slick and as anxious as he. This woman didn't need much warming up. This mutual need, this had become the best part of his life. He lifted her up. Her arms went around his neck, her legs around his waist, and he settled her upon him, entering her slowly, firmly. He turned with her in his arms, bracing a shoulder against the shower wall. Then he began to move her upon him, lifting her up and down. Her sighs became quickened breaths. Her legs tightened around him. Mel hung on to his shoulders and neck, her mouth on his, their tongues hot and desperate as they devoured each other. The sensation of his arms and shoulders at work as he held her caused her blood to boil, and she felt her desire rising and rising to a wonderful pitch that soon erupted into bliss. Jack loved nothing so much as bringing her that crazy moment and feeling her tighten around him. When she cried out, he held her closer, if possible. He reached himself as far inside her as humanly possible, and the storm of his own wild climax shook him to his core. She held on to him, he onto her, while they calmed, their breathing slowly returning to normal. She nibbled at his lip and said, a little breathlessly, "I didn't know that was even possible. Being with you, it's an adventure. You do something to me. You drive me out of my mind." "Good. You do good work, brainless." And then she laughed and touched his shoulder. "You have a little bruise." "I love that little bruise." "Let's dry off and meet in the bed." "You don't have to ask me twice. But please, don't move just yet. This part is dicey." He held her a moment longer and then, carefully and slowly, lifted her up and away from him, setting her down on her feet in the shower. They showered off, dried off. Mel needed a little extra time to dry that golden mane of hers, emerging roots and all. Jack went to the bedroom and sat on the bed. It was gone. The picture. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that only the picture was gone, not the memories. Still, it made him smile to himself. He settled himself in her bed and waited impatiently. When she came to the bedroom, she reached for the light and he said, "Leave it on, Mel." Without questioning him, she slid into the bed beside him. Lying on his side, he rose up, his head braced on his hand. "There are a couple of things we should talk about. The other night wasn't about talking." "Uh-oh," she said, suddenly on edge. Is this the part where you explain about casual sex and consenting adults?
No, he said. Not at all. Just details. I want you to know something. There have been women. You know? Mel, I'm 40. I've never been celibate. I always wore a condom. Always. Plus, the Marines were ridiculous about medicals, including tests for STDs. But if you'd like me to be tested,
I tend to be cautious.
Done. And then we didn't talk about birth control. And I don't want to be irresponsible. This comes a little after the fact. I'm sorry.
You're okay, she said. I've got that covered. But if you're so used to putting on the condom, what happened the other night? He shrugged.
I didn't have anything handy, and the only thing on my mind was making sure everything was good. It started out as such a bad night for you, and Jesus, I didn't want you to regret it. I guess I went a little crazy. But I can be prepared in the future. Just say the word.
And tonight? She asked.
I apologize. In the pocket of those jeans on the living room floor, there's... Sorry. I was so ready to be with you. I was out of my head, Mel. It doesn't have to be like that every...
She put a finger on his lips, smiled, and whispered, I like it like it is. When you're a little crazy. She looked up into his eyes. Ordinarily, I would have thought of the condom, but I guess the state I was in... Well, if you'll just take care of that screening, I'm sure we'll be all right. Have there been an awful lot of women? He made a face, a frown.
More than I like.
Any really special ones? She asked.
You're going to think I'm lying. No.
What about the woman in Clear River? She asked.
Mel, we were only sleeping together. No, not true. I never spent a night. She didn't come to Virgin River. I never thought I'd be embarrassed about that.
You don't have to be embarrassed. You're a grown-up.
It wasn't like this. This feel casual to you? He asked her.
Actually, it feels a little intense.
Good, he said. Everything about this is different. I hope you understand that.
You're not just sleeping with me? She asked, teasingly.
I am sleeping with you, he said,
running his hand over her smooth shoulder and down her arm. He gave her a sweet, short kiss.
It's not just sex. It's everything. It's special. She laughed at him.
Are you seeing me? She teased.
Yeah, he said. It's a first for me.
So, in some ways, you're just a virgin from Virgin River.
In this I am.
That's very sweet.
This is madness. I want you all the time. I feel like a kid.
You don't act like a kid, she said.
Melinda, I've had more erections in the last week than I've had in the last decade. Every time you walk by, I have to concentrate on something else. This hasn't happened to me since I was 16, when anything from a beer commercial to a geography assignment could put me in agony. It was almost laughable, if it wasn't just so ridiculous.
Raging hormones, she said with a laugh. You are an amazing lover.
I'm not doing this alone, he said. You're pretty amazing yourself. Damn, baby. We fit together real nice.
Jack, does everyone in town know?
They'd be guessing. I haven't said anything.
Somehow, I don't think you have to.
We could try to keep it quiet if that works better for you. I could manage to not look at you like I'm going to have you for dessert if that's what you want.
It's just that, well, you know, I have these issues.
I know. I held you through some major issues, and I do understand that it's going to take more than a little sex to resolve all that.
He grinned.
Good sex.
Very good sex.
Oh, yeah,
he agreed breathlessly. Just so you know, I'm still all screwed up. I don't want to disappoint you, Jack. I don't want to hurt you." He ran a hand down her body, lightly brushing her soft, warm skin. "Mel, this doesn't hurt." He smiled. "It feels real, real good. Don't worry about me." He gave her a light kiss. "You want to try to keep this, us, quiet? Private? Think it would work?" "There's probably no point in pretending," he said. "It's your call." "Oh, what the hell," she said. "It isn't against the law, is it?" He leaned over her and kissed her more deeply. "It probably should be." He kissed her again. In the early morning, as dawn was just beginning to streak through the cabin windows, Jack was stirred awake by the soft sound of slightly off-key humming. He found Mel nestled into the crook of his arm, her breath tickling his chest. She was purring, humming, her lips moving slightly, as though singing. It might have troubled him if her expression had been sad or disturbed, but she was smiling. She snuggled closer, throwing a leg over his, and this sleepy little music, contented, drifted out of her. He could count on one hand the number of times he'd spent the entire night in bed with a woman, and already he couldn't imagine waking up alone. He pulled her closer, knowing he'd never been happier in his life. Chapter 12. Rick called Liz every couple of days, although he wanted to call her 7 times a day. His pulse always picked up when he dialed, then the sound of her voice made it race. "Lizzie, how you doing?" he'd ask. "I miss you," she would always say. "You said you'd come over." "I'm going to. I'm trying. But with school and work. So, how are things?" "I just wish I was there instead of here." Then she'd laugh. "Funny, I hated my mother for making me go to Aunt Connie's, and now I hate her for making me stay here." "Don't hate your mom, Liz. Don't." Then they'd talk for a while about kids, about school, about Virgin River and Eureka, just mundane stuff. She never volunteered any information about the feared pregnancy. Rick was dying a million deaths. He was terrified something had gone wrong and she was caught with a baby on that one and only night. But almost worse than that, he wasn't sure what was happening to him, in his head, in his body. He dreamt about her, wanted to feel his arms around her, wanted to smell her hair and kiss her lips. He wanted her breast in one hand, but he also wanted to have her riding beside him in that little truck on the way to and from school, cracking jokes, laughing, holding hands. This phone call was no different than the others had been. Then she asked, "Why don't you come to Eureka?" He drew a heavy breath. "I'll tell you the truth, Liz. I'm afraid to. You and me, we get pretty worked up." "But you have those rubbers." "I told you before, that's not enough. You have to get something too. Pills or something." "How am I going to do that? I don't even drive. You think I should say to my mom, 'Hey, I have to get some birth control. Me and Ricky want to do it'?" "If you were here, you could see Mel. Maybe you can talk your mom into a visit to Virgin River." But even as he said that, he cringed, and flushed so hot he thought he might faint. Was he really suggesting to a 14-year-old that she get herself fixed up so they could have sex? In the cab of a truck? "I don't know," she said softly. "I think I would hate that. I don't think I could tell someone who's, like, grown up. Could you?" He already had. Preacher and Jack both knew. But he said, "I could if it was this important." "I don't know," she said. "I'll think about it." If you couldn't stop dreaming about a girl, if you constantly thought about the way her hair felt against your cheek, if you couldn't get the softness of her skin out of your mind, Did that mean you loved her? If you felt a little better after every time you talked to her, heard her laugh, did that mean anything? Or were you just this horny 16-year-old boy? He knew he was that. The thought of getting inside her again almost made steam come out of his ears. But there was other stuff. He could talk to Liz. He could listen to her. Wanted to listen to her. He could almost go into a trance when she told him about something as boring as algebra. If he had one drop of courage, he'd ask Jack, what is love and what is sex? When are they the same thing? Finally, he asked, any news about being pregnant, Lizzie? You mean... Yeah, I mean that. Silence answered him. She was going to make him say it once again. Every time he asked, his gut clenched just from forming the words alien to a boy. Did you get your period? He asked, grateful she couldn't see the color of his cheeks. That's all you really care about. No, but I care about it a lot. Liz, baby, if I got you in trouble, I'm gonna want to die, okay? I just want the scare over, that's all. For both of us. Not yet, but that's okay. I told you I'm not regular, and I feel fine. I don't feel like anything's different. I guess that's something, he said. Ricky, I miss you. Do you miss me? Oh, Liz, he said in an exhausted breath. I miss you so much, it scares the hell out of me. Mel made a few phone calls the following week, then asked Jack if he could pry himself away from the bar for a full day to run some errands with her. She wanted to drive into Eureka, she said, and she didn't want to go alone. Of course, he said he could. He did anything she asked of him. He offered to drive, but she told him she'd like to take her car, put the top down, and enjoy the sunny June weather. When they were underway, she said, I hope this wasn't too presumptuous of me, Jack. I made myself an appointment at the beauty shop and one for you at the clinic. That testing you offered? I was going to run over to the coast to the Naval Air Station there, but this is just as convenient. I meant it when I offered. I want you to feel safe. I'm not worried, really. It's just a precaution. And if anything turns up, I'll get screened. I wouldn't put you at risk, you understand. But the last 7 years, it was only... She stopped. Your husband. He finished for her. You can say it. That was your life. That is your life. We have to be able to talk about it. Well, she said, gathering herself up again. Then I've made arrangements to test drive a vehicle, and I'd like your opinion. A vehicle that doesn't get stuck in the mud. Really? He said, surprised. What kind of vehicle? She stole a glance at him, so neatly folded up in the front of her BMW, his knees sticking up so high it almost made her laugh. A Hummer, she said. He was speechless. Finally, he said, I guess you know what they cost. I know, she said. Hope's paying you better than I would have guessed. Hope's paying me practically nothing, but it also costs me practically nothing to live, especially with that end-of-the-day cold beer on the house every night. No, this is my own investment. He whistled. I have a little money, she said. There was. He reached across the console and put a hand on her thigh. It's all right, Mel. I didn't mean to pry. You didn't pry, she exclaimed. You don't even ask, which is amazing to me. Here it is. There were investments. Retirement, insurance. I sold the house at a ridiculous profit. And then there was a wrongful death suit, pending. It'll settle. The little scumbag came from money. Jack, I have plenty of money, more than I really need. She glanced over at him. I'd appreciate if that went no further. No one even knows you're widowed, he told her. She took a deep breath. So, I had a long talk with June Hudson, the doctor in Grace Valley. I asked her what she'd do to turn an all-wheel drive vehicle into a makeshift ambulance. And I have quite a shopping list. If it works out, I'll have a vehicle that can not only get me and Doc all over Valley and into the hills, but get our patients to the hospital when we need to, without me sitting in the back of a pickup holding an IV bag up in the air.
That's a lot to do for a little town like Virgin River, he said.
And he said it very quietly. He'd done a lot for the little town, too, she thought. He renovated a cabin into a bar and grill, served meals at low prices all day long. Drinks were cheap, and it served more as a gathering place than a profit-making establishment. He probably didn't need Ricky in there, but clearly he was a surrogate father. And Preacher, there was no question he was looking out for him as well. But then, it probably didn't take much for Jack to get by either. He'd done most of the renovation work himself, collected a retirement from the military, and surely eked out a modest but completely adequate income from the place. And at the same time, enjoyed his life. Mainly what Jack did for the town was sit at the center of it, helping anyone who needed anything. Anyone who served the needs of the town, like Doc or Mel, and lately the occasional sheriff's deputy or highway patrol officer, ate free. He'd do repairs, babysit, deliver meals, and absolutely never went for supplies without phoning up little old ladies like Franny and Maud to ask if they needed anything. He'd done that with her, too, behaved as though it was his mission to serve her needs. That little town has accidentally done a few things for me, too, she said. I'm starting to feel like I might live after all. A lot of that is because of you, Jack. Jack couldn't help himself. He said,
"You're staying."
"For the time being," she said. "Another baby is coming at the end of summer. I live for those babies." One of these days, he said to himself, I'm going to tell her. Tell her I love her more than I thought I could love a woman. Tell her that my life started when she walked into town. But not yet. He didn't want to back her into a corner and make her feel she had to either say she loved him too or run.
"Well, Mel, as it happens, I've driven a ton of Hummers."
She glanced at him with surprise, for she hadn't even thought of that. "Of course you have," she said. "I had forgotten that."
"I'm also a passably good mechanic, born of necessity."
"Good then," she said. "You'll be a bigger help than I realized." The first items on the agenda were her hair and his blood tests. Mel was very appreciative of the fact that her $75 cut and highlights seemed to be more than adequate. Either she'd been countrified or ripped off in L.A. After that, they went to a used car lot where there was one ridiculously high-priced used Hummer. It was a repo, had only 20,000 miles on it, and seemed to be in good condition. Jack looked at the engine and had them put it up on the lift so he could examine the axle, frame, shocks, brakes, and whatever else he could see. They took it out and it drove well, but the price was out of sight. $60,000 and it wasn't loaded. Except Mel had a sweet little BMW convertible trade-in and cash. It took only a couple of hours to bring that price into range, and Jack was able to pridefully explore another aspect of Mel's character. She was a hard-headed master negotiator. Next, they went to the hospital supply where they had the back of the Hummer outfitted with some emergency equipment, from a defibrillator to an oxygen tank. Some medical supplies had to be ordered and would be delivered to Virgin River within a couple of weeks. Then they drove it back down the highway and up the mountain pass to Virgin River.
"You don't want anyone to know where this came from,"
Jack said to Mel.
"How are you going to explain it?"
"I'm going to say that I used to work with a lot of rich, bored doctors in L.A. and hit them all up for donations for the town."
"Ah,"
he said.
"If you leave?"
He just couldn't make himself say, when. Maybe I'll actually call some of those rich, bored doctors I really do know and hit them up for a donation, she said. But let's not put the cart before the Hummer. He laughed. Let's not. Mel and Jack took the Hummer back to the bar where they did a little show and tell with the dinner crowd who would waste no time spreading the word to the rest of the town. Doc Mullins, as if he was annoyed by this unnecessary addition to the town, grumbled that his old truck had worked just fine. But Mel countered his comments by telling him that he would have to get checked out in the new vehicle the very next morning. It soon became apparent that his fit of pique was obviously contrived, and he was even caught smiling once or twice as he looked it over. Ricky talked her out of a spin, and Preacher stood on the porch, arms crossed over his massive chest, grinning like a schoolgirl. When Mel called June Hudson the next morning to tell her about the new vehicle, June suggested they get together at her home the next Sunday for a casual dinner of burgers and hot dogs. "If I bring some potato salad and beer, may I bring a friend?" Mel asked. She told herself she asked because this little picnic was comprised of couples, except for June's dad, old Doc Hudson, and she didn't want to feel oddly alone. But really, it was because she had found that she didn't much like being away from Jack. "So," Jack said, grinning, "are you bringing me out of the closet?" "Just for the day," she answered, "because you've been very good." June had the kind of adorable country house that Mel had fantasized about when planning her escape from the city. Wide porch, bright paint, cozy furnishings, right up on a knoll from which she had a view of the valley. Part of her decor was comprised of needlepoint pillows and quilts. June was a master stitcher. She seemed to have the perfect country doctor life. Her husband Jim to back her up and help with the baby. An ornery father butting in all the time, and supportive and delightful friends in John and Susan Stone. Susan was a nurse, so she and Mel compared notes. Plus, Susan and John were transplants from the city, and she was candid about how it took her a while to appreciate the slower pace and get used to the absence of amenities in Grace Valley. "I used to go to the day spa down the street for a facial and eyebrow wax," she said. "Now it's a major undertaking just to buy groceries." Susan was also very, very pregnant. She was continually pressing on her lower back, pushing her belly forward. The women sat on the porch. June rocked in the porch swing and nursed her baby. Susan fidgeted, trying to get a throw pillow to sit right against her lower back. While out in the yard, the men stood around the Hummer, each one with a beer, occasionally looking inside or under the hood. "That's quite an attractive man you brought along," June observed. Mel glanced out at them. Jim and Jack were about the same height and weight, and both wore their uniforms of jeans, plaid or denim shirts, and boots. John, just a bit shorter at a very respectable 6 feet, was not quite as casually dressed in his khakis and polo, but a damn fine specimen. "Look at them," Mel said. "They look like an ad for Virility magazine, Mother Nature's best work." "Mother Nature is twisted," Susan said, squirming. "If she had any compassion, we'd have 6-week pregnancies." She winced. "I bet it's really Father Nature, the creep." "Uncomfortable, huh?" Mel asked. "I'm going to have back labor again. I just know it. It's such a nice day to be so pregnant." "This is nice, June. Thank you," Mel said. "It's so relaxing, low stress, for me if not poor Susan. Does everybody in the valley have such simple, uncomplicated lives?" June surprised her by laughing, after which Susan joined in. Sydney, Susan's 7-year-old, burst through the door, blonde curls flying, and ran down the steps with Sadie, June's collie, chasing her into the yard. She ran to her dad and hung on his leg for a minute, then continued racing around the yard with the dog in pursuit, the collie trying to herd her back to the group. "Something's funny?" Mel asked. Things haven't exactly been uncomplicated around here. A couple of years ago, I was pretty sure I'd never get married, much less have a baby. This caused Mel to scoot to the edge of her chair. It seems like you and Jim have been together forever. He came into my clinic late at night a little over a year ago, looking for help with a comrade's gunshot wound. Jim's now a retired law enforcement officer. When I met him, though, he was skulking around the countryside, working some case, and in the dark of night he'd sneak into my bedroom. I kept him my little secret for quite a while, until my tummy started to grow. No way! Oh, yeah. No one in town knew I even had a man in my life, and then suddenly I'm pregnant. And not a little pregnant. By the time I realized it, I was already pretty far along. We've only been married a few months. We didn't get it done before the baby came. In a small town like this? Mel was flabbergasted. People were decent about it. I mean, we did have a flood, lost our preacher for a while. There was a huge drug raid out in the woods. One thing after another, and probably because they all took to Jim so quickly. But my dad almost had a stroke. And maybe because Jim moved right into your house and wouldn't let you out of his sight until you agreed to marry him, Susan added. I had been single a long time, June said. I was a little nervous about the whole thing. I mean, we hadn't even been together all that long. And my God, not very often. I don't know how it happened, June said, but it sure happened fast. No, you know how it happened, Susan said. This, she said, petting the giant mound that would soon be screaming to be changed, is the great mystery. We had to try for a long time to get Sydney. We needed a little help, in fact. I just don't get pregnant. Maybe in time, Mel would join in, share her secrets. For now, though, she just wanted to hear theirs. John and I were having a big fight, Susan said. We were barely speaking. I had him sleeping on the couch. He was such an ass. By the time I forgave him and let him back in bed with me, he was packing quite a punch. She giggled. Her eyes twinkled. At least you're married, June put in. Tell us about your man, Susan said. Oh, Jack's not my man, she said automatically. He is the first friend I made in Virgin River, however. He runs a little bar and grill across the street from Doc's. As much a meeting place as a restaurant. They don't even have a menu. His partner, a big, scary-looking guy named Preacher who turns out to be an angel, cooks up one breakfast item, one lunch item, and one dinner item every day. On an ambitious day, they might have 2 items. Maybe something left from the day before. They run it on the cheap, fish a lot, and help out around town wherever needed. He fixed up the cabin I was given to stay in while I'm there. The women didn't say anything for a moment. Then Susan said, Honey, I have a feeling he doesn't think of you as a friend. Have you seen the way he looks at you? She glanced at him, and as if he could feel her gaze, he turned his eyes on her. Soft and hard all at once. Yeah, Mel said. He promised to stop doing that. Girl, I'd never make a man stop doing that to me. You can't possibly know how much he... Susan, June said. We don't mean to pry, Mel. June doesn't mean to pry, but I do. You mean to say he hasn't... Mel felt her cheeks flame. Well, it isn't what you think, she said. June and Susan burst out laughing, loud enough to cause the men to turn away from their conversation and look up at the porch. Mel laughed in spite of herself. She had missed this. Girlfriends. Talking about the secret stuff, the private stuff, laughing at their weaknesses and strengths. That's what I thought, Susan said. He looks like he can't wait to get you alone and do unspeakable things to you. Mel sighed in spite of herself, her cheeks growing hotter. He can't, she almost said, and, oh. June took the baby off her breast and put him on her shoulder to burp him. The group of men seemed to turn as one and head for the porch. Jim first.
"Sounds like trouble up here," he said. He reached for the baby and took over the burping. John lowered his lips to Susan's forehead and gave her a kiss. His other hand ran smoothly over her belly. "How are you doing, honey?" he asked solicitously.
"Great. Right after dinner, I want you to get it out of me."
He handed her his beer. "Here, have a slug and mellow out."
Jack stood behind Mel and put his hand on her shoulder. Without even realizing it, she reached up and stroked his hand.
"I'll start the grill,"
old Doc Hudson said, going through the house. They all sat around a picnic table in the backyard, talking about their towns, their cases. Mel got some tips from John on home births. He explained that he was an OB before doing a second residency in family practice. He'd never done a home birth in Sausalito, but once he'd arrived in Grace Valley, he'd become the local midwife. He liked the hospital, but couldn't convince all the women to leave their homes to deliver. Small-town stories were told, laughter was shared, and too soon it was growing dark. As Jack and Mel were leaving, Mel took an opportunity to speak with June about the baby, Chloe. She expressed her concern that they still hadn't heard anything from social services. June was frowning. "It's true that the county has a lot of ground to cover, but they're usually pretty good. One of my closest friends is a social worker. Although she's in Mendocino County, I could run this by her, get her impression." "Maybe you should, especially if you think this is irregular," Mel said. "I'll do it and give you a call. Meanwhile, if you consider the baby your patient, you can assess the situation, see if you can find out anything. Doc Mullins is smarter than he lets on," June said. "He's a crafty old devil. Find out if he's got something up his sleeve." Mel hugged June while Jack waited at the car. "Thank you for everything. It was a perfect day." Driving back to Virgin River, Mel was lost in one of the most serene moods she'd felt in a long time. Her connection to this place had deepened with the new friendships, and no small part of that was their acceptance of Jack.
"You're awfully quiet," Jack observed.
"I had such a good time," she said dreamily.
"Me too. Nice people, your friends."
"They liked you too. Did you know that Jim is a former cop?"
"I got that, yeah."
"And John and Susan came up here from the city a couple of years ago. And Elmer, the old doc, he's a riot. I'm so glad we did that." They drove in companionable silence until they neared Virgin River. Jack said,
"What do you want to do tonight? My place?"
"Would you be terribly hurt if we took a night off?"
"Whatever you need, Mel, just so long as nothing's wrong."
"Nothing's wrong. In fact, I've never felt more right with the world. I just thought I'd go home, shower off the picnic, and get a good night's sleep."
"It's up to you."
He reached across the front seat and grabbed her hand.
"It's always up to you."
He drew her hand to his lips and pressed a soft kiss into her palm. He pulled up to the bar, and they traded places so she could drive home. After a kiss goodnight, she left him there and went out to the cabin. As she entered the clearing in front of her home, the first thing she noticed was a big, dark SUV parked in front of her cabin. The driver, the big nameless man with the ball cap and hair that curled beneath it, was leaning against the passenger door. When she pulled up, he straightened and slipped his thumbs in his front pockets. She recognized him and the vehicle at once. This was the big guy who'd stopped by Doc several weeks ago, and what flashed through her mind was, someone's pregnant. Then she took note of his sidearm, a big gun with straps holding the holster to his thigh. But his hands stayed away from it. In a place like this, she was never sure how to feel about a person toting weapons. If she'd seen this in the city, she'd have ducked for cover. But out here, it didn't necessarily mean anything. She could play it safe and make a run for it, though she didn't handle the Hummer so well yet. Besides, the man had already approached her in the clear light of day to ask about a delivery. She pulled up, keeping her headlights on him, and he seemed to straighten expectantly, stepping away from the SUV. She opened her door and stepped out. "What are you doing out here?"
"That baby's coming,"
he said. No matter what the circumstances, the same thing seemed to happen to her when she heard that. She stopped thinking of herself and began to concentrate on the work at hand, the mother and child. "That was pretty quick," she said.
"No, I was pretty slow,"
he said.
"She kept it to herself for a long time, and I didn't realize she was this ready. Look, I need you to come, to help."
"But why are you here? Why didn't you go into town to the doctor's office? I almost didn't come home tonight."
"Lucky for me you did. I couldn't go to town, couldn't run the risk of someone wanting to come with you, or someone telling you not to come with me. Please, let's go."
"Where?"
"I'll take you,"
he said. "No, I'll follow you. I'll just go inside, make a call, and—" He took a step toward her.
"We can't do it that way. It'll be better for all of us if you don't know exactly where you are. And really, it has to be just you."
"Oh, give me a break," she said with a short laugh. "You expect me to get in that car with you, without knowing you or where we're going?"
"That's a general idea, yeah," he said. "She thinks she's doing this alone, having the baby. But I'd rather you come with me in case... What if there's a problem, huh?"
"I can call Doc Mullins. Maybe he'll go with you. I don't make a habit of getting in a vehicle with a stranger to be driven to some mysterious birthing."
"Yeah, I wish it was mysterious. I wish it wasn't happening, but it is. I don't want to have to do this at all, but I also don't want anything stupid to go wrong that we could prevent. I don't want any unnecessary trouble. You should probably be there, in case—"
"This your baby?" she asked him. He shrugged.
"Yeah, could be. Probably."
"I don't even know there is a baby coming. I've never seen the mother," Mel said. "What if there is no baby?" she said. He took a tentative step toward her.
"What if there is?"
he asked. She looked around her. It was obvious if he wanted to hurt her, he wouldn't need to take her anywhere. He wouldn't even need to draw that weapon. They were completely isolated. He could take 10 short steps toward her, whack her across the jaw, and it would be done. He spread his arms wide.
"I just have to keep the place covered. It's a place of business, all right? Could we please go get that baby born? I'm not kidding. It freaks me out. She says she's been hurting all day, and there's blood."
"A lot of blood?"
"What's a lot? Not puddles, but enough to make me get in the truck and come for you pronto."
"You have a gun," she pointed out to him. "I hate guns." He rubbed a hand along the back of his neck.
"Protection for you," he said. "I'm just a businessman, but there's some crazy people stuck out there in the woods. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. That would make my life way too complicated. I don't want any attention from the sheriff. We really gotta go. There's a baby coming, real soon."
"Oh, shit," she said. "Don't do this to me."
"I'm doing something to you? I'm asking, that's all. I want to get a baby born without anything stupid and wrong happening to the baby or the mother. Get me?"
"Why didn't you just take her to the hospital?" she asked him.
"She works for me, okay? And she has warrants. They ID her at a hospital and she's going to jail. You can't take care of a baby from jail. That's why it's got to be this way."
"Look, go get her and take her to town, to Doc's. We'll do it there, and no one will ask any questions about—"
"I'm telling you, there isn't time!"
he shouted. The look on his face was desperate, and he took a pleading step toward her, arms wide, palms out.
"It's gonna happen soon, and we're almost an hour from her. We might not make it as it is."
She took a deep breath. "We should take the Hummer."
"Can't,"
he said.
"Can't leave my vehicle here in case someone comes looking for you and finds only my truck. Sorry."
"I'll get my bag," Mel said reluctantly. She grabbed her bag out of the Hummer and got in his SUV. He held a black sash in his hand.
"You should blindfold,"
he said. Get real, she answered. I'm not doing that. Hurry up. If she's been hurting all day, just hurry up.
Put it on. Come on.
So I won't see what? Where we're headed? I'm from L.A., buddy. I've been here 3 months and I can hardly get myself to town in the daylight along these mountain roads. It's pitch black. Just move it. I'm never going to be able to tell anyone where we went. And more softly. Besides, I wouldn't. The only thing that would make me do that is if I needed to find you or her to save a life.
This some kind of trick?
He asked. Oh, please. Now stop scaring me. I might panic and throw myself out of the car, and then where would you be? He put the SUV in gear and peeled out of the drive and headed east.
I hope you're not lying to me, setting me up, because after this is taken care of, you don't have to see me again. Unless...
Setting you up? She laughed. Did I come to your house? You want to just get this baby born on your own? She asked him.
I never did anything like this before,
he said, his voice solemn and serious.
If I'd known there was a baby coming, I would have taken her somewhere out of this county. But I didn't know. Just do your thing, I'll pay you, and we'll be done, okay?
We'll be done? She asked. These babies that no one expects? Sometimes they last about 90 years. After labor and delivery, there's stuff to do, children to raise.
Yeah,
he said tiredly. Focused on the road, he whirled the SUV around the tight turns, gunned the engine when the road was straight, but the straightaways were short, always followed by more tight turns. Most of the time, the speedometer read about 20 miles per hour. He used not only his headlights, but the lights mounted on his roof. It was a long, silent spell before he said,
I'll take care of what they need. After the baby's here, when she's up to it, there's a sister she can go to in Nevada.
Why is this all so secret? Mel asked. She looked at his profile and saw him grin largely. He had a slight bump in his nose. Under the bill of his ball cap, his eyes crinkled when he smiled like that, and she noted that, while he was rugged and scruffy, he was not unattractive.
Jesus, you're something, you know that? Just go with it, little girl.
How'd you know where I live? She asked him. He laughed.
I hope you don't think you're hiding out there, miss, because everyone knows where the new midwife lives.
Oh, great, she said under her breath. That's just great.
It'll be okay. Nobody wants to hurt you or anything. That would just bring a whole heap of trouble on a whole lot of people.
He stole a glance at her.
Someone like you goes missing. 3 counties go tearing up the hills. That's bad for business.
Well, she said softly, I guess I should be honored. She looked over at him. Why am I not feeling so honored yet? He shrugged.
I guess this is all new to you.
Yeah, she said. Boy, howdy. They rode silently for a while, twisting around the mountain roads, up and over, down and around. How'd you get yourself into this mess? She asked him. He shrugged.
Just one of those things. Let's not talk about this anymore.
She better be okay, Mel said.
That's what I'm thinking. Jesus, she better be okay.
Mel thought again about all the help available in a big city. Lots of people. Not the least of whom was law enforcement. Real handy. Cops parked right inside the hospital all the time. Right now, it was just her. Before her, it had been just Doc. If a woman was having a baby out in the middle of nowhere and there was only one midwife in the area, what were the options? Mel began to tremble. What if they were too late and something wasn't right? What if things turned nasty? She wasn't sure how long they'd been on the road. Definitely over a half hour. Maybe 45 minutes. The man took a left turn down a 1-lane dirt road that seemed to stop at a dead end. He got out and pushed open what appeared to be a gate made entirely of bushes, and they drove through. Down a potholed washboard road thickly enshrouded by big trees. At the end, The powerful lights on the roof of his SUV illuminated a small building and an even smaller trailer. There were lights on inside the trailer.
"This is it. She's in there,"
he said, pointing at the small trailer. That's when she knew, and was amazed that she hadn't understood sooner. She, who was so cynical about the crusty side of big city medicine, was totally naive about the pretty mountains and what she had thought was benign small-town life. The house and trailer were buried beneath the trees, camouflaged by the tall pines, and right between the two was a generator. This was why everything was so secret, why there was a gun for protection. He was a grower. Further, this was the reason he'd hire someone to work for him who had felony warrants, the only kind that could get you sent straight to jail, because that's who you could get to sit out in the woods and watch over a crop like this. "Is she alone in there?" Mel asked.
"Yeah,"
he said. "Then I need your help. I'll need you to get me some things."
"I don't want any part of—"
"You better just do as I say if we're going to salvage the situation," she said, her voice sounding more authoritative than she felt inside. She rushed to the trailer, opened the door, stepped up and in. 5 steps took her through a little galley and into what passed for a bedroom, a berth upon which a young woman writhed beneath a sheet soiled with blood and fluids. Mel put a knee on the bed, placed her bag beside her knee, and opened it, dropped her jacket off her shoulders onto the floor behind her, and there was a transformation within her, taking her from scared and uncertain to driven and focused, confident. "Easy does it," she said gently. "Let's have a look." Over her shoulder, she said, "I need a large empty pan or bowl, some towels or blankets, soft as possible, for the baby. A pan of warm water for cleanup." "Ah," she said, lifting the sheet. "All right, sweetheart, you have to help me. Pant like this," she instructed, demonstrating while she put on her gloves. "No pushing. More light," she yelled over her shoulder. The baby was crowning. Another 5 minutes and Mel would have missed the whole thing. She heard the man moving around behind her, and suddenly a saucepan appeared beside her bag. Then there were a couple of towels and an overhead light flicked on. Mel made a mental note to add a flashlight to the articles in her bag. The woman grunted weakly and the baby's head emerged. "Pant," Mel instructed. "Do not push. We have a cord situation. Easy, easy." She gently tugged on the ropey purplish cord, pulling it from around the neck, freeing the baby. She hadn't been in the trailer for 5 minutes, but it was the most critical few minutes of this infant's life. She slipped a gloved finger into the birth canal and gently eased the baby toward her. Cries filled the room before the baby was completely born. The strong, healthy cries of a newborn. Her heart lifted in relief. This was a strong baby. Suction was not even necessary. "You have a son," she said softly. "He looks beautiful." She looked over the raised knees of her patient and saw a young woman of perhaps 25 years at most, her long, dark hair damp from perspiration, her black eyes tired but glowing, and a very small smile on her lips. Mel clamped and cut the cord, wrapped the baby, and made her way around the narrow space to the woman's head. "Let's put this baby on the breast," she said softly. "Then I can deal with the placenta." The woman reached for her baby. Mel noticed that sitting beside her on the bed was a large basket, ready to receive the baby. "This is not your first," Mel said. She shook her head, and a large tear spilled down her cheek as she took her son. "Third," she said in a whisper. "I don't have the other ones." Mel brushed the damp hair back from her brow. "Have you been out here alone?" "Just the last month or so. I was here with someone, and he left." "Left you? Out in the woods in a trailer in advanced pregnancy?" Mel asked softly, running a finger over the baby's perfect head. "You must have been so scared." "Come on," she said, giving the woman's t-shirt a tug. "Let the baby nurse." It'll make a lot of things feel better." The infant rooted a little bit, then found the nipple and suckled. Mel went back to her position, donned fresh gloves from her bag, and began to massage the uterus. She heard the trailer door close behind her and glanced over her shoulder. On the short counter in the galley, she saw a dishpan of water. Mel's patient was able to direct her to supplies from newborn diapers to sterile wipes. She found clean sheets and peri pads, washed up the baby and mother, then sat on the edge of the bed for a long while, holding the baby. Her patient reached over and held Mel's hand a couple of times, giving a grateful squeeze, but they didn't talk. An hour after the birth, Mel looked in the refrigerator. She rummaged around for a glass and poured the woman some juice. Then she brought a plastic container of water near the bed. She checked her patient's bleeding, which was normal. She got her stethoscope out of the bag and listened to the baby's heart, then the mother's. Coloring was good, respirations normal, mother exhausted, and the baby sleeping contentedly. All was complete. "Tell me something," Mel said. "Is the baby going to have drug issues?" The woman just shook her head, letting her eyes close. "All right. There's a small clinic in Virgin River. I work with the doctor there. He won't ask you about yourself or the baby, so you have nothing to worry about. He likes to say he's in medicine, not law enforcement. But you both should be looked at to be sure everything is okay." Mel picked up her jacket off the floor. "Is there anything else I can get for you?" she asked her patient. The woman shook her head. "Plenty of fluids tonight for the breast milk." Then she went around the narrow space to the head of the bed and leaned down, placing a small kiss on her head. "Congratulations," she whispered, then wiped a couple of tears gently from her patient's cheeks. "I hope everything works out for you and the baby. Be very safe and careful." "Thank you," the woman said softly. "If you hadn't come—" "Shh," Mel shushed. "I came, and you're fine." Mel realized, not for the first time, that it didn't matter if her patient was a happily married Sunday school teacher who'd been waiting years for her first baby, or a felon handcuffed to the bed. A birth was the great equalizer. In this vulnerable state, mothers were mothers, and it was her passion to serve them. Helping a baby safely into the world, its mother accomplishing the experience with health and dignity, was the only thing that mattered. Even if it meant putting herself at some risk, she was bound to do what she could. She couldn't control what became of a mother and child after she left them, but when called upon for this, she was unable to refuse. Her chauffeur was waiting at the SUV as she came out. He opened the passenger door for her. "They're okay?" he asked anxiously. "They seem to have come through very well, considering. I guess you don't live there with them." He shook his head. "That's why I didn't see she was pregnant. I only come around sometimes, and I dealt mostly with her man. I guess he left her when he realized you dealt with her a little too," Mel finished for him. She shook her head and got into the car. When he was in beside her, she said, "I want two things from you, and the way I see it, you owe me. I want you to go back there tonight, stay with them, so you can get them to the hospital if anything goes south in the night. If there's any real heavy bleeding, or if the baby has problems, don't panic. They seem good. But if you don't want to take any unnecessary chances, that's what you do. Then, in a couple of days, 2 to 4 days, bring them to the clinic to be checked over. Dr. Mullins in Virgin River won't ask any questions, and all I care about right now is that they stay healthy." She looked over at him. "You'll do that?" "I'll get it done," he said. She leaned her head back against the seat and let her eyes close. The hard and fast beating of her heart now was not from fear, but from the rapid decompression of adrenaline that always followed an emergency. It left her feeling weak, a little shaky, slightly nauseous. If the conditions had been different, she might have felt even more alive than before the birth. This one, however, had been rife with complications. When he pulled up in front of her cabin, he held out a wad of bills toward her. "I don't want your money," she said. "It's drug money."
"Suit yourself,"
he said, putting it in the front pocket of his jacket. She stared at him for a second. "If you'd left her to deliver herself, if I hadn't gone with you, that baby wouldn't have... You understand about the cord, right? Wrapped around his neck?"
"Yeah, I get that. Thanks."
"I almost didn't go with you. Really, there's no reason I should have trusted you."
"Yeah, you're a brave little girl. Try to forget my face, for your own sake."
"Listen, I'm in medicine. I'm not a cop," she said. Then she gave a weak huff of laughter. She'd been used to having the backup of LAPD, but tonight it had been down to her. There was no backup. And if she hadn't been there, it could have been down to Doc, who was 70. What was going to happen 5 years from now? To her chauffeur, she said, "Now keep it in your pants or use protection. I don't really feel like doing business with you again." He grinned at her.
"Tough little broad, aren't you? Don't worry, I'm not looking to have that kind of trouble again."
She got out of the SUV without comment and walked toward her porch. By the time she neared her front door, he had turned around and driven out of the clearing. She sank into the porch chair and sat in the dark. The night sounds echoed around her. Crickets, an occasional owl, wind whirring through the tall pines. She wished she could just go inside, undress, and go to bed alone. But she was wired and out of courage for the night. After a moment, when she could no longer hear the engine of his big SUV, she went down the stairs to the Hummer. She drove into town and parked behind the bar, next to Jack's truck. The sound of the engine and car door must have awakened him, because a light went on and the back door to his quarters opened. He stood in the frame, a dim light behind him, wearing a pair of hastily pulled-on jeans. She walked right into his arms. "What are you doing here?" he asked softly, pulling her inside and closing the door. "I went out on a call, a baby, and I didn't want to go home. Didn't want to be alone after that. It was a close one, Jack." He slipped his hands inside her jacket to hold her closer. "Did everything work out okay?" "Yes," she said. "But there wasn't very much time. If I'd been 5 minutes longer getting there, the cord was around his neck." She shook her head. "But I did get there, and he's a beautiful baby." "Where?" he asked, smoothing her hair over her ear. "The other side of Clear River," she said, remembering what the man had said when he pulled up to the front of Doc's clinic. In truth, she had no idea where they'd gone. He could have driven around in circles for all she knew. "You're trembling," he said, pressing his lips to her brow. "Yeah, a little. Coming down from the experience." She tilted her head to look up at him. "Is it okay that I'm here?" "Of course it is." "Mel, what's wrong?" "The mother was going to deliver herself, but the father got nervous and came for me." She shivered. "I thought I had some wild experiences in L.A., she said with a weak laugh. "If you told me a year ago that I'd go out to some poor trailer in the woods in the middle of the night to deliver a baby, I would have said, never gonna happen." He rubbed a knuckle along her cheek. "Who was it?" She shook her head. If she told him she didn't have the first idea, he'd flip. "They're not from around here, Jack. He dropped by Doc's a while ago looking for someone who could handle a birth. I can't talk about patients unless they say it's okay, but these patients I didn't even ask. They weren't married or anything. She lives in a crappy little trailer by herself. It's a pretty horrid situation for her." And she thought, I'm doing things out here in the mountains that I never in a million years thought I could do. Terrifying, impossible, dangerous things. Exhilarating things that no one else would do. And if no one had, there'd be a dead baby, possibly a critical mother. She leaned her head against Jack's chest and took a deep, steadying breath.
"He called you?" Jack asked.
Damn. Bold-faced lies to straight questions were so hard for her. He was waiting at the cabin. If I'd stayed the night here with you, I'd have missed him, and that baby wouldn't have made it.
"Did you tell him where to find you after hours?"
She shook her head before she thought about her answer. He must have asked someone, she said. Everyone in Virgin River knows where I live, and probably half the people in Clear River.
God,
he said, tightening his arms around her.
Did it ever occur to you that you could have been at risk? He asked her.
For a minute or two, she said. She looked up at him and smiled. I don't expect you to understand this, but there was a baby coming, and I'm glad I went. Besides, I wasn't in trouble. The mother was. He let out a slow, relieved breath.
Jesus, I'm going to have to keep a much closer eye on you.
He kissed her brow.
Something happened tonight. Something you're not telling me. Whatever it was, never, never let that happen again.
Could we get in bed, please? I really need you to hold me. Jack was sitting on the porch of the bar, tying off flies, when a familiar black Range Rover pulled slowly into town and parked right in front of Doc's. He sat forward on the porch chair and watched as the driver got out, went around to the passenger door and opened it. A woman carrying a small bundle got out of the car, walked up the porch steps to enter the clinic, and Jack's heart began to pound. When the woman entered Doc's, the man went back to his SUV and leaned against the hood, his back to Jack. He took out a small penknife and began to idly clean under his nails. Because of the kind of guy this was, Jack knew he had seen him sitting there, on the porch. He would have observed everything worth seeing when he came into town. He'd know every escape route, any threat. Today, coming into town with a woman and new baby, Jack would bet there wouldn't be contraband of any kind in that vehicle, and if he had weapons, they'd be registered. And his license plate was splattered with mud, so it couldn't be read. Lame trick. But Jack remembered it. He'd memorized it the first time this guy had come to town. So, he hadn't come to Virgin River for a couple of drinks a while back. He'd come to see if there was medical assistance here. Mel had said that the delivery that shook her up had occurred on the other side of Clear River, and there was no doctor or clinic in that town. Grace Valley and Garberville were just a little farther away, but there were more people around. It was a little over a half hour before the woman came out, Mel walking behind her. The woman turned and shook Mel's hand. Mel squeezed her upper arm. The man helped her into the car and drove slowly out of town. Jack stood and Mel met his eyes across the street. They were on their respective porches and, even from the distance, she could see the deepening frown gather on his face. Then he walked over to her. She slipped her hands into the pockets of her jeans as he approached. When he was near, he put one foot up on the porch steps and leaned his forearms on his bent knee, looking up at her. The frown was not angry, but definitely unhappy.
"Doc know what you did?"
he asked her. She gave a nod. He knows I delivered a baby, if that's what you mean. It's what I do, Jack.
You have to promise me you're not going to do that again. Not for someone like him.
You know him? She asked.
No, but he's been in the bar and I know what he is. The problem isn't him bringing a woman to the doctor, you know. It's you being on his turf. It's you going with him in the middle of the night, alone. Just because he says,
I wasn't threatened, she said. I was asked. And he had been by the clinic before, looking for a doctor, so he wasn't a complete stranger.
Listen to me,
Jack said firmly.
People like that aren't going to threaten you in your clinic or my bar. They like to keep a real low profile. They don't want their crops raided. But out there, he said, giving his chin a jerk toward the mountains to their east, things can happen. He could have decided you were a threat to his business and...
No, she said, shaking her head. He wouldn't let anything happen to me. That would be a threat to his business.
Is that what he told you? Because I wouldn't take his word for that.
He shook his head.
You can't do that, Melinda. You can't go alone to some illegal grower's camp.
I doubt there will be a situation like that again, she answered.
Promise you won't,
he said. She shook her head. I have a job to do, Jack. If I hadn't gone...
Mel, do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm not going to lose you because you're willing to take stupid chances. Promise me.
She pursed her lips and merely lifted her chin defiantly. Never suggest I'm stupid.
I wouldn't do that. But you have to understand,
it was down to me. There was a baby coming. There really was, and I had to go because if I hadn't, it could have been disastrous. There wasn't time to think about it.
Have you always been this stubborn? He asked.
There was a baby coming, and it doesn't matter to me who the woman is or what she does for a living.
Would you have done something like that in L.A.? He asked, lifting an eyebrow.
She thought for just a moment about how life had changed since leaving L.A. After being picked up by a gun-carrying illegal grower and delivering a baby back in the woods, shouldn't she be packing? Running for her life? Unwilling to ever be put in a position like that again? Instead, she was doing a mental inventory of what was in Doc's refrigerator, wondering if it wasn't about time to take a few things out to Paulus's camp. It had been a couple of weeks since she'd last done that. Although she really didn't want a repeat of the scenario with the grower, something about the experience got her attention. When she'd left L.A., they didn't have any trouble filling her job. There were 10 people who could do what she did, and do it just as well. In Virgin River and the surrounding area, it was her and Doc. There just wasn't anyone else. There was no day off or week off. And if she had hesitated even long enough to fetch Doc to go with her, that baby wouldn't have made it. I came here because I thought life would be simpler, easier, quieter, she thought. That there would be fewer challenges, and certainly nothing to fear. I thought I'd feel safer, not that I'd have to grow stronger, braver. She smiled at him. In L.A., we send the paramedics. You see any paramedics? I'm in this little town that you said was uncomplicated. You're a big liar. That's what you are.
I told you, we have our own kind of drama.
Mel, you should listen to me. This is a real complicated place sometimes. I'm just going to do my job the best I can. He stepped up onto the porch, put a finger under her chin, and lifted it, gazing into her eyes.
Melinda, you're getting to be a real handful.
Yeah? She asked, smiling. So are you. Chapter 13. Mel didn't tell Doc where she was going, just that there were a couple of people she wanted to look in on. He asked her, since she was out, to stop and check on Franny Butler, an elderly woman who lived alone and had high blood pressure.
Make sure she has plenty of medicine and that she's actually taking it, he said.
He popped an antacid. Should you be having so much heartburn? She asked him.
Everyone my age has this much heartburn,
he answered, brushing her off. Mel got Franny's blood pressure out of the way first, though it wasn't quick. The thing about house calls in little towns like this was it involved tea and cookies and conversation. It was as much a social event as medical care. Then she drove out to the Anderson ranch. When she pulled up, Buck came out of the shed with a shovel in his hand and an astonished look on his face when he saw the Hummer.
"Woo-wee!"
he said.
"When did that thing turn up?"
"Just last week," she said. "Better for getting around the back roads than my little foreign job, as Doc calls it." "Mind if I have a look?" he asked, peering into the window. "Help yourself. I'd like to check on Chloe. Lily inside?"
"Yep, in the kitchen. Go on in. Door's open."
and he immediately stuck his head in the driver's door, taken with the vehicle. Mel went around back. Through the kitchen window, she could see Lily's profile as she sat at the kitchen table. The door was open, and only the screen door was closed. She gave a couple of quick raps, called out, "Hey, Lily!" and opened the door, and was stopped dead in her tracks. Lily, too late, pulled the baby blanket over her exposed breast. She was nursing Chloe. Mel was frozen in place. "Lily?" she said, confused. Tears sprang to the woman's eyes. "Mel," she said, her voice a mere whisper. The baby immediately started to whimper, and Lily tried to comfort her, but Chloe wasn't done nursing. Lily's cheeks were instantly red and damp. The hands that fussed with her shirt and held the baby were shaking. "How is this possible?" Mel asked, completely confused. Lily's youngest child was grown. She couldn't possibly have breast milk. But then she realized what had happened. Oh my God! Chloe was Lily's baby. Mel walked slowly to the kitchen table and pulled out a chair to sit down because her knees were shaking. "Does everyone in the family know?" Lily shook her head, her eyes pinched closed. "Just me and Buck," she finally said. "I wasn't in my right mind." Mel shook her head, baffled. "Lily, what in the world happened?" "I thought they'd come for her, the county, and that someone would want her right off. Some nice young couple who couldn't have a baby. Then she'd have young parents, and She shook her head pitifully. "I just didn't think I could do it again," she said, dissolving into sobs. Mel got out of her chair and went to her, taking the fussing baby, trying to comfort her. Lily lay her head down on the tabletop and wept hard tears. "I'm so ashamed," she cried. When she looked up at Mel again, she said, "I raised 6 kids. I spent 30 years raising kids, and we got 7 grandkids. I couldn't imagine another one so late in my life." "Wasn't there anyone you could talk to about this?" Mel asked. She shook her head. "Mel," she wept, "country people, small-town country people know that once you talk about it—" "No," she said, shaking her head. "I was sick when I realized I was pregnant and 48 years old. I was sick and a little crazy." "Did you ever consider terminating the pregnancy?" "I did, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. I make no judgment, but it isn't in me." "What about arranging an adoption?" Mel asked. "No one in this family, in this town for that matter, would ever understand that. They'd have looked at me like I killed her. Even my friends, good women my age who would understand how I felt, could never accept if I said I didn't want to raise another child, my own child. I didn't know what else to do." "And now what do you intend to do?" Mel asked. "I don't know," she wailed. "I just don't know." "What if they come now? Social services. Lily, can you give her up?" She was shaking her head. "I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, God, I wish I had a chance to do it over." "Lily, how did you conceal your pregnancy? How did you give birth alone?" "No one pays much attention. I'm overweight. Buck helped. Poor Buck. He didn't even know till it was almost time. I kept it from him, too. Maybe we can adopt her now." Mel sat down again, still jiggling the baby. She looked down at Chloe, who was burying her fist in her mouth, squirming and fussing. "You don't have to adopt her. You gave birth to her. But I'm awful worried about you. You abandoned her. That must have almost killed you." "I watched the whole time, till you and Jack came to the porch. I wouldn't let anything happen to her. It was terrible hard, but I felt like I had to. I just didn't know what else to do. Oh, Lily, Mel said. I'm not sure you're okay yet. This is just too crazy. She passed the baby back to Lily. Here, nurse your baby. She's hungry. I don't know that I can, she said. But she took the baby. I might be too upset. Just hook her up. She'll do the work, Mel said. When the baby was again at the breast, Mel put her arms around Lily and just held them both for a few minutes. What are you going to do? Lily asked, her voice a quivering mess. God, Lily, I don't know. Do you understand that doctors and midwives protect your confidentiality? If I'd been here when you discovered your pregnancy, you could have trusted me with your secret. You could have trusted Doc or Dr. Stone in Grace Valley. The people in the family planning clinic keep confidential records. They would have helped. But, she took a breath, we're also bound by laws. I just didn't know where to turn. Mel shook her head sadly. You must have been so scared. I haven't ever been through anything as difficult in my life, Mel. And me and Buck, we've had some real hard times holding this family and ranch together. How did you keep the breastfeeding from your kids? I assume they're around quite a bit. And don't your boys work the ranch with Buck? I give her a bottle if anyone's around, and I nurse her when we're alone. Even though you planned to let her go, you nursed her. You didn't have to do that. Lily shrugged. It seemed like the least I could give her after what I did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You just don't understand what it's like, spending your whole life raising kids and then having another one on the way when you're a grandmother. Me and Buck, we've struggled with money our entire marriage. You just don't understand. Oh, Lily, I know you were terrified and desperate. I can imagine. But I'm not going to kid you. This is complicated. But will you help us? Will you help Chloe? I'll do what I can. But those laws, she sighed. I'll do whatever I can, she said gently. We'll find a way to sort this out. Just let me think. Not long after, when Mel was sure that Lily was calmed down and safe, Mel left her. She'd been with her about 40 minutes, but Buck was still combing the Hummer with envious eyes. Hell of a ride, Mel, he said, grinning. Buck, go in the house and comfort your wife. I just walked in on her nursing your daughter. Oh, boy, he said. It was on the ride back to town that Mel realized Doc Mullins was onto this. In fact, he might have given birth to it, so to speak. He'd always said the mother would turn up, and she had. Weeks ago, when Mel had told him that Lily had offered to take in the baby, his eyebrows had shot up in surprise. He hadn't expected it to be Lily. He had never called social services. And yet, he never brought her into the conspiracy. By the time she got back to his house, it was after 4, and she was steamed up pretty good. Doc was seeing a patient who was coughing and hacking like a dying man. She had to wait. And while she waited, she began to seethe. When the man finally left with a butt full of penicillin and a pocket full of pills, she faced him down. Your office, she said flatly, preceding him in that direction. What's got your dander up? He asked. I went to the Andersons. I walked in on Lily nursing the baby. Ah, he said simply, limping around her to sit behind his desk, his arthritis obviously kicking up again. She leaned her hands on the desk and got in his face. You never called social services. Couldn't see the need. Her mother came for her. What do you plan to do about the birth certificate? Well, when we get this straightened out a little better, I'll sign and date it. Doc, you can't pull this shit. That baby was abandoned. Even though her mother came back for her, it might still be considered a crime.
Settle down. Lily was a little overwrought is all. She's fine now. I've been keeping an eye on it.
At the very least, you could have told me.
And have you go off half-cocked like this? Snatch up that baby and turn her in? That woman was at the end of her rope, and turned out all she needed was a little time to cool down, come to her senses.
She should have seen a doctor.
Ah, Lily had all her kids at home. She'd have come in if she was sick. Fact is, if Lily had turned up any sooner, I'd have insisted on examining her, just to be safe. By the time she came around, it was obvious she was in good health.
Mel fumed. I can't work like this, she said. I'm here to give good, sound medical care, not run around in circles trying to guess what you're dreaming up.
Who asked you?
He threw back. She was stunned quiet for a moment. Then she said, Shit! And she turned to leave his office.
We're not done here,
he bellowed.
Where are you going?
For a beer, she yelled back. When she got to Jack's, it was impossible for her to hide the fact that she was all riled up. But she couldn't talk about it. She went straight to the bar without saying hello to anyone. Jack took one look at her and said, Whoa, boy. Beer, she said. He served her up and said, Want to talk about it? Sorry, can't. She took a drink of the icy brew. Business.
Must be sticky business. You're pissed.
Boy, howdy.
Anything I can do?
Just don't ask me about it because I'm bound by confidentiality.
Must be a doozy, he said.
Yeah, a doozy, she thought. Jack slid an envelope across the bar to her. She looked at the return address. It was from the clinic in Eureka he had visited.
Maybe this'll brighten your mood a little. I'm clear.
She smiled a small smile. That's good, Jack, she said. I thought it would come out like that.
Aren't you going to look?
He asked. No, she said, shaking her head. I trust you. He leaned forward and put a light kiss on her brow. Thanks. That's nice, he said.
You go ahead and sulk in your beer. Let me know if you need anything.
She began to calm down with her beer. It was probably a half hour later that Doc Mullins came into the bar and sat on the stool beside her. She glared at him, then focused again on her glass. Doc raised a finger to Jack and he set up a whiskey, then wisely left the two of them alone. Doc had a sip, then another, then said,
You're right. I can't leave you out of the loop like that if you're going to help take care of the town.
She turned and looked at him, one eyebrow lifted. Did you just apologize to me?
Not quite. I didn't. But in this one instance, you're right. I'm just used to acting on my own is all. And no disrespect.
What are we going to do? She asked him.
You're not going to do anything at all. This is on me. If there's any malpractice involved, I don't want it on you. You were always prepared to do the right thing. I wanted to do the right thing too, but I had a different right thing in mind.
I think she should be examined. I can do it, or we can make her an appointment with John Stone.
I'll call John,
Doc said, taking another sip of his whiskey.
I want you away from this for now.
And this time you'll actually make the call? He turned and regarded her, glare for glare.
I'll call him.
Mel just concentrated on her beer, which had gone warm and dull.
You do a good job, Missy, he said. I'm getting too old for some things, especially the babies.
He looked down at his hands, some fingers bent, knuckles swollen.
I can still get things done, but these old hands aren't good on women. Better you take care of women's health.
She turned toward him. First a partial apology, then a partial compliment.
"I apologize,"
he said without looking at her.
"I think you're needed here."
She let out her breath slowly. She knew how hard that was for him. She took another deep breath and put her arm around his shoulders. She leaned her head against him. "Don't go soft on me," she said.
"Not a chance,"
he returned. Jack had no idea what had passed between Mel and Doc, but she said they were going back to the clinic and would have a bite to eat together there. He assumed they had issues to work out. Then she promised to come back to the bar before going home. He served quite a few people at 6. By 7, the crowd was thinning, and there were only a few people there when the door opened. Charmaine. She'd never come to Virgin River before. He'd let her know that he wanted to keep those two parts of his life separate. She wasn't wearing waitress clothes tonight, so her intention was pretty obvious. She wore a nice pair of creased slacks, a crisp white blouse with the collar folded on the outside of a dark blue blazer. Her hair was down and full, makeup thick but perfect, heels. It pleased him to be reminded that she was a handsome woman, especially so when she didn't wear those tight clothes that drew attention to her large breasts. She looked classy, mature. She sat up at the bar and smiled at him. "I thought I'd drop by and see how you've been," she said.
"Good, Char. You?"
"Great."
"How about a drink?"
he asked. "Sure, yes. How about a Johnny Walker Ice? Make it a good Johnny."
"You got it."
He set her up with a black label. He didn't have any blue. Too pricey for his usual crowd. In fact, he didn't move much of the black label.
"So, what brings you to my neighborhood?"
"I wanted to check in. See if things are the same with you." He looked down for a second, disappointed. He had hoped not to have to do this again, and certainly not here. This was no place to discuss their relationship, such as it had been. He looked back into her eyes and simply nodded. "No change, then?" He shook his head, hoping he could leave it at that. "Well," she said, taking a sip of her drink, "I'm sorry to hear that. I was hoping that maybe we could—" "Never mind. I can tell by the look on your face—"
"Char, please. This isn't the right time or place."
"Take it easy, Jack. I'm not gonna push. Can't blame a girl for checking it out. After all, what we had was pretty special. To me, anyway."
"It was special to me, too. I'm sorry, but I had to move on."
"So, you still insist there's no one else?"
"There wasn't at the time. I didn't lie to you. I've never lied to you. But now—"
Just as he said that, the door swung open and Mel came in. Her expression earlier had been angry, but now it was subdued, tired. And she did something she had never previously done. Rather than jumping up on a stool and asking for a beer, she came around the bar. To Charmaine, he said,
"Excuse me, just 1 second."
He met Mel at the end of the bar. Mel immediately put her arms around his waist and hugged him, laying her head on his chest. His arms went around her as well, returning the gesture, painfully aware that Charmaine was burning a hole in his back with her eyes. "Today was trying," Mel said softly. "Doc and I had a come-to-Jesus meeting about how we're going to work together, if we're going to work together. It was harder than I thought, emotionally draining."
"Are you all right?"
he asked. "I'm fine. Might I have one of those nifty little crowns? I've eaten, and I promise to only have one with ice, and you're welcome to take me home tonight, if you want to."
"You're kidding, right? I'm scared to death to let you go home alone. Who knows what you'll do, who you'll take a ride with."
He put a small kiss on her brow and turned her around so she could go to the front of the bar. He didn't make eye contact with Charmaine, but rather fixed the drink and put it before Mel. By now, she was on a stool at the very end of the bar.
"You'll have to give me a minute."
"Sure," she said. "Take your time. I just want to unwind."
"Unwind away."
He went back to Char. The expression in Charmaine's eyes was one of hurt, but at least there was clarity. "I think I understand," she said, taking another sip of her drink. He reached for her hand and held it. "Charmaine, I wasn't lying. Doesn't really matter now, I guess, but I'd like it if you believed I was telling the truth. There wasn't anyone else. But you wanted there to be." He nodded helplessly. He glanced at Mel. She was watching them. Her expression was perplexed and unhappy. "Well, now I understand," Charmaine said, pulling her hand away from his. "I'm going to take off. Leave you to your business." She plunked down a $20 bill, insulting a former lover who would buy her a drink. She whirled off the bar stool and headed for the door. Jack grabbed that 20 and went down to the end of the bar. "Mel, I'll be right back. Stay put." "Take all the time you need," she said, but she didn't say it happily. Just the same, he followed Charmaine outside. He called to her, and she stopped once she got to her car. He caught up with her and said, "I'm sorry it worked out like this. I wish you'd just called." "I'm sure you do." She had moist eyes, as though any minute there might be tears. "I see now," she said. "I'm not sure you do. It's very recent," he said. "But she was on your mind?" He took a breath. "Yeah." "You love her," she said. He nodded. "Oh, yeah. Big time." She laughed hollowly. "Well, who'd have guessed? Mr. No Attachments." "I didn't mean to mislead you, Char. That's why I broke it off, because I knew if Mel gave me half a chance, I'd find myself with 2 women, and I wouldn't do that to either one of you. I'd never deliberately, take it easy, bub. She's young, she's pretty, and you're a goner. Now I know. I just wanted to be sure." He grabbed her hands, pressing that 20 into one. "You can't believe I'd let you buy a drink in my bar." "Old lovers drink on the house?" she asked sarcastically. "No," he said. "Good friends drink on the house." He leaned toward her and kissed her forehead. "I'm sorry if I hurt you. I didn't mean to." He took a deep breath. "I never saw it coming." She sighed. "I understand, Jack. I miss you is all. I hope it all works out for you. But if it doesn't, Char, if this doesn't work, I won't be worth a damn." She chuckled. "Okay, then. I'll take off. Good luck, Jack." She got in her car, backed out, and drove away. He watched until she was gone, then went back inside. He stood behind the bar facing Mel. "I'm sorry about that." "What was that?" "An old friend." "Clear River?" "Yeah, just checking up." "Wanting another run at you?" He nodded. "I made it clear." "What did you make clear, huh, Jack?"
"That I'm off the market. I tried to do that kindly."
Her expression softened somewhat. She smiled a little and put the palm of her hand against his cheek. "Well, I guess I can't bitch about that. Your kindness is one of your best features. But tell me something, cowboy. Is she going to keep showing up here?"
"No."
"Good. I don't like competition."
"There isn't any, Melinda. There never was."
"There better not be. Turns out I'm a very selfish woman."
"I broke it off with her before I even held your hand."
She lifted an amused eyebrow. "That was optimistic of you. You could have ended up with no one."
"A chance I was willing to take. The other way, I didn't want to take that kind of chance. It could have seriously messed up what I wanted. And I wanted you.
He smiled at her.
"You're being a pretty good sport about this," he said.
"Hey, I know why she was here. I wouldn't give you up at the point of a gun. Want to take me home? Spend the night?"
"Yeah," he said with a smile. "I always want to."
"Get permission from your bald guy, then. I want you to prove yourself to me tonight. Again." Then she grinned. July came in sunny and warm with a bit of occasional rain. Jack was sitting out on the porch when Rick showed up for work. He came in earlier in the day during summer when there was no school, sometime between breakfast and lunch. It was the peculiar look on his face that caused Jack to say, "Hold up, partner. How you doing?" "Good, Jack," he said.
"Pull up a chair. I haven't wanted to ask, but it's been on my mind. You and Liz?"
"Yeah," Ricky said, leaning against the porch rail rather than sitting. "Must show all over me, huh?"
"Something's showing. Everything okay?"
"Yeah, I guess." He took a breath. "I kept after her to let me know if we were all clear, you know? And when she finally said it was okay, she wasn't pregnant or anything, I told her that I thought maybe we should cool it. It killed her."
"Whoa,"
Jack said. "Rough. I feel like the biggest dog."
"I guess you had your reasons."
"I tried to explain. It's not that I don't like her. A lot. I really like her a lot. I'm not just saying that, and it's not just because of what we did. You know?"
"I get that, yeah,"
Jack said. "Can I tell you something?"
"It's all up to you, bud."
"I really like the girl a lot. I maybe even love her, if that doesn't sound too stupid. But it turns out it's a little too hot for me to handle, and I don't want to screw up my life and her life because of that. That one time, Jack, I did not see that coming. I think it's best for her and me to put some miles between us. Does that make me a wimp?" Jack felt a slow smile spread across his lips.
"Nah, that makes you a person with a brain."
"I feel like a damn dog." "But Jack, that girl, she just does it to me. Holy God. I get close to that girl and I have no brain at all." Jack sat forward in his chair, leaning toward Rick.
"There will be times when too hot to handle will work right into your plans, Rick. But you won't be 16 anymore. You need to be smart. Sounds like you're being smart. I'm sorry you and the girl are having a hard time with this."
"I hope you're right about this, because I feel like shit. Plus, I miss her like mad. And not just that, I miss her."
"Ricky, buddy, you are too young to be a daddy. I'm sorry this hurts, but sometimes you have to do the difficult thing. And she's just too frickin' young to be put in that position. Someone has to be a grown-up. You're doing the right thing. If she's the right girl, it'll keep."
"I don't know," he said, shaking his head sadly.
"Let the girl get a little older, pal. Maybe you can check back with her later."
"Or maybe not, Jack. I think I hurt her real bad. I might not get another shot."
Do yourself a favor. Don't keep going back to the scene of the crime. It'll just buy you trouble."
Mel began to glow in the brightness of summer. She had a patient in her last trimester with a first baby, and first babies were so much fun. This couple, unlike Polly and Daryl, unlike the sad and anonymous couple in the woods, had been trying for a baby for quite a while. So they were filled with anxiety and excitement. Anne and Jeremy Givens were in their late 20s and had been married 8 years. Jeremy's dad owned a large orchard, and Jeremy and Anne lived on the land with the extended family. The baby would come before the apple crop. Jack and Mel had solidified a couple's friendship with June and Jim and John and Susan. They spent more time in Grace Valley, and the other couples came to Virgin River twice, once to Mel's little cabin for dinner, once to Jack's bar. On the last visit, Susan announced that she wouldn't be leaving town again, unless she could use the twisting, bumpy 30-minute drive to start labor. She was about to pop. Jack invited Jim, Elmer Hudson, and a friend of Elmer's, Judge Forrest, to fish with him and Preacher in the Virgin, and their catch was good. It made her almost as happy that the men were friends as it did that she had these women friends in her life. Given the time she was spending with her girlfriends, Mel had opened up a little, but just a little. She admitted she was in a relationship with Jack and that he was the best thing that had happened to her in Virgin River. "It looks like you were made for each other," Susan said. "Kind of like June and Jim, barely acquainted and like old soulmates." To Joey, she reported, "I never sleep by myself anymore. It feels more natural to have him near. And Joey, it's so nice not to be alone anymore." She didn't dare tell her sister that after going out to a marijuana grow to deliver a baby, Jack would hardly let her out of his sight. She smiled secretly. There was always a bright spot to everything. "Do you get any sleep?" Joey asked. Mel laughed. "I sleep very well every night. But Joey," she said, shivering, "I've never known anything like this. Every time I look at him, I just want to get undressed." "You deserve it, Mel." "He asked me to do something that has me a little tense. He's going to Sacramento for his youngest sister's birthday, a gathering of the whole family. And he wants me to go." "Why would that make you tense? You sprung me on him and it went very well. He's crazy about me," she added with a laugh. "I'm not worried that they won't like me. I'm worried they might make more of this than there is." "Ah," Joey said. Holding back a little. "Not on purpose," she answered. "For some reason, I just can't stop feeling that I'm married to someone else." "Oh, Mel, go. That other guy, the one you still feel married to, he's not going to get in the way of this. In fact, if he's watching, he's probably glad you have someone special to warm up your nights." "If he's watching," she said, "I'm blushing." Jack convinced her. All the way to Sacramento, she was nervous as a cat. "I just don't want your family to think we're in a serious relationship." "Aren't we?" he asked her. "Aren't you?" "You know there's no one else in my life," she said. "I'm completely monogamous. I just need time, you know?" "Man," he said, laughing, "this figures." "What?" "All those years, I made sure the woman I was seeing at the time knew I couldn't be tied down. There are women out there, Mel, who would think I'm getting just what I deserve right now." "You know what I mean. It's just my issues." "I'm waiting out the issues, and I'm serious about that." "You're very patient with me, Jack, and I appreciate it. I just don't want them to get the wrong idea. And we will sleep in separate bedrooms at your dad's." "No," he said firmly. "I'm over 40 years old. I sleep with you every night. I told my dad that one bedroom would be just fine." She sighed heavily, nervously. "Okay then, but we're not doing it at your dad's." And he laughed at her. It was so much hotter in Sacramento in July than in Virgin River. Hotter even than L.A. in July. Sacramento was located on an inland valley and had no ocean breezes to cool the land. Sam Sheridan still lived in the house where he'd raised his 5 children. A spacious ranch-style home in the suburbs with a lush yard, pool, and a big kitchen. When Mel met him, she looked into the eyes of an older version of Jack. A man of the same height and girth, with thick steel-gray hair, a big smile, and a powerful handshake. Jack and Sam embraced like brothers, so happy to be together. The 3 of them had a nice evening with steak cooked on the backyard barbecue and red wine. The men insisted on cleaning up the dishes, so Mel took her glass of wine and wandered around the house a little bit. She found herself in what passed as Sam's study or office or bragging room. There was a desk, a TV, computer, bookshelves, and wall upon wall of pictures and awards. All his daughters in their wedding dresses, all his granddaughters, ranging in age from 5 to 18. But the thing she hadn't given any thought to at all were the pictures she would see of Jack. Pictures she had never seen around Jack's room. A Marine wearing rows of ribbons. Jack and his various squads and platoons. Jack and his parents. Jack and generals. Jack and the guys who came to Virgin River for their Semper Fi reunions. And cases of medals. She didn't know much about military awards, but there was no mistaking 3 Purple Hearts and silver and bronze stars. She reached out and gently ran her fingers over the glass case that held the medals. Sam came up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders.
"He's a hero," he said softly. "Many times over."
She looked over her shoulder at Sam. "You'd never know that from talking to him," she said.
"Oh, I know," he laughed. "He's modest."
"Dad," Jack said, coming into the room drying a wine glass with a dish towel.
"I told you to put all that shit away."
"Ha!" Sam said, just ignoring his son, turning his back on him.
"This one is from Desert Storm," he told Mel. "And this, Bosnia. There were downed fighter pilots. Jack and his unit went into a hot zone and pulled them out. He got shot in Afghanistan, but still managed to get his squad out of danger. And this one, the latest Iraq conflict, he saved 6 men. Dad, your dish is done, son?" he asked without turning around, dismissing Jack. Mel looked up at Sam. "Do you think this bothers him? The memories?" "Oh, I'm sure some of them do. But it never bothered him enough to keep him from going back, time and again. They might have sent him anyway, but every bit of training and fighting, he volunteered. This boy has been awarded medals by many generals and 1 president. He was the Marines' best, and I'm damn proud of him. He won't keep the medals with him. He'd put them in storage or something. I have to keep them here to keep them safe."
"He's not proud of this?" she asked. Sam looked down at Mel.
"Not the medals so much as the men. He was committed to his men, not military awards. You didn't know this about my son?"
"I knew he was in the Marines. I met some of his friends. These guys," she said, pointing at a picture.
"He's a leader of men, Melinda," Sam said.
He glanced over his shoulder and, seeing that his son was gone, said,
"He tends to act embarrassed that he was only a high school graduate, when his sisters, and their husbands for that matter, all hold college degrees and even some postgraduate degrees among them. But I think the man has accomplished more, done more good and saved more lives than many a man or woman with more education. And if you know him, you know he's very intelligent. If he'd gone to college, he'd have excelled there as well. But this was his path."
"He's so gentle," she heard herself say.
"He is that. I've seen him with each one of my granddaughters, handling them like they're nitro and might blow up if he makes a wrong move. But he is not gentle when he's in the fight. This man is not just a Marine. He's a highly decorated hero. His sisters and I stand in awe."
"It must have been hard for you when he was in combat."
"Yes."
He looked at the pictures and medals with a wistful expression on his face.
"You can't imagine how much his mother and I missed him, worried about him. But he did what he was driven to do, and he did it well."
Sam smiled.
"We'd better get back to the kitchen. He gets surly when I brag."
When Mel got up the next morning, Jack was not beside her. She heard him talking with his dad in another room. She heard them laughing, so she showered and dressed before joining them. She found them in the dining room, paperwork spread out all over the table. "Board meeting?" she asked.
"Something like that,"
Sam said.
"So, son, everything look okay to you?"
"Great, as usual." He stuck out his hand and shook his father's.
"Thanks, Dad. Appreciate it."
Sam gathered up the papers, clutched them in a stack atop an accordion file, and left the room.
"My dad was an agent for a brokerage firm before he retired. While I was in the Marines, I'd send him money from time to time. He's been investing for me for 20 years.
"I didn't think a Marine made a lot of money," she said.
"Not really,"
he shrugged.
"But if you're single and you keep re-upping and going to war, there are bonuses, incentives, combat pay, promotions. My buddies, most of them, had those benefits eaten up by housing, braces on kids' teeth, the usual. I always lived cheap and saved. My dad," he said, "he always made that such an issue while I was growing up."
"Smart man," she said, and she wasn't speaking of Sam. Jack grinned.
"You thought I was making a killing on that little Virgin River bar?"
"I figured you didn't need to. With a military retirement and low cost of living."
"Nah. That aside, I'm set," he said. "If the bar burns to the ground, all I have to do is support Preach for the rest of his life. And I'd like to make sure Ricky gets an education. That's about it."
He reached for her hand.
"Otherwise, I have everything I need."
That afternoon, the rest of the family descended on the Sheridan home. 4 sisters and their husbands, 8 nieces. As they came, one family at a time, they flung themselves on Jack. His sisters ran to him, hugging and kissing him. His brothers-in-law embraced him fondly. He picked up each one of his nieces and hugged them like they were his daughters, spun them around, laughed into their pretty faces. Mel wasn't sure what she had expected them to be like. Having seen the family picture in his room and those around the house, she knew they were a good-looking family, good genes. His sisters were very different from each other, but each was svelte, lovely, smart. Donna, the oldest, was very tall, probably 5'10", with short frosted hair. Jeannie was nearly as tall, quite thin and chic. Mary was next tallest, at perhaps 5'5", but so trim and fragile-looking, it was hard to imagine her handling a big commercial jet. Donna and Jeannie each had 3 daughters. Mary had 2. And then there was Bree, the baby, celebrating her 30th birthday. She was the only sister who did not yet have children. She was just about the same size as Mel, with long light brown hair that fell down her back almost to her waist. A little bitty thing who put away hardened criminals for a living. And their men, like Jack and Sam, were big guys. The nieces, each one beautiful. Jack's sisters brought some of Mel's closest friends with them: Ralph Lauren, Lily Pulitzer, Michael Kors, and Coach. Each one of them had a strong sense of style, but what was more obvious than their collective taste in fashion was their warmth and humor. They all met Mel with delight, eschewing the offered handshake and immediately embracing her. It was a very physical, affectionate family. Every time Mel stole a look at Jack, he had his arms around a sister or niece, frequently dropping kisses on their heads or cheeks. Just as frequently, he would seek out Mel and put a possessive arm about her shoulders or waist. And to her surprise, so would Sam, as though they'd been close for years. All Bree had wanted for her birthday was to have the family together and her brother home. "He's not so very far away," Mel said. "Don't you get to see him often?" "Not nearly often enough," Bree said. "Jack has been essentially gone for 23 years, since he was 17. It was a loud day, filled with laughter and good food. Sam took care of the meat, while the sisters brought delicious side dishes. After dinner, the kids took off to watch DVDs on the big screen, or jump in the backyard pool, or play video games on Grandpa's computer. It was just the adults sitting around the patio tables, and they told stories about Jack that almost made him blush. "Remember, Dad, when you were giving away Jack's bed and we were going to surprise him with a new, bigger one because he'd gotten so tall? So heavy?" Immediate laughter from everyone. Mel was the only one not intimate with the story. A friend of the family wanted the bed for one of his younger kids. He was a respected member of the PTA. "Aw, you act like he was the frickin' preacher or something," Jack protested. "And when they pulled off the mattress, Jack's private library was exposed for all eyes to see," Donna said, and everyone howled. "I've been raising girls," Sam said. "I completely forgot what boys were doing when they were supposed to be doing homework. At least it was good, solid, decent girly magazines and not pictures of women in bras from Sears catalog," Jack said in his defense. "Fine, upstanding, naked women." "Hear, hear," the brothers-in-law intoned. "You know," Mel said, "I've noticed there's only one bathroom besides the master bath in this house." Immediate noise erupted. Shouts, laughter, whistles, jeering. "We used to have the biggest fights over the bathroom," one of the women said. "I wasn't in that," Jack insisted. "You were the worst," it was accused. "Plus, when he got the bathroom, he'd stay in there for hours. He wouldn't give it up until all the hot water was gone. Mom had to give him a timer for his shower so the rest of us could get clean too. Of course, he just ignored it, and Mom would say, 'Now, I know Jack's trying,' because Jack was her little precious. I started showering at night. It was the only way," Donna said. "Speaking of nights, do you know what he used to do to us at night? Mary and I had the same bedroom, and it was crammed to the ceiling with our stuff. Jack and one of his friends used to sneak in when we were asleep and tie strings to our fingers and toes and connect the strings to stuff around the room. So when we turned over in our sleep, everything came crashing down around us." "That's nothing," Jeannie said. "I used to come home from school and find all my stuffed animals with nooses around their necks hanging from my bed canopy." "They act like they never did anything to me," Jack said. "Do you remember the time we were all in the family room, all 5 of us, and Mom came into the room with a bunch of condoms in her hand and said, 'Guess what I found floating in the washer? Jack, I imagine these must belong to you.'" Wild laughter erupted, and Jack got all stirred up. "Yeah, but they weren't mine, were they? Because mine were right where I'd left them." "I suspect Donna." "I was a feminist," Donna declared. "Mom would never have believed it. Donna was her pride and joy." "Donna was screwing around." "I can't take these stories," Sam said, standing up and going for a beer, making them all laugh. "It's okay, Dad," Donna yelled. "I don't need birth control anymore." When it was time to clean up and the sun had set, the men went off somewhere, and 3 of the sisters insisted that the birthday girl and the guest relax while they did the work. Mel was left with Bree. They sat at the patio table by candlelight. "My brother has never brought a woman home before," Bree said. "After watching him with his family, all these females, it's so hard to imagine. He's completely comfortable with women. He should have been married years ago. He should have a big family of his own," Mel said. "It just never happened," Bree put in. "I blame it on the Marines. When I first met him, I asked him if he'd ever been married, and he said, 'I was married to the Marines, and she was a real bitch.'" Bree laughed. "Have you visited him in Virgin River?" Mel asked. "Not en masse," she said. "But we've all gotten up there at one time or another. The guys like to fish with Jack and Preacher. Dad will go up there for as long as a couple of weeks at a time. He loves that little bar of Jack's." "Jack seems to have found his niche, his happy place," Mel said. "I've only been there a little over 4 months, and my adjustment hasn't been that easy. I'm used to big city medicine where you can get anything you want and fast. This is a whole new game. And I had to drive for 2 hours to get a decent haircut and frost job." "What made you choose Virgin River?" Bree asked her. The flip side of big city medicine. I'd had it with the chaos and crime. As I told Jack, I left the ER not just because I felt drawn to midwifery, but I thought I could get away from having half my patients brought in by the police. And guess what? The first woman I ever delivered had multiple felony warrants and was being arrested when she went into labor. She was handcuffed to the bed when I examined her prior to delivery. She chuckled. I was looking for something smaller and simpler. She laughed. I got smaller, but simpler? Little towns like Virgin River have their own challenges. Like how about loading a critical patient in the back of a pickup truck and speeding down the mountain, hanging on for dear life, trying to get her to the hospital before she goes into cardiac arrest? Man, did I ever lust after that big, chaotic emergency room that day. And there's always the adventure of having your services requested by a big, gun-toting drug farmer in the middle of the night. If you tell Jack that version of the story, there's going to be a scene. Bree laughed. He doesn't know? Not some of the details. He was very pissed that I went alone to an unknown location with a man who was basically a stranger. Holy smoke! Yeah, well, it's a good thing I did. There were complications with the delivery. But I don't think that will cheer up Jack too much. She shrugged. Jack's protective. Of everyone. Have you found your niche? Bree asked. I kind of crave a trip to Nordstrom's, Mel said. I wouldn't mind a facial and leg wax either. On the other hand, I didn't realize I could get by on so little, so simply. There's something about that. It's freeing, in a way. And there's no question, it's beautiful. Sometimes it's so quiet, your ears ring. But when I first got there, I thought I'd really screwed up big. It was so much more rugged and isolated than I expected. The mountain roads terrified me, and Doc and I managed in that clinic with the most rudimentary equipment. The cabin I was promised, rent-free for a year, was horrible. In fact, my first morning there, the porch collapsed and dumped me into a deep, freezing mud puddle. The cabin was so filthy, I was on my way out of town, running for my life, when a medical emergency stopped me, and I reluctantly stayed a few days that turned into a couple of weeks. That turned into a few months, Bree observed. Jack renovated the cabin without being asked while I stayed at Doc's house, Mel said. About the time I was going to make a break for it, he showed it to me. I said I'd give it a few more days. Then my first delivery occurred, and I realized I should give the place a chance. There's something about a successful delivery in a place like Virgin River where there's no backup, no anesthesia, just me and Mom. It's indescribable. Then there's Jack, Bree said. Jack, Mel repeated. I don't know when I've met a kinder, stronger, more generous man. Your brother is wonderful, Bree. He's amazing. Everyone in Virgin River loves him. My brother is in love with you, Bree said. Mel shouldn't have been shocked. Although he hadn't said the words, she already knew it. Felt it. At first, she thought he was just a remarkable lover. But soon, she realized that he couldn't touch her that way without an emotional investment, as well as a physical one. He gave her everything he had, and not just in the bedroom. It was in her mind to tell Bree, I'm a recent widow. I need time to digest this. I don't feel free yet, free to accept another man's love. Her cheeks grew warm, and she said nothing. I realize I'm biased, but when a man like Jack loves a woman, it's a great honor. I agree, Mel said quietly. Late in the dark of night, as he held her in his arms in the bed in his father's house, she said, You have the most wonderful family. They love you, too. It was such fun watching you all together. They're ruthless. You don't have a secret left. And she laughed.
I told you, no slack here.
But what fun, to have all that history, all those hysterical stories.
Oh, I listened to you and Joey for a few days. You didn't grow up deprived.
He kissed her neck.
I'm just glad you had fun. I knew you would.
He kissed her neck again, nuzzling closer. Your sisters are all so put together, she said. Very classy, very sharp. I used to dress like that before I moved to a place where you're overdressed in good jeans. You should have seen my closet in L.A. It was huge and bulging. He pulled the t-shirt she wore up and over her head.
I like what you're wearing right now. In fact, I find you overdressed in this thong.
Jack, I thought we decided we're not going to do it in your father's house.
No, you said you weren't going to.
He slipped the thong down.
I'm thinking of going after that G-spot again.
Oh, God, she said, weakening. We shouldn't. You know how we get. He rose above her and grinned into her eyes.
Want me to get a sock for your mouth?
Susan Stone delivered her son in August, a robust 8-pounder. She went to Valley Hospital, had a stunning delivery, and was home in Grace Valley in 48 hours. It was in Mel's mind to give her some time alone with her baby, but both John and June called and urged her to come the next Sunday afternoon. The baby, not yet a week old. Jack would not be left behind. He brought the beer and cigars. Susan was very fit for a woman who had just delivered, but still she stayed on the couch, bassinet nearby, and let her friends fuss over her. In typical country fashion, women brought food so that the new parents wouldn't have to be bothered with cooking. Mel was surprised to see such an air of celebration, an atmosphere of an open house so soon after bringing a baby home. There was another couple present, a very pregnant Juliana Dickinson and her husband Mike. John dropped an arm around Juliana's shoulders and said to Mel,
"This one is legendary. She could never seem to wait for the doctor. June and I finally got to attend one of her births. It was the last baby, and it was sheer luck. She delivers with about 15 minutes' notice. This is number 6. We're going to admit her tomorrow and induce."
"Don't let the baby hear you say that," Juliana said. "You know what always happens."
"Maybe we should go over there right now."
"Maybe you should strap yourself to me and keep one hand on my stomach." The women gathered in the living room around Susan with cups of coffee and cake. John plucked the baby out of his bassinet to show him off. As Jim already had baby Jamie in his arms, John offered the baby to Jack, and he willingly, happily took him into his arms. He cooed at the little bundle. Mel's eyes warmed as she watched him.
"You're pretty good at that for a bachelor," John said appreciatively. "Nieces," he said.
8 of them, Mel added. Jack jiggled and the baby sent up a loud wail.
"I guess you're not that good," John said.
"Jack did fine. He's hungry," Susan said, reaching for the baby.
"Okay, there's going to be breastfeeding," John said. "We should find something to do."
Jack pulled cigars out of his breast pocket, and immediately a very grateful hum of approval sounded. Jim handed Jamie off to June and left the women and babies in the house to go outside and indulge. "They're going to stink," Juliana said. "To high heaven," June agreed. "At least they're out of our hair." Susan settled the newborn onto her breast, and Mel watched with longing. "Mel," she said, "how'd it go in Sacramento, with Jack's family?" "Oh, they're fantastic," she said, coming back to herself again. 4 sisters who tell every secret he'd ever dream of keeping, and 8 nieces, all beautiful, all in love with their Uncle Jack. It was delightful. "So, Susan, how was your labor? Back labor like you predicted?" "Epidural," she said with a grin. "Piece of cake." "I've never had time for one of those," Juliana said, somewhat wistfully, smoothing a hand over her round tummy. You and Juliana are awful close to the same due date, Mel observed. They all laughed. I might have neglected to mention the big fight John and I had before this little conception. It happened at a night of cards with Juliana and Mike. We were both so furious with our husbands. They had both been banished. Apparently, we let them both into bed about the same time. More laughter. Juliana rubbed her swollen tummy. I meant to stop doing this. What in the world happened? Mel wanted to know. Long story short, they had a couple of beers and started in on working women. I wanted to work alongside John and June in the clinic, but John wanted me to stay home, mind my own business and clean house, and make sure he had one of those solid country meals in front of him when he got home. Now, I come from the part of the world where a salad with some chicken strips is a dining delight. Mike, on the other hand, thought it was wonderful that I didn't work. With 5 kids and a farmhouse to run, Juliana said. Oh, brother, Mel said. They were made to suffer very appropriately, June put in. No conversation, no sex. Perfect discipline for idiots. How'd it turn out? Mel asked. Well, when I'm not 9 months pregnant or postpartum in nursing, I run the clinic. And very well at that. But a side effect was, well, as you can plainly see, we had been knocked up. You might not want to drink the water around here, Susan advised. No kidding, said June, propping Jamie on her shoulder. I drank the water, Mel almost said. Nursing done, Susan passed the baby to Mel. She smiled gratefully and took the little guy. His rosy round face was contented in sleep. Little baby noises escaped him. The women talked about their labors, about their men, and they brought Mel into the conversation very well with questions about her midwifery experiences. June went to the kitchen for the coffee pot and refilled them all while Mel happily cuddled with the newborn. Her breasts actually ached as she held him. Hormones are amazing, she found herself thinking. On the way back to Virgin River, Jack said, Your friends throw a nice little party. Don't they? She replied, reaching across the truck's front seat to hold his hand. All these babies, Jack said. Everywhere you look. Everywhere. He pulled up in front of her cabin. I'll shower off the cigars, he said. Thanks, she answered. It actually makes me a little nauseous. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't realize. No big deal. But I'll be glad to loan you the shower. And meet you in the bed. I'm suddenly exhausted. Mel was just pulling up to the clinic in the morning when beside her an old pickup was pulling into the next parking spot. She recognized the man at once. Calvin. She hadn't seen him since that first time when she treated his facial wounds. He jumped out of the truck as she got out of the Hummer. His hands were plunged into his pockets, and he seemed to nearly vibrate with the jitters. She suddenly realized something. The man who took her to deliver his baby in the backwoods, also a grower, didn't seem to be on anything. This guy was wired, high. She'd never have gotten in a truck in the middle of the night with Calvin, baby or no baby. She further realized that without a plan of any kind, she could get hurt if she refused such a request from Calvin. He was pretty scary and clearly unstable. Before she could even address him, he said, I need something. Back pain. What do you need? She asked calmly, very practiced in handling his type back in the city. Pain medication. I need something for the pain. Fentanyl, maybe. Oxycontin. Morphine. Something. Did you hurt your back? She asked, trying to avoid his eyes as she proceeded to Doc's front porch. He was jerking and tweaking, and upright rather than sitting on a low stool. She became aware of his size. He was almost 6 feet and broad-shouldered. It was clear he'd gotten his hands on something not depressive. maybe methamphetamine, as Doc had earlier suspected. He wanted a narcotic to bring him down. The pot from his garden must not be doing it for him.
Fell off a ledge out there. Might have broken it. It'll be okay, but I need a little medicine.
Fine. You'll have to see Doc, she said. His feet moved nervously. He pulled a hand out of his pocket and grabbed at her sleeve, and she jerked out of his reach. Jack, coming from her cabin, arrived behind her and was just pulling into town as Calvin made that move, and for a split second, she almost felt sorry for him. Jack accelerated, screeched to a stop within inches of Doc's porch, and was out of the truck in 1 second.
"Get away from her!"
he shouted. The guy backed away, but just a little bit. He looked at Mel.
"I just need something for the pain in my back," he said.
Jack reached into his truck and had his hand on his rifle. The look in his eyes was frightening. "I'm okay," she said to Jack. Then to the twitchy young man, "I don't prescribe the kind of drugs you're looking for. We leave that to the doctor, and he'll want an X-ray undoubtedly." The guy stared at her, then grinned stupidly.
"You ain't got no X-ray."
"There's one at Valley Hospital," she said. Jack pulled the rifle off the rack and held it at his side for a moment. Then he kicked the truck door closed and came up onto the porch to stand beside Mel. He put an arm around Mel and pulled her against him.
"Want to see the doctor?"
he asked Calvin, rifle in hand.
"Hey, man,"
he laughed nervously.
"What's your deal, man?"
He backed away with his hands up, palms facing Jack.
"Take it easy. I'll go to the valley," he said.
He jumped off the porch, not bothering with the steps. Must be some back pain, she thought. He got in the old pickup, started it, put it in gear, and drove away. But he didn't go toward the valley. He went toward the woods.
"You know him?"
Jack asked. "He was at that camp Doc and I went to a few months ago. When you watched the baby for us? You remember."
"Paulus's?"
"Uh-huh." "Did you have to do that?" Mel asked. He really hadn't done anything threatening. Jack glared after the departing truck.
"Yeah," he said. "I had to. He's wrong. He's just wrong."
Chapter 14. Every August before school started, the Andersons played host to a huge late-summer picnic at their ranch. Everyone they knew in Virgin River, and even some folks from surrounding towns, showed up. Buck had a huge canvas tent he erected in the pasture outside the corral. Barbecues were set up, people provided tables and chairs. The Bristols brought their miniature horses and set up pony rides. Jack always donated a couple of kegs, while Preacher whipped up some of his best potato salad in a tub so big it looked as if it would feed a third-world nation. There were barrels of lemonade and iced tea, ice chests full of sodas, and, in the afternoon, homemade ice cream makers were brought out of trucks and SUVs, and the hand-cranking began. The barn floor was swept clean, and a small band was set up for country dancing. There were children everywhere, running from one end of the ranch to the other, from corral to hayloft. Mel had looked forward to this picnic as a chance to hold Chloe for a while, and also to do something she hadn't done before: meet the rest of the Anderson family. She had a passing acquaintance with 2 of the 3 sons who worked the ranch with Buck, and one of the daughters had come to Doc's for a prenatal exam. But otherwise, they were strangers to her. But not strangers for very long. Each one of them, the sons, the daughters, their spouses, and children, greeted her as the person who had given them Chloe. The baby was passed around from Anderson to Anderson, cuddled, swept up in the air, kissed, tickled. Even the little ones, Lily and Buck's 7 grandchildren, ran to Chloe to snuggle her as if she were their newest sweet puppy. Buck was pretty busy around the barn and barbecues, but from time to time he was near the picnic tables or food tables, and she would catch a glimpse of him holding Chloe comfortably on his hip. The Andersons were wonderful, homespun, authentic people, with nothing but tons of love in their hearts. Just like Lily, sweet, nurturing, and tender. The sun was beginning to lower in the late afternoon sky when Jack found Mel sitting on the porch swing with the baby, giving her a bottle. He sat beside her and played idly with Chloe's dark curls. "She seems to be doing well here," he said. "She should," Mel said. "She's home." And it gave her deep satisfaction to know that this was true in all ways. "I'd like to spin you around the barn a little bit," he said, leaning over the baby's head to give her a kiss. "Another surprise. You dance?" "I think that might be overly optimistic," he said. "I do something. I'll try not to hurt you." Lily came out of the house, wiping her hands on her apron. "Here, Mel, let me take her off your hands. I'll put her to bed." Mel stood with the baby in her arms and walked into the house, Lily right behind her. She turned and placed the baby in Lily's arms. Then she leaned toward Lily and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "You have a wonderful family," Mel said. "I think you'll find just the right time to tell them." Mel made an appointment at the Grace Valley Clinic. She was surprised to learn that both doctors were available, so she requested the OB. "Prenatal consult," she said. "We'll go ahead and put your patient with Dr. Stone," the receptionist said, and Mel did not correct her. After all, she'd been there before with a couple of pregnant women for ultrasounds, and they knew her as the midwife upriver. After seeing a few patients, Mel headed for Grace Valley in the afternoon. It had only been a short time since the gathering at the Stones' house, and she could no longer deny the truth. She was pregnant. She already knew it. They had plenty of pregnancy tests on hand at Doc's, and she'd used one. Then another one. And another. Half of her hoped it was wrong. The other half was afraid it was. When she got to the clinic, June was hanging around the reception desk. "Hey there." She leaned as if looking around Mel. "I thought you were bringing in a prenatal consult." "Yeah," Mel said. "Me." June's eyes grew momentarily round, surprised. "It must be the water," Mel said with a shrug. "Come on back. You're with John, and, as you know, our nurse is on maternity leave. Want me to stand in or keep out of your business?" Mel felt a shudder of nervous emotion. "Please come with me. I think I need to explain a few things," she said. "Oh, boy," June said, draping an arm around her shoulders. "Sounds like it might be a little complicated." "Not a little," Mel answered. John came out of the back and said, "Hey, Melinda, you bring me a prenatal consult?" Before she could answer, June inclined her head toward Mel. "Oh," John said. "Well, first things first. June, set her up in there. Let's get the facts." "Okay," Mel said, suddenly meek and nervous. "But I already know." "Don't try and make my job so easy," he said with a laugh. "There's no challenge in that." Mel went into the exam room where she found a gown and sheet. She undressed and sat up on the table, waiting. How was she supposed to feel about this? She'd been desperate for a baby, and now she was having one. Why did it feel so damn confusing? As though something had gone wrong when, in reality, it had finally gone right. But this wasn't what she had planned. And she knew it wasn't what Jack had planned. He'd offered to take care of their birth control needs. Oh, brother, was he going to be surprised? John came in, June on his heels. "How are you feeling, Mel?" Besides terribly confused, a little nauseous in the morning. "Damnest thing, isn't it? But you're keeping food down." "Yep." June set up the instruments and pap slide while John got her blood pressure. "Want to talk first or second?" he asked her. "Second."
Okay. June, can you fire up the ultrasound? Thanks. Mel, lie back and slide down for me, okay? He guided her feet into the stirrups and kept hands on her legs in case she slid too far and accidentally fell. When her position was solid, he took his place on his stool and snapped on the rubber gloves. He inserted the speculum. You know how far along?
3 months, she said, her voice quieter than usual. Approximately.
Congratulations, he said. Beside her, the ultrasound bleeped as it warmed up. He pulled out the speculum after the pap slide was complete and gently palpated the uterus, measuring for size. You're almost as good at this as I am, Mel, he said. You have reached the right approximate diagnosis. Good. Everything's good. He pulled the wand from the ultrasound. Because this was an early pregnancy, he would do an internal probe for a better reading, as opposed to running the probe over her still flat belly. Turn your head, Mel, he said. Beautiful, he added. She looked at the monitor. Tears slid out of her eyes and into the hair at her temples. There it was, a small mass, limbs just visible to the practiced eye, moving around inside of her. They watched the new life for a little while, and she gave a hiccup of emotion, moving a trembling hand to cover her mouth. Just about 12 weeks, John said. Out of the miscarriage woods. We'll print you out a picture, though the view is going to be lots better in another few weeks. He removed the probe and helped her to sit up. June leaned a hip on the counter, and John returned to his stool. You're in perfect health, her doctor said. June handed Mel a tissue. I've been there, Mel, June said. Believe me. Finally, John said, What's the matter, Mel? How can we help? She blotted her eyes. I'm sorry to do this to you, but it's just so complicated. John reached out to her and gave her knee a squeeze. It probably isn't as complicated as you think. Oh, wait, she said with a weak, embarrassed laugh. How about I start by telling you I'm hopelessly infertile? He gave a little laugh. Let's see. You have a uterus, ovaries, fallopian tubes, and I've heard this business of not being able to get pregnant from pregnant women before. And I went through 3 years of infertility treatment, including surgery, without success. We even had one very expensive, very failed attempt at in vitro. Well, that puts an interesting spin on things. Maybe you should back up a little. You don't have to talk to us, Mel. It's up to you. No, I want to. I need advice. I'm a mess. See, before moving up here from L.A., I was married. My husband was a doctor. We often worked together. We tried desperately to have a baby. He was killed when he happened into a robbery in progress. That was 1 year and 3 months ago. Almost exactly. I came up here looking for a simpler life, a safer life. I just wanted to start over. John shrugged. Kinda looks like you found what you were looking for. She laughed. Virgin River isn't all that simple. But yes, in some important ways, I found what I was looking for. She agreed. Of course, this wasn't planned. I didn't think it was possible for me to get pregnant. Is the problem Jack? June asked. Yes, but he doesn't know it. He's so wonderful, but he knew from the beginning that I wasn't quite over my husband. I adore Jack. You can't imagine. But I still haven't gotten to that point where I feel free to move on to... She took a breath. To another man. They gave her a moment and another tissue. This is supposed to be my baby with my husband. The one we tried so hard to have. She blew her nose. June stepped forward and took her hand. It seems apparent that Jack loves you, and that he's a good man. Good with children, John put in. Whether you plan to or not, June said with a shrug.
it appears you have moved on, at least in some ways.
The last time I gave my heart and soul to a man, he died,
she said with a sniffle. Then she lowered her head and a couple of tears fell on the hands folded in her lap.
I don't think I could survive something like that again.
June stepped forward and took her into her arms, and John was quick to join her. They comforted her for a minute. Then John gave her shoulders a squeeze and said, Mel, I like Jack's chances. 5 wars couldn't kill him. 5 wars? June asked. John shrugged. You didn't know that? I knew he was in the Marines. Men actually do talk, John said. That husband of mine, she groused. He's so badly trained. I'm so confused, Mel said. I don't really know what to do. Nah, that's not true. It's a done deal, Mel, John said. Now you just have to be a little kind to yourself and work through it. You wanted a baby real bad, and you're having one. Jack? He doesn't know? No. He knows I'm widowed. He's the only one who knows in Virgin River. But he doesn't know how hard I tried for a baby. He's been so supportive of me in my grieving moments. He hasn't said a word to anyone, because I asked him not to. It's easier, you know, when people don't look at you that way, like you might be in constant pain. But, she said, he also offered to take care of our birth control concerns, and of course I told him I had it covered. I was absolutely sure I couldn't get pregnant. God, I'd never do this to a man. He's a good man, Jack. He's gonna understand. He's going to think I tricked him, isn't he? I mean, he's 40. Yeah, a lot of that going around, too, June said. I remember dealing with some of these same issues when I found out I was pregnant. Jim was over 40 when I broke it to him that he was going to be a father. I was afraid he'd bolt. I had surgery to remove endometriosis, had my tubes blown out, took hormones, took my temperature every day for 2 years. She hiccuped. We tried everything. Mark wanted a baby as badly as I did. I'm telling you, I'm completely sterile. Well, they both said. It's the funniest thing, John said. Nature suffers to fill a void. I can't believe how many miraculous pregnancies I've seen. What if Jack is furious? Who would blame him? I mean, he hasn't even been in a serious relationship, and here I come, bouncing into town, telling him I have the birth control issue covered. What if he just says, no thank you? Something tells me he's not going to say that, John said. But there's only one way to find out. And, at 3 months, I'd recommend you not wait much longer. I'm afraid, she said quietly. Of Jack? June asked, shocked. Jesus, of everything! I'm not even sure I should be here. From the beginning, I thought it was a mistake, making such a big change. I'm a city girl. You'd never know it, June said. You seem to fit in just fine. Some days, I think this place was just what I needed. Other days, I ask myself what I'm doing here. Not only that, do you know how scary it is to think of being committed again and opening myself up to the pain that follows when something goes terribly, terribly wrong? I'm afraid to move on, even though you're right. I already have. I still cry sometimes over my dead husband. How can I ask another man to put up with that? She drew in a jagged breath. At the very least, we should have been able to plan for a possible baby before... June held her hand. Hardly any of us manages to work things out that neatly, she said. June lifted Mel's chin with a finger and looked into her eyes. I think you should try to remember 2 things. You have a baby inside you now, a baby you longed for, and a good man back in Virgin River. Go with it, Mel. You'll know what to do. Mel knew John and June were right. It was important to face this head-on and tell Jack as soon as possible. Let him have time to react, respond. When she got back to Virgin River, she intended to go straight to the bar. But there, in front of Doc's, was a car she recognized. Anne and Jeremy Givens. It was her time. When she got inside, she found the Givenses with Doc, waiting in the kitchen with a cup of tea. "So this is it?" Mel asked. "I think so," Anne said. "I've been in labor all day, and now I'm having contractions less than 5 minutes apart, and some spotting. That's when you said to call, right?" "That's what we decided. Would you like to come upstairs, settle in, and let me check you?" "I'm scared," Anne said. I didn't think I would be." "Darling, there is nothing in the world to be afraid of. You're going to sail through this. Jeremy, why don't you let me get Anne comfortable, and then you can come upstairs." "But I want to be there for everything," he said. Mel laughed in amusement. "She's just going to get undressed, Jeremy. I bet you've been there for that about 1,000,000 times. She took Anne's suitcase and her arm. "Come on, sweetheart, let's go have a baby." Once settled in, Anne proved to be only 4 centimeters dilated. Back at the hospital in L.A., they would call that the price of admission. Anything less than 4 centimeters and you were sent home to labor a little longer. Mel observed a couple of contractions, and they were coming strong and long. That business about sailing through was perhaps overly optimistic. Jeremy was at his wife's side as soon as he was invited, and, unlike Daryl, he was completely prepared for the rigors of labor. This couple actually had had some birthing training. Mel told Jeremy to walk his wife up and down the upstairs hallway and left Anne in his able hands to go downstairs to use the phone to call Jack. "Hi," she said. "I have a delivery, so I'm not coming to the bar." "You think it'll be long?" he asked. "There's no telling. She hasn't progressed very far yet." "Can I bring you anything? Something to eat?" "No, Jack, not for me. Doc can walk across the street if he wants to. But listen, my instinct tells me maybe he shouldn't have a whiskey tonight." "Don't worry about Doc. His instincts are pretty good, too. Mel, my door will be unlocked." "Thank you," she said. "If we finish up before morning, I'll sneak into your room. Would that be all right?" He laughed his low, sexy laugh. "It's always all right, Melinda. I might not be able to sleep for hoping." "I'll hope too, but for Anne's sake, not yours or mine." Anne's blood pressure was stable and her labor was difficult. 3 hours later, in spite of walking, squatting, and laboring, she was still only at 4 centimeters. At midnight, she was at a possible 5. Doc suggested a pitocin drip and breaking her water, which Mel had just been considering. Her contractions were coming every 2 minutes. Near midnight, Mel checked her and with great relief found that she had progressed to 8 centimeters. But then, just 30 minutes later, she was back at 5. Mel had been down this road before. The cervix had swollen and appeared as though it was shrinking. That indicated they might not be able to have a vaginal birth. She examined Anne during a contraction when her cervix widened and literally tried to hold her cervix open to the great discomfort of the patient. But it just wasn't working. Anne was wet with sweat and growing more exhausted by the minute. It was 3:30 in the morning when Mel made the call to John Stone. "God, I'm sorry to do this to you," she said. "I have a delivery that might be going south. I've got a patient who's been laboring for hours, stuck at 5. Her cervix advanced to 8 and swelled back to 5. She's not progressing. We could ride this out, but Mother is wilting, and I have no indication that... I think it's very possible the baby's not going to fit. I suspect I'm going to need a cesarean." "Did you pit her?" "Yeah, pitocin running, and I broke her water." "Okay, stop the pit, turn her on her left side. How long has she been laboring? Stuck at 4 or 5? 10 hours with me. She labored at home for about 8. Have you tried stretching the cervix?" "Unsuccessfully," she said. "Our ultrasound at your clinic showed a competent pelvis and average-sized baby." "Things change," he said. "Any fetal distress?" "Not yet. The Doptone shows a strong, regular, even heart rate, but Mother's pressure is up a bit. You could ride this out a while, but if she's exhausted, I vote for not waiting. I'll meet you at Valley. Can you make the drive, or do you need a helicopter transport? We've got some real good shocks on that Hummer, she said. Either way, she's an hour or more from the hospital. I'll wake Jack, get his help. Mel checked Anne once more. She had finally made 6 centimeters, but she was weakening. Anne's heart rate was increasing, and the baby's had dropped just slightly. Jeremy was growing nervous and pale despite the number of times Mel reassured him that this wasn't unusual. It was starting to look like even if the baby was going to fit, Anne might not have the energy to push him out. It was 4 a.m. when Mel called Jack. He didn't sound as though he'd been asleep. Jack, I'm going to have to transport my patient to Valley Hospital for a cesarean. John's going to meet us there. I could use some help.
Be right there, he said.
I'll try to get her downstairs, and then if you'll...
No, Mel, Jack said. Leave her where she is. I'll get her downstairs. I wouldn't want both of you to fall.
Okay, sure. Thanks. Then she went back to her patient. Although Doc was standing by, this was Mel's case, and a decision like this was entirely hers. Anne, she said, gently brushing the hair away from her soaking brow, we're going to transport you to Valley Hospital for a C-section.
No, she cried. I want to have the baby normally.
Nothing abnormal about a C-section, she said. It's a good operation, and it keeps you and the baby out of distress. Fortunately, we have the time so you're not at major risk, but with the distance to the hospital, we shouldn't wait until you are. It's going to be fine, Anne.
Oh, God,
she cried. Then she was gripped by another hard contraction, and fear gave way to pain. Her husband tried the breathing with her, but after all these hours of hard labor, it was futile. She had very little space between contractions and some residual pain that made it feel, to her, as if her contractions were continual, back to back. Mel had had tough deliveries before, but it was different in the hospital, when you could just wheel your patient down the hall to surgery and let the surgeons and anesthesiologists take over. In a hospital, she would give the mother every chance to make it through, if she wanted to try. It was different for her here. When the hospital was so far away, staffed and equipped for only routine procedures and surgeries, she couldn't help but feel very disappointed for Anne, who had so looked forward to a natural childbirth with her husband. Anne, it's just one of those things. Sometimes a C-section is the best answer, Mel said. You're not going to have this baby here, but we want you to have as many healthy births as you desire.
Of course you're right, she answered breathlessly.
Mel heard the front door open, Jack's feet on the stairs, and then his voice outside the door.
Mel?
She pushed the door open.
Let me take her down for you. I'll drive you to the hospital in the Hummer.
Thanks. Come in. Just let her get through this next contraction. Jack stepped into the room and nodded at Jeremy.
How you doing, man? He asked. I'm going to carry your wife downstairs for you. You look pretty exhausted. You and Mel can ride in the back with her, and I'll drive.
As soon as Anne seemed to relax a bit, Jack bent over the bed and lifted her easily into his arms.
Hang on, kiddo, he said. I'll get you down before the next one hits. How's that?
Mel grabbed her bag and said, Jeremy, please get Anne's suitcase. She followed Jack downstairs, grabbed her coat, and while Jack held Anne, she opened up the back of the Hummer and slid out the gurney. Anne, I want you on your left side, please. Once she was situated, Mel and Jeremy climbed in on either side of her, kneeling, while Jack got behind the wheel and took off in the direction of Valley Hospital. Mel kept the fetoscope handy and blood pressure cuff on Anne's upper arm. She checked her pressure and the fetal heartbeat every few minutes. They were nearly halfway when she reached forward and put a thankful hand on Jack's shoulder. His hand automatically came up to cover hers. You were still awake, she said softly.
In case you needed anything, he answered.
She gently squeezed his shoulder, but what she really wanted to do was throw her arms around him. She so appreciated the way he instinctively supported her in her work. When they got to the hospital, they entered the emergency room, and once inside, Mel handed Jack her coat and said, "You should move the SUV. Jeremy and I will take her up to labor and delivery. John's meeting us. I hate to ask you, but..." "Of course I'll wait. I'll be right here. Don't worry about me." "Am I going to be allowed in?" Jeremy asked while they were in the elevator. "That's going to be up to Dr. Stone," she said. "If it were up to me, I wouldn't have a problem with it." Mel pushed the gurney through the swinging doors and was very happy to see John standing at the sink finishing his scrub. Hands held up, he turned toward her and gave a nod and a smile. "Number 2 is set up, Mel. The anesthesiologist is here." Beside him at the adjoining sink, pumping the faucet pedal with her foot, was a nurse in scrubs, her mask tied around her neck. She looked over at Mel and with a sarcastic twist of her lip said, "Another botched home birth?" Mel's mouth dropped open and her eyes widened as if slapped. John whirled on the nurse, glaring at her. Then John turned back to Mel and said, "Can you scrub in with me, Mel?" "I'm prepared to assist, Dr. Stone," the nurse said from behind him. "Thank you, Juliet, but I'm leaning towards someone more professional. You and I will talk later." And to Mel, "You have less than 15 minutes. "Certainly. Jeremy wants to be there," she said. "Of course. Juliet, find the father some scrubs. Mel, you'll find some in the locker room. Shake a leg." Mel pushed the gurney to operating room number 2 and let the circulating nurse pull Anne into the room. She donned green scrubs in the locker room and joined Jeremy at the sink, saying, "If you scrub in, the doctor might be inclined to let you hold your son when he's born. Just like this," she said, demonstrating the scrubbing technique. "No guarantees on that, so no pouting. And you'll have to stay at Anne's head." "Have you done this before?" he asked her. "Assisted in a C-section?" "Many times," she said. "Mel?" he asked. "It wasn't botched, was it?" "Of course not." What Anne experienced wasn't all that unusual. You were there, Jeremy. You see anything happen that bothered you? I trust you would have said something, or at least asked a question or two. She smiled at him. "You have one stubborn little boy to raise. Fortunately, we have a very good surgeon at our disposal." By the time they entered the operating room, Anne had received her spinal from the anesthesiologist and was much more comfortable. John was ready to begin, and Mel took her place next to him, her instruments lying out on the Mayo stand. "Scalpel," he said. She slapped it into his hand. "Thank you," she said, "for what you did out there." "She's a good nurse, but I never figured her for jealous. I apologize for her. We're ready to retract," he said. He chuckled. "You do a damn fine job, Mel. I'd let you deliver my wife in a second." The ride back to Virgin River wasn't exactly quiet. Jeremy was a literal motor mouth. Jack heard the details of the surgery several times. While Jeremy's wife was in recovery and his son in the nursery, he needed a lift home to fetch his own vehicle so he could go back. He chattered while Jack drove, and Mel's head lolled on the seat beside him. "Exhausted, baby?" he asked her. "I'll be fine after a nap," she said. "Mel assisted Dr. Stone," Jeremy sounded from the back. "He asked her to. It was incredible. The things she knows how to do." Jack glanced over at her and smiled. "You know what's incredible, Jeremy?" Jack said. He reached over and squeezed her thigh. "She never surprises me." It was 9 a.m. before they got back to Virgin River. Mel checked in with Doc. "Mother and baby came through very well. John Stone is a wonderful fast surgeon." "Good call," he said, "for a city girl." And then he treated her to a rare smile. She found there were only 3 people scheduled for morning appointments, and Doc was more than capable. She had asked Jack to give her a call in 5 or 6 hours. She didn't want to sleep all day, or she wouldn't sleep that night. But the labor and delivery had been taxing, and she was spent. Jack helped Preacher serve lunch. Then he went to the river to fish for a couple of hours. He had a lot on his mind. It hadn't escaped him that Mel had been moody lately. He'd seen suspicious evidence of tears. And she wasn't drinking that end-of-the-day beer. She played with it for a little while before pushing it aside and asking for ice water. At about 3 in the afternoon, while Preacher worked on preparing the evening meal, he went out to the cabin. He took off his boots on the front porch and tiptoed into the house. He stripped down to his boxers and slipped into the bed beside her, gently kissing her neck. She stirred slightly, turned her head, and smiled at him. "Now this is a good way to wake up," she murmured, closing her eyes again and snuggling closer to him. He held her for a long while. Then his hands began to move, softly and sweetly. Before even seconds passed, her hands began to move as well, and she pressed herself against him. When she began to strain against him, he got rid of the t-shirt she slept in and the boxers he still wore. He made gentle love to her, careful to keep her comfortable and safe, even as she picked up that eager pace, that frenetic yearning that drove him wild. He knew her body as well as she did herself by now, and he knew exactly what gave her the most pleasure. She settled back to earth slowly. "I thought you were going to call," she said. "Isn't this better?" "You always know what to do," she said. "Not always," he said, holding her close. "Right now, for example, I'm not sure what to do." "Why?" she asked, her eyes still closed, her face buried in his chest. "When are you going to tell me?" She lifted her head. "Tell you?" "About the baby." "But Jack, you know the baby and Mother are—" "The baby inside of you," he said, placing a large hand over her flat tummy. A startled look crossed her features. She pushed him away a little bit. "Did someone say something to you?" she asked. "No one had to say anything. Please tell me I'm not the last to know." "I just saw John yesterday. And how in the world would you know?" "Mel," he said, running the back of one knuckle along her cheek. "Your body's changing. You haven't had a period. For a while, I thought maybe you'd had a hysterectomy or something, because I haven't noticed a period since the first time we made love. But there's a blue box under the bathroom sink. You don't drink your beer, and you get nauseous from time to time, not to mention being more tired than usual." "Lord," she said, "you never think a man will notice. Not things like that." "Well," she sighed. "I went to see John yesterday to confirm what I already suspected. I'm pregnant. 3 months. You're a midwife. How could you not know at 3 weeks? Because I assumed I was sterile, infertile. Mark and I did everything to try to get a baby, even in vitro fertilization. To no avail. This was the last thing I ever expected." "Ah," he said, finally clear on why she might keep it from him. "So here we are," he said. "I'm sorry, Jack. You must think I'm an idiot." He kissed her. "Of course not, Mel. I'm in love with you." She was frozen for a second. "Oh, God," she finally said, plummeted into tears. "Oh, God, Jack." She buried her face in his chest and wept. "Hey, no reason to cry, baby. You a little surprised? No more than me," he laughed. "I never thought this could happen to me. It hit me so hard I damn near fell down. But I love you." She continued to softly cry. "It's okay, honey. It'll be okay." He stroked her hair.
You want to have a baby, obviously.
She lifted her head. I wanted a baby so badly. I ached. But do you? She asked. I mean, you're 40.
I want everything with you. Everything. Besides, I like babies, and I'm wild about pregnant women.
When did you decide you knew for sure? She asked him.
At least a month ago.
He put a hand over her breast.
Sore? Haven't you noticed the changes? Your nipples have darkened.
I was in denial, she said, wiping at her tears. I was so desperate for a baby, but I had accepted that it couldn't happen. I wouldn't have done it this way.
And how would you have done it exactly?
If I thought it even remotely possible I could get pregnant, I would have at least been sure you wanted a family so that we could make a decision like this together, fully informed. So if it happened, it would be okay. I hate that you've had this thrust on you, with no warning.
That wasn't going to happen, not under the circumstances. It never would have occurred to you to try for a baby, convinced it was impossible.
So, maybe it's a good thing it just happened like this. And what if it had gone the other way? What if I told you the thing I wanted most in the world was a baby, asked you to try for one with me?
He pulled her a little closer. I'd have been happy to help out.
Then he smiled into her eyes. I don't know what to say. You just accept everything. You're amazing. I thought you might be very pissed.
Nah. The only thing that disappoints me is that it took me this long to find you.
Even with all my baggage? She asked.
I don't consider this baggage.
He leaned over and kissed her belly.
I consider this the grand prize.
You want it? She asked.
I told you, he said. I want it. It makes me happy.
God, she said in a breath. I was afraid.
Of?
Of you saying, holy shit, I'm 40. What do I want with a baby? He laughed at her.
I didn't say that, did I? Nah, I'm ready. A family sounds good.
Jack, she said. I'm still afraid.
Of?
Of believing in us. My last stab at something like this ended so badly. I thought I'd never get over it. I'm not sure I am yet.
Well, you're just gonna have to take a leap of faith, he said.
I think I can do that, she said. If you're there to catch me.
I'm here, he said. I haven't let you down yet, have I?
She put her hand against his face. No, Jack. You sure haven't.
Jack had seen his brothers-in-law all puffed up with testosterone pride when they'd gotten their wives pregnant, when the babies came. He never pretended to really understand it. He was too busy with his career, with his troops, when it seemed to him a woman getting pregnant was probably the worst career suicide a man could suffer. He didn't get their male egos. He thought his sisters were just getting fat and mean. He got it now. He felt as though his chest might explode. There was a fire in his belly, and it was all he could do to keep from running up a flag. He couldn't wait until he and Mel could make some plans, get married, tell the world they were lifetime partners, and bringing a baby on board. She shooed him out of the cabin, told him to go take care of the dinner crowd while she showered off that long night with a patient. She promised to drive into town to have a Diet Cola at the bar and tell those present that Anne and Jeremy and their baby boy were doing fine. Then later, they'd go back home together. He was almost to town when he turned around to go back. Preacher might get testy, being stuck with the bar and cooking too, but he just had to hold her for a minute more. He tiptoed up the porch steps, took off his boots, and silently opened the door. He expected to hear the shower running, but instead, he heard weeping.
I'm sorry, she was saying through her tears. I'm so sorry. Then she sobbed briefly. I never planned this. Oh, Mark, please understand. He stole a peek into the bedroom and saw Mel sitting on the edge of her bed, talking to the picture of her dead husband. It cut through him like a knife, damn near ripped his heart out. Please understand. This was the last thing I expected, she cried. It's just the way it happened, and it took me by surprise, total surprise. I promise, I'll never forget you. He cleared his throat and she jumped. She looked at him, tears running down her cheeks. Jack, she gasped. He held up a hand. I'll go, he said. You can work this out with Mark. I'll see you later. He turned to leave and she ran after him, tugging on his shirt. Jack, please. It's okay, Mel, he said, profound sadness showing in his eyes. He forced a smile. It's not as if I didn't know what I was up against. No, you don't understand. Sure I do, he said, tenderly touching her cheek. Take your time. I'm not going anywhere, except back to the bar. I think I need a drink. Jack walked out of the cabin, collected his boots on her porch, and got back into his truck. So, he thought, probably the best day of my life turned to total shit. She's still back there with him. She can love you like she's yours, but she's not. Not yet. Hadn't he always known this was the risk he was taking, as long as he loved her? That she might not be able to let go of him? Ever? What the hell, he told himself. She might never really belong to me. Good thing he can't come back from the grave and snatch her away. But that baby is mine, and I want it. I want her. Whatever she has to spare. Chapter 15. Mel showered, put on clean clothes, and prepared to go to the bar to take her medicine. She felt terrible. Her heart ached when she thought of the look in Jack's eyes. He never should have witnessed that performance. It must have shattered him. She could only hope he would forgive her. She brought a change of clothes and her makeup for work the next day. If Jack didn't want to come back to her cabin with her, she would force her company on him. They had to get beyond this. This was her fault. It wasn't just the two of them anymore. He wanted this baby. He wanted her and the baby. She was going to find a way to make this right. There were only about a dozen customers in the bar when she got there. The Bristols and Carpenters sitting at a table for 4, Hope and Doc at the bar, a couple of men playing cribbage with a pitcher of beer, and a young family. Jack stood behind the bar and lifted his chin slightly in greeting as she entered. It was a very subdued gesture. There was going to be penance to pay. She stopped and chatted briefly with the Bristols and Carpenters, filling them in on the Gibbons baby, before going to the bar. She got onto the stool next to Doc. "Did you get any rest today?" she asked him.
"I don't sleep in daylight,"
he grumbled. He popped in an acid, and Jack put a whiskey in front of him. "Long night?" Hope asked her. "Long night for the Gibbonses," she said. "But they're going to be fine."
"Good work, Mel," she said. "I knew I was smart to get you up here."
She stubbed out her cigarette and left, chatting her way out the door. Without being asked, Jack put a cola in front of her. She mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." His lips curved just slightly, hurt in his eyes, but he leaned toward her and placed a gentle kiss on her brow. Ow, she thought. This is bad. And it just got worse. They had only the most superficial conversation while Mel picked at her dinner. But determined, she waited out the emptying of the bar. It was 8 o'clock by the time Preacher was sweeping the floor and Jack was putting up clean glasses. "Are we going to talk about it?" she quietly asked Jack.
"How about we let it go and move forward?" he said.
"Jack," she whispered so that Preacher wouldn't hear her, "I love you."
"You don't have to say that."
"But it's true. Please believe me." He lifted her chin and put a light kiss on her lips.
"Okay," he said. "I believe you."
"Oh, God," she said, tears gathering in her eyes.
"Don't, Mel," he said. "Don't start crying again. I'm afraid I won't understand why, and it'll make things worse."
She sucked it back, forced herself to still the nerves that were tightening inside her. Her fleeting thought was, "God, what will I do if he's through with me on account of that?" "I'm going to your room," she told him. "I'm going to stay there until you come to me, and I'm going to convince you, somehow, that we belong to each other. Especially now." He gave a nod that was so slight it was almost imperceptible. So she got off her stool and walked through the back of the bar to his quarters. Once alone, she couldn't suppress the tears. They flowed freely down her cheeks. "He thinks I'm going to spend the rest of my life explaining myself to my dead husband, apologizing for how I feel about Jack. Well, that's what I was doing. What's he to think? He won't believe me if I tell him that's not true, not how it's going to be. It was just a one-time thing. The shock, the exhaustion, the high emotional state I'm in." Mel sat in the big chair in his room, revisiting in her mind that night she sat in this spot, drenched from the rain, and he gently undressed her, dried her, and put her to bed. That was when she knew, without a doubt, there was a partner here for her, even if she couldn't admit it to herself for quite a while. Since the ultrasound, she was pretty convinced she had conceived that night. Jack opened her up, showed her passion she didn't know existed, and put his baby in her. It was nothing short of a miracle. The love, the passion, the baby. She just didn't know how difficult it would be to make that transition into a new life, a second life, a completely different life. She sat in that chair for an hour, waiting. Jack put up all his clean glasses and dishes, wiped down the bar, and poured himself a drink. There was a particular old single malt, an aged Glenlivet, that he saved for special occasions, or emergencies. Preacher put away his broom and went to the bar.
"Everything okay, man?"
he asked. Jack pulled down a glass and poured a shot for his friend. He lifted his toward Preacher in something of a toast and said, solemnly,
"Mel's pregnant."
Then Jack took the shot in one swallow.
"Aw, man,"
Preacher said.
"What are you gonna do?"
"I'm gonna be a father," he said. "I'm going to marry her." Preacher picked up his glass and lifted it tentatively, taking a drink.
"You sure about that?"
"Yeah, I'm sure."
"That what you want, man?"
"Absolutely." Preacher grinned.
"Sarge, a family man. Who'd think?"
Jack tipped the bottle once more, over both glasses.
"Yeah,"
Jack said.
"Seems like maybe things aren't so hot right now,"
Preacher said.
"Nah,"
he lied.
"Just found out."
He further lied.
"It's gonna work out great. It's gonna be perfect."
Then he smiled.
"You know I never do anything I don't want to do. Uncle Preacher."
He threw back the second shot and put his glass on the bar.
"Good night."
Jack felt bad about leaving Mel in his room for so long, but they both needed some time to compose themselves. If there were going to be more tears, this one time he wanted her to get that out of the way on her own. There's only so much one man could do, so he didn't rush to her. She was going to be feeling a little desperate, pregnant. just caught apologizing for it to the picture of Mark, afraid Jack wouldn't be able to deal with that. There was nothing either of them could do about it. Jack had known from the beginning that Mark was still there, in her life, in her heart. He would never have all of her. Well, then, he'd make the most of what he did have. He wasn't going to make her grovel. He was just going to love the heck out of her. He could manage this, even if it wasn't the most ideal situation. In time, maybe she'd come around. Mark's memory could fade enough so that even if Jack wasn't the only man in her life, he would come to feel like the most important one. Maybe, when she held their child, she would realize life was for the living. He walked in, looked across the room at her, and leaned down to pull off his boots. He yanked his shirt out of his pants and took it off, hanging it on the peg in his closet. He removed his belt and tossed it aside. Then he approached her and put out a hand to her. She put her hand in his and let him draw her to her feet. She leaned her head against his chest and said again, "I'm sorry. I love you. I want to be with you." His arms went around her and he answered, "That's good enough for me." Jack kissed her tenderly. "You've had a couple of drinks," she said. "Scotch."
"It seemed like the thing to do," he said.
He slowly began to undress her, leaving her clothes in a pile on the floor, because when words failed him, he had never failed to be able to speak to her body. There was no confusion about this. When he touched her, she was all his. When she responded to him, she held nothing back. There might be a glitch in her heart, some of it stuck in the past, but her body came alive under his lips, his hands. He carried her to his bed, lay her sweetly on the sheets, and went to work on her. He touched her, kissed and caressed her in the ways he knew filled her up, pleased her, gave her joy, released her. She rose to him, hot and ready, wrapping herself around him, giving, taking, crying out. God, he didn't know he could want this much, love this much. Okay, he thought, here's the reality. He would always have this. He would make her body sing just as she sent him reeling into the most incredible madness a man can feel. He would hold her every night and wake up with her every morning, and there would be many times like this when they would come together in this incomparable passion, and no matter what else was going on, this mutual joy belonged only to them, just the two of them. There were no ghosts present in these moments. Sufficient compensation. Sweet consolation. "Jack," she said, snuggled up against him. "I hate that I hurt you." He buried his face in her hair and inhaled the sweet scent. "Let's not talk about that anymore. It's behind us. We have a lot in front of us." "Would it be a good idea for me to go to Joey for a little while? Give you some space? Try to get my head together?" He rose over her and looked into her eyes. "Don't, Mel. Don't run just because we hit a rough patch. We'll work through this." "You sure?" "Mel," he said hoarsely, his voice a mere whisper. "You have my baby inside you. I have to be a part of that. Come on." She fought the tears that threatened. "I know it must be hard to deal with an emotional basket case like me." He smiled at her and said, "I've heard that pregnant women get like that." "I think I'm just like that, period." "Marry me," he said. She touched his beautiful face. "You don't have to." "Melinda, 6 months ago we were two people without attachments, two people who had accepted we would never have any, and that we'd never have families. Now we have it all. We have each other and a baby we both want. Let's not screw this up." "Are you sure?" I've never been more sure about anything. I want this. If you can't stay here, I'll go anywhere you want to go." "But Jack, you love it here." "Don't you realize I love you more? I need you in my life. You and our baby." "God, Mel, I don't care where that happens, as long as it happens." "Jack," she said in a whisper, "what if you change your mind? What if something happens? You have to remember, I never thought anything terrible would happen to—" He put a finger on her lips, stopping her. He didn't want to hear his name. Not now. "Shh," he said. "I want you to trust me. You know you're safe with me." Mel awoke humming. The song this morning was Mamma Mia by ABBA, of all things. It made her smile. She got out of bed and showered. When she came out of the shower and put on one of Jack's shirts, she found a steaming cup of coffee on the bathroom counter. There was a note under it. "Half calf. Daddy." Jack was already up and in the bar taking care of breakfast. Taking care of her. Robbing her of caffeine. She dressed for the day. She had been so out of focus lately, she had no idea what kind of schedule lay ahead. She couldn't remember making any appointments for the morning. Still, she wasn't rushing to Doc's. It was early, and she had a very important phone call to make. "I wish I could see the look on your face when I tell you this, Joey," Mel said. "I hope you're sitting down. I'm pregnant." There was a gasp, then silence. "Pregnant," she said again. "Totally knocked up." "Are you sure?" 3 months, she said. "Oh, my God. Mel!" "I know, kind of blew my mind, too. 3 months? Let's see. Don't bother trying to do the math. I haven't had a period since he touched me for the first time. I guess he's potent enough for both of us. At first, I thought it so impossible, an absurd fantasy. I figured I was late because of stress, change, how weird my life is. But it's real. I had an ultrasound. Mel, how is this possible?" "Don't ask me. Stranger things have happened. But not around here, apparently. I'm surrounded by women who were pretty sure they couldn't get pregnant, and voila! There's a rumor about the water. I'm thinking of calling my LA infertility specialist to tell him about this place." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to marry Jack." "Mel, do you love him?" Joey asked, her voice subdued, cautious. Mel drew in a breath, trying to calm her voice, which she knew would be tremulous and emotional. "I do," she said. "Joey, I love him so much, I almost ache with it. I never thought I could love this much. I was in denial about that for a while, too." "Mel," Joey said, then began to cry. "Oh, my sweet baby." It made me feel guilty, like I was doing something wrong. I was so committed to the idea that I'd lost my one true love and would never feel anything even close to that again in my life. I never considered the possibility that I might find something even more powerful. It seemed, briefly, like a betrayal. Jack even caught me crying to Mark's picture that I was sorry, that I didn't expect it to happen, and promising never to forget him. God, it was an awful moment. "Baby girl, you haven't done anything wrong. You've been through such a lot." Well, in my sane state, I know that. Jack knew about my problems, and he just hung in there, just kept loving me and loving me, putting all my needs ahead of his own, promising me I'd be safe with him, that I could trust him. "Oh, God," she said, tears coming in spite of the fact that she was so happy. "God, he's wonderful, Joey," she said, in a near whisper. "He wants the baby as much as I do." "This is just unbelievable." When are you getting married? Because we're going to be there. We haven't had a chance to even talk about it. I just broke it to him yesterday, and he asked me last night. I'll let you know when I know. But does this mean you're staying there? Mel laughed. You were right, you know. Coming here was completely crazy. It was irrational. To think I'd choose to go to a town where there's no mall, much less a day spa, and one restaurant that doesn't have a menu? Please. No medical technology, ambulance service, or local police. How is it I thought that would be easier, less stressful? I almost slid off the mountain on my way into town. Mel? We don't even have cable, no cell phone signal most of the time, and there's not a single person here who can admire my Cole Haan boots, which, by the way, are starting to look like crap from traipsing around forests and farms. Did you know that any critical illness or injury has to be airlifted out of here? A person would be crazy to find this relaxing. Renewing. She laughed. The state I was in when I was leaving L.A., I thought I absolutely had to escape all the challenges. It never occurred to me that challenge would be good for me. A completely new challenge. Mel. When I told Jack I was pregnant, after promising him I had the birth control taken care of, he should have said, I'm out of here, babe. But you know what he said? He said, I have to have you and the baby in my life. And if you can't stay here, I'll go anywhere. She sniffed a little and a tear rolled down her cheek. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is check to see if there are deer in the yard. Then I wonder what preacher's in the mood to fix for dinner. Jack's usually already gone back to town. He likes splitting logs in the early morning. Half the town wakes up to the sound of his axe striking wood. I see him 5 or 10 times through the day, and he always looks at me like we've been apart for a year. If I have a patient in labor, he stays up all night, just in case I need something. And when there are no patients at night, when he holds me before I fall asleep, bad TV reception is the last thing on my mind. Am I staying here? I came here because I believed I'd lost everything that mattered, and ended up finding everything I've ever wanted in the world. Yeah, Joey, I'm staying. Jack's here. Besides, I belong here now. I belong to them. They belong to me. Right after a light breakfast, she headed for Doc's. She supposed it was in order to tell him right away, but when she walked into the house, she was greeted by quiet. Good, she thought. No patients yet. She went to Doc's office and tapped lightly on the door, then pushed it open. He was sitting in the chair at his desk, leaning back, his eyes closed. Doesn't sleep in daylight, huh? She stood over him. It was good to see Doc docile for once. Mel was about to leave and wait for a better time, but something made her take a closer look at Doc. His eyes were pinched closed, his face in a grimace, and his coloring wasn't right. He was gray. She reached down and squeezed his wrist with the forefingers of one hand. His pulse was racing. Mel felt Doc's brow and found his skin clammy. His eyes opened into slits. "What is it?" she asked him.
"Nothing," he said. "Heartburn."
Heartburn does not make your pulse race and your skin clammy, she thought. She ran for the stethoscope and blood pressure cuff in the exam room, returning to him. "You going to tell me what it is, or make me guess?"
"I told you, nothing. I'll be fine in a few minutes."
She took his blood pressure, though she had to struggle with him for cooperation. "Did you have breakfast?" she asked him.
"A while ago."
"What did you have? Bacon and eggs? Sausage?"
"It wasn't that great. Preacher's a little off on the cooking."
His blood pressure was elevated. "Any chest pains?" she asked.
"No."
She palpated his abdomen, although excess lipid tissue on his potbelly made it impossible to feel his internal organs while he was sitting upright. and he slapped at her hand, trying to push her away. But as she palpated, he grunted in pain. "How many of them have you had?" she asked him.
"How many what?"
"Attacks like this."
"1 or 2,
he said. "Don't lie to the nice little nurse," she chastised. "How long has this been going on?" She pulled the lids back on his eyes, and they had begun to yellow. He was jaundicing. "You waiting for your liver to blow?"
"It'll pass."
He was having a major league gallbladder attack, and she wasn't sure that was all. She didn't even think about it. She picked up the phone and called the bar. "Jack," she said, "come over, please. I have to get Doc to the hospital." And she hung up.
"No,"
Doc said. "Yes," she said. "If you argue with me now, I'll get Jack and Preacher to put you in a fireman's carry and dump you in the Hummer. That should make your belly feel good." She looked at his face. "How's your back?"
"Terrible. This one is kind of bad."
"You're getting jaundiced, Doc," she said. "We can't wait. I suspect you're in a biliary crisis. I'm going to start an IV, and I don't want any lip." Before she could get the needle in, both Jack and Preacher arrived. "We'll get him in the car and I'll drive you," Jack said. "What's the matter with him?" "I think it's a gallbladder attack, but he's not talking. It's serious. His blood pressure is up and he's in terrible pain."
"Waste of time,"
Doc said.
"It'll pass."
"Please be still," she implored. "I don't want to have to ask these big boys to hold you down." Once the IV was in, she made a mad dash to the drug cabinet while Jack and Preacher each got on either side of him, walking him slowly out the door, Jack holding the ringers over his head. When they got to the Hummer, she joined them. Doc said,
"I'm not lying down."
"I think you should."
"I can't,"
he said.
"Bad enough shitting up."
"All right, then. We'll take out the gurney and put up the back seat. I'll pull the IV bag hook forward and sit beside you. Have you taken anything for the pain yet?"
"I was just starting to have very kind thoughts toward morphine,"
he said. Jack adjusted the back seat, leaving the gurney on Doc's porch. Doc climbed clumsily into the back seat.
"We just don't have good enough drugs,"
he muttered. "Can you make it to the hospital without drugs? Give the doctor a clean slate?"
"Ugh,"
he grumbled. "If you insist, I'll give you something, but it would be better to let the ER decide what's best." She took a breath. "I grabbed some morphine." He peered at her through slits.
"Hit me,"
he said.
"It's just god-awful."
She sighed and drew up a syringe from the vial in her bag, putting it right into the IV. It took only moments for him to say,
"Ah."
"Have you seen anyone about this?" she asked him.
"I'm a doctor, young woman. I can take care of myself."
"Oh, brother," she said.
"There's a clinic in Garberville,"
Jack said as he started the car.
"It's closer than Valley Hospital."
"We're going to need a surgeon," Mel informed him.
"I'm not going to need surgery,"
the old boy argued. "You a betting man?" was all she said. Doc Mullins rested a bit easier with the narcotic in him, which was good since it was over an hour, even with Jack's fast and skillful driving. It wasn't the distance so much as the roads. Just getting to the country road that connected with the highway twisted and turned and was slow going. Mel watched out the window, remembering that first night she came here, terrified of these sharp twists and turns, the sheer drops, steep climbs. Now, with Jack managing the Hummer, she was comfortable. Before long, they were out of the hills and speeding through the valley. With her attention focused on Doc, she couldn't fully appreciate the landscape. It did occur to her, however, that every time she traveled anywhere around this county, she was amazed by the beauty, as if seeing it for the first time. She had a fleeting thought that if anything bad happened to Doc, it would be down to only her. How was she going to have a baby and take care of a town? She thought about Joey's question. "Are you staying there?" It made her smile. It would hardly seem a punishment to live out her life in this glorious place. This was only Mel's second visit to the emergency room. The first was with Connie. She had taken Jeremy and Anne to labor and delivery the night the baby came, so she didn't really know the staff in ER. They all knew Doc, however. He'd been putting in regular appearances there for upwards of 40 years. And they greeted Mel very enthusiastically, as if she were an old friend. Doc was not one to allow fussing. He made it plain he didn't think he needed to be there. Mel and Jack were seated outside the exam room, while the emergency room doctor checked him over. Then another doctor went into the exam room, and Doc was heard to bellow,
"Ah, for Christ's sake! Can't I get a better surgeon than you? I don't want to die on the goddamn table."
Mel blanched, but she saw that some of the staff was chuckling. After a bit, the surgeon came out to them. He had a smile on his face. He held out his hand.
"Dr. Simon, Miss—"
She stood and took his hand. "Monroe," she said. "Mel Monroe. I work with Doc. Is he going to be all right?"
"Oh, I think so. Doctors, great patients, aren't we? I'm going to admit him, and that gallbladder has to come out. But we can't take him into surgery until we get him out of this biliary crisis. That could take a day or a week." "Good call, Miss Monroe. I assume he didn't assist you a bit."
"He tried not to. May I see him?"
"Of course."
She found Doc in a raised position in the bed, while the nurse was fiddling with the IV. The ER doctor was writing in the chart, and when he saw her, gave a nod of hello. And on Doc's face was the unhappy expression she had come to view with fondness. Mel looked around the ER. Far smaller and less crowded than the one she was used to in L.A. Still, memories flooded back to her. The days and nights she had spent working in that environment. The adrenaline rush of emergencies. The edgy environment that had excited and stimulated her. At the nurse's station, a young doctor was bent over a nurse, reading over her shoulder, making her laugh at some whispered remark. That could have been Mel and Mark a few years ago. She let her eyes slowly close as she realized that she had moved completely beyond that. That familiar pang of longing did not plague her anymore. Now the only man she longed for waited for her just outside this room, prepared to go through anything with her. Her hand crept absently to her tummy, resting there. It was all right, she realized. What I suffered was very bad. What I have is very good.
"Young woman,"
Doc snapped.
"You gonna be sick?"
She said, coming out of the haze. "No, of course not."
"For a minute there, you looked like you were gonna cry or puke."
She just smiled at him. "Sorry, I was on another planet there for a second. Are you feeling better?"
"I'll live. You'd better go. There might be patients back at the house."
"I'll come back for your surgery," she said.
"No. I'm probably going to die in surgery anyway with that young pup cutting me up. You're needed back in Virgin River. Someone has to look after things. I guess you're in charge. God help us all."
"I'll call to see how you're doing, and I will come back when you have surgery. And Doc, try to behave yourself. Try not to get thrown out of here."
"Ugh,"
he scoffed. She put her small, cool hand on his wizened brow. "Feel better. I'll watch your practice." In an uncharacteristically soft voice, she heard him say,
"Thank you."
On the drive back to Virgin River, Mel said, "He's going to need time to recover before he can start seeing patients again. I suppose I'll be staying at his house for a while after he gets home." Doc's age, weight, and blood pressure put him at a disadvantage in both surgery and recovery. It was a week before the surgeon could operate, and while the normal hospital stay for a cholecystectomy was brief, a couple of days at most, they kept Doc for another week. For those 2 weeks, Mel drove back and forth to Valley Hospital to check on him, plus managed the meager amount of patient care in Virgin River. June and John offered assistance, should she need it, but she was holding up fine. She stayed at the clinic during the days, spent her nights with Jack across the street, and the only huge inconvenience was planning and executing a wedding. Jack told his dad and sisters that he and Mel were marrying, news which was met with much approval and excitement. He saved the news about the baby. He wanted to see the looks on their faces when they found out. Since there were no inns or motels in Virgin River, the couple decided they'd have a small family-only wedding in Sacramento as soon as possible. At the Sheridan house. Jack told his sisters to plan something simple, quiet, and quick for 3 weeks from the date Doc had gone into the hospital. He and Mel would drive down, tie the knot, and hurry home.
"What about a honeymoon?" Sam asked.
"Don't worry about that," Jack said. And what he thought was, "I'm going to be on honeymoon for the rest of my life." Rick took the news of the pregnancy and fast-approaching marriage with a bit of shock.
"You okay with this?"
he asked Jack.
"Oh, yeah, big time. I'm ready for a family, Rick."
He put his hand around the back of the boy's neck and pulled him against his shoulder.
"In addition to you and Preach, that is. You okay with it?" "Hey, man, you're not too young, that's for sure."
Then he grinned.
"I really thought she was out of your league." "She is, buddy. But what the heck?"
The evening before Mel was due to pick up Doc at Valley Hospital and bring him home, Jack asked,
"Do you have to spend the night at Doc's?"
"Probably, just for a few days, long enough to make sure he's getting around all right. He's ambulatory at the hospital, but he's miserable. His grimace isn't just from being ornery at the moment. He'll need pain medication, and I don't want him administering his own. He could get confused and overdose." Jack sat in the big chair in his room and said, "Come here," to Mel. She went to him and he pulled her down onto his lap. "I have something for you." He pulled a small box out of his pocket, shocking her into silence. It was definitely a ring box.
"I don't know how practical this is in a place like Virgin River. It might be a little fussy, but I couldn't help myself. I want to give you everything. But this will have to do."
She opened the box to find a diamond ring so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. It was a wide gold band with 3 large diamonds set in. Classy and understated, yet very rich and unique. "Jack, what were you thinking? This is beautiful. The diamonds are huge."
"I understand if you can't wear it often, given your work, and if you don't like the design."
"Are you kidding? It's gorgeous."
"I went ahead and got a band like it, no diamonds. Is that okay?"
"Only perfect. Where in the world did you find this thing?"
"Not the Virgin River jewelry store, that's for sure. I had to drive over to the coast."
"Are you sure you like it?"
She threw her arms around his neck.
"You gave me a baby," she said. "I wasn't expecting this, too."
"I didn't know I was giving you a baby," he said, grinning. "This I did on purpose."
She laughed at him and said, "People will think we're uppity."
"Mel, I got it a while ago, when I first thought you might be pregnant. Probably before you did. Even if it had turned out you weren't. I was set on this. This idea to marry you, to have my life with you. It's not something I feel like I have to do. It's what I want."
"God, how did this happen?"
"I don't care how," he said.
He went with her the next day to pick up Doc and bring him home. Mel got him settled in his bed at home, where he proved to be a very annoying patient. However, it seemed he would make a full recovery and be back to his old schedule in no time. He might not be seeing patients by the time Mel and Jack slipped down to Sacramento for a couple of days, but he'd be able to look after himself. Meanwhile, with all Mel had to do, running the clinic and looking after Doc. Jack, Preacher, or Ricky were bringing his meals, and Mel was able to escape to the bar for an hour here and there, just for a change of scenery. Nights she spent in the hospital bed down the hall from Doc, alone. After just a few such nights, she was startled awake by noise downstairs. She sat up sleepily and listened. It was unusual, but not unheard of, for someone to come pounding at the doctor's door after hours. So when Mel heard the knocking, she rolled over and looked at the clock. It was 1 a.m., which implied an emergency, and as she was shrugging into her robe, she began to form contingency plans as if she had to go out on a call. Jack could come to the house to look after Doc, or maybe go with her, leaving Doc to sleep through till morning without her. She remembered hearing about that near-fatal truck accident some years ago and thought, what if I'm not enough help? Who could I call? When she opened the front door, no one was there. Then the pounding came again, and she realized that whoever it was had come to the back, to the kitchen door. She looked through the glass to see the face of that man from the compound, Calvin. If he was coming to fetch her out to that camp, she wouldn't go. She'd have to send him away. If he'd come to ask her for drugs, she thought she might have to call Jack. She opened the door with an excuse on her lips when he rushed her, the back of his forearm against her neck. He shoved her backward with enough force that she knocked over a chair, crashed into the countertop, and sent coffee cups that were drying in the dish rack hurtling to the floor. He had a snarl on his lips, a glazed look in his eyes, and a big hunting knife in his hand. She screamed, a noise that was quickly cut off as he grabbed her by the hair and put the knife to her throat. "Drugs," he said simply. "Just give me what you got, then I'm getting the hell out of these mountains." "They're in there. I have to get the key," she said, indicating the drug cabinet. "Forget it," he said. As he held her, he tried kicking the wooden door. The whole cabinet shook and wobbled. She could hear the contents bouncing around. "Don't!" she cried. "You'll break the vials. You want the drugs or not?" He stopped. "Where's the key?" he said. "In the office." He pulled her backward, flipped the lock on the back door, and said, "Come on, let's move it." With one arm around her waist and the knife at her throat, he walked her out of the kitchen. She had no option but to lead him to the office. He held her in front of him, hostage-style, as they slowly shuffled down the hall to the office. As she opened the drawer to reach for the key, he started to laugh. He grabbed her hand. "I'll take this," he said, pulling at her ring. "Oh, God!" she cried, retreating. But he easily pulled her back by the hair and threatened her with the knife right in front of her face. She froze and let him pull off the ring. He shoved it in his pocket and said, "Hurry up. I ain't got all night." "Don't hurt me," she said. "You can have anything you want." He laughed. "And what if I want you, too?" She thought she might vomit on the spot. She willed herself to be brave, to be strong, to let this ordeal end. But he was going to kill her. She knew who he was, what he'd done, and suddenly she knew he was going to kill her. As soon as he had what he wanted, that knife would slice across her throat. Lying on top of the desk were the Hummer keys, obvious by the trademark and remote. He scooped them up, put them in his pocket with the ring, and steered her out of the office back toward the kitchen. And he muttered, "Asshole don't pay me enough to sit in the woods with Maxine and a bunch of old bums, but this should catch me up." And then he laughed. Jack rolled out of bed to answer the ringing phone. "Mel's in trouble," came Doc's gravelly voice. "Someone's trying to get in the back of the house, downstairs. She's down there. Glass broke." Jack dropped the phone and grabbed his jeans off the chair. No time for a shirt or shoes. He took his 9mm handgun out of the holster that hung on a hook in the closet, checked to be sure it was loaded and that he had one in the chamber, and bolted out the door. He crossed the street at a dead run. He didn't think. He was on automatic. His jaw ground, his temples pulsed, and his blood was roaring in his ears. There was an old truck at the clinic beside Doc's truck and Mel's Hummer. He knew exactly who was in there. He looked into the front door window in time to see Calvin pushing Mel into the office, and they had come from the direction of the kitchen where the drug cabinet sat. He ran around to the back of the house and looked into the kitchen door window. They were still out of sight. Then they came back into view from down the hall, and Jack ducked, but not before he saw that Calvin had a big, serrated knife against her neck. He waited. He wasn't going to give him the time or opportunity to flee or to do any damage to Mel before fleeing. It was a long few seconds as he waited for them to get back into the kitchen. He could hear their movements, the man's hostile voice as he held Mel. They were almost to the drug cabinet when Jack kicked the door. It crashed open and bounced off the opposite wall, but he was already inside. Legs braced apart, arms raised, pistol pointed at the man who held his woman, he said, "Put down the knife carefully." "You're gonna let me out of here, and she'll come with me to be sure," Calvin said. Knife against her throat, Mel looked at Jack and saw a man she had never seen before. The expression on his face should be enough to terrify the man who held her. Bare-chested, barefoot, his jeans zipped but not buttoned, his shoulders and arms frighteningly huge, big tattoos on his swollen biceps. He looked like a wild man. He looked over the barrel of the gun, his eyes narrow, and a set to his jaw told her he was going to act. There was no question. He did not look at Mel, but at Calvin. And for a woman terrified of guns, she was unafraid. She believed in him. She knew in that instant that he would risk his life for her, but he would never put her at risk. Never. If he was going to make a move, she wouldn't be in danger. Her expression went from frightened to trusting. Jack had less than a 4-inch target, the left side of the man's head. Right next to that was Mel's head. Mel's beautiful face. At her throat, the blade. He didn't even have to think about it. He wasn't going to lose her like this. "You have 1 second. Out of the corner of his eye, Jack saw her cast a look his way. A look that, in that split second, told him she loved him, believed in him. Then her eyes dropped closed and her head dipped ever so slightly to the right. "Back off, man!" Jack took his shot, blowing the man backward, the knife flying out of his hand. Mel ran to Jack. The arm that held the gun was dangling at Jack's side, and his other arm went around her. Jack held her close as she let out a long, slow breath against his bare chest, clinging to him. He never took his eyes off the offender. A nice, neat hole was bored right into his head, a growing pool of blood spreading under him as he lay motionless. They stood like that for a while. Mel trying to catch her breath, and Jack watching, ready. She pulled away enough to look up at him and was nearly startled anew by an expression so fierce, so angry. "He was going to kill me," she said in a whisper. His eyes remained on the man as he said, "I will never let anything happen to you." The sound of running footfalls came up behind them, but Jack didn't turn. Preacher stopped suddenly in the doorway, a hand braced on each side as he leaned in, panting. He looked into the kitchen, saw the man on the floor, Mel in Jack's protective embrace, the gun dangling at Jack's side. And Preacher's expression went dark, his brows drawn close, his mouth turned down in a scowl. He walked into the kitchen, kicked the knife across the floor, and bent to the man. He felt the man's neck for a carotid pulse. He looked over his shoulder at Jack and shook his head. "It's okay, Jack. It's done." Jack put the gun on the table and, with Mel still protected against him, turned to the wall phone. He lifted the receiver, punched a few numbers, and said, "This is Jack Sheridan in Virgin River. I'm at Doc Mullen's.
I just killed a man.
Chapter 16. It took the sheriff's deputy, Henry Depardieu, longer to arrive in Virgin River than it took him to determine that Jack had acted in defense of Mel, whose life was in danger. Just the same, Jack's second call that night had been to Jim Post, June Hudson's husband. That background in law enforcement could come in handy. Jim was there faster than Henry, and, Jack learned that night, Jim was a former DEA agent who had actually worked in the area prior to retirement.
"We better have a look at Calvin's camp," Jim said. "It's just a little compound of vagrants. I don't see that as a problem, but I suspect it might be more than that. If so, we'll want to tell the sheriff."
Jack was invited to spend what was left of the night with Mel at Doc's. She saw a side of him she didn't know existed. This gentle, tender giant was gripped with fury, and it was a silent and impressive fury. He held her through the night, both of them in one small hospital bed. Sleep was difficult for her, and she was fitful, but every time she opened her eyes and looked at him, she found him awake, watching over her. She would look up at his face, his tense jaw and eyes narrowed in anger. But when she put her hand against his cheek, he would relax his features and turn soft eyes on her.
"It's all right, baby," he said. "Try to get some sleep. Don't be afraid."
"I'm not afraid while I'm with you," she whispered. And this was the truth. The next morning, early, June and Jim arrived in town. June came over to the clinic while Jim went to Jack's. "I just wanted to make sure you aren't having any stress-related problems with your pregnancy," June said. "Any cramping, spotting? Everything seems to be fine, except for those frequent shudders I feel when I think about what might have happened." "I'm just going to spend a couple of hours in town," June said. "If you have patience, I'll help. Do you need to rest?" "Jack was here last night. I don't think he slept, but I got a little rest." "Where's the baby?" Mel asked. "Susan has Jamie, and John and my dad have the clinic." She smiled. "We country folk have to be flexible." "What's Jim doing?" Mel asked. "He's with Jack and Preacher. They won't be long. They're going to have to look at that place the man came from, Mel. Be sure there's no one else out there that will come into town and threaten a life." "Oh, God," she said. "I think they can handle it," June said. "I guess it has to be done." "That's not it, June. I've been out to that camp a dozen times. I didn't see Calvin Thompson there except the very first time, when I went with Doc to help him treat some injuries. But I went, though I'd been told not to. And I was a little nervous and scared, but it never once occurred to me that someone from there might hold a knife to my throat and—" She stopped, unable to go on. "Good Lord," June said. "What were you doing?" Mel shrugged. Her voice was small when she answered. "They looked hungry." A slow smile grew on June Hudson's face. "And you thought you weren't one of us. What hooey." Jack, Preacher, and Jim piled into Jack's truck and drove back into the woods. The compound was less than 20 miles away, but traversed by so many old logging roads and concealed roads, it took almost an hour to get there. They were so buried, one would never be inclined to worry that these people would pose a dangerous threat. The young man with the knife, Calvin Thompson, hadn't been with them long. He wasn't just a vagrant, but a violent felon. It hadn't taken Henry Depardieu long to learn he had a long drug-related criminal record from other California cities and had been hiding in the forest to dodge felony warrants for his arrest. It was likely that Maxine had brought him to her father's hideaway in the forest. When they got to the camp, Jim Post said, "Yeah, that's what I figured." He pointed to the camouflaged semi-trailer, a generator beside it. The three men from Virgin River got out of the truck, brandishing rifles of the caliber that would kill a black bear with one shot. Rifles that would cut a man in half. Of course, there was no one in evidence.
"Paulus!"
Jack called. A skinny, wasted-looking bearded man came out of a hut, a shack. Behind him was a stringy-haired, skinny young woman. Slowly, a few more men came around from the back of dilapidated trailers. This small crowd didn't display arms, but they stayed back, having knowledge of the firearms Jack, Jim, and Preacher carried. Jack approached Paulus.
"Are you growing?"
Jack asked. The man shook his head.
"Did Thompson bring that operation in here?"
The girl made a sound and covered her mouth with her hand. Paulus gave a nod.
"He tried to kill a woman last night. For drugs and property. He's dead." "Who brought in the trailer?"
Paulus shook his head.
"We don't exchange names around here."
"What'd he look like?"
Jim asked. Paulus just shrugged.
"Come on, man. You want to go to jail for him? What'd he drive?"
Paulus shrugged again, but Maxine stepped around her father, tears on her pale cheeks.
"A big black Range Rover, lights up top. You know the kind. He paid Calvin to watch the grow."
"I know who he is,"
Jack said quietly to Jim.
"Don't know where he is, but I have a good idea this isn't his only grow. And I happen to know the license number on that big SUV. Well, that could come in handy."
Then to Clifford Paulus, Jack said,
"You have 24 hours to clear this camp and move out. The sheriff's deputy will be out here to close down this spot real quick, and if you're here, you'll be arrested. That shit's in your possession now. You have to move on now. I don't want you around. You hear me?"
Paulus just nodded.
"That woman was my woman,"
Jack said more quietly.
"I'm going to look for you, and if I can find you, you haven't moved far enough. You understand me?"
Paulus dipped his chin once more. The differences in the men, those from the camp and Jack, Jim, and Preacher, left no doubt as to who would be the winners in any kind of conflict. Just to drive the point home, Jack raised his .30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle, aimed it at the generator beside the half-buried trailer in the compound, and fired, decimating it. The report was loud enough to shake the trees. The men in view flinched, raised their hands to cover their faces, or cowered back.
"I'm coming back tomorrow," Jack said. "Early."
When they were back in the truck, Jack asked Jim,
"What do you make of them?" "Vagrants, just living in the forest. They didn't have the means to put that trailer in there. That was arranged by whoever Calvin was working for. They'll go, most likely, deeper in the forest, where they can set up camp again and be left alone. We'll let Henry know where to find it. But you should make good on your advice just the same. They can't be here anymore. If they're not dangerous, they're willing to be taken advantage of by dangerous people." "I didn't see any guns. They have to be armed." "Oh, sure, but they're not armed with much. They saw what we're carrying. None of these old boys are going to be shooting at us. The ones to worry about are guys like Calvin's boss, and his boss's boss. DEA cleared out a whole town in the Trinity Alps several years ago while I was an agent, and now those boys had 'em some guns."
Jim gave Jack a shot in the arm.
"I'm for staying out of their business. If forestry runs across 'em, they'll report 'em to the sheriff's department or maybe to the DEA.
The spirit of the town was tense and worried. Jack had become their favorite son, and his chosen woman, the woman who had come here to help people, had had a brush with death. Throughout the day, neighbors came to Doc's bearing food and offering conversation. There were no patients, only friends. Doc got out of bed and dressed, coming downstairs to visit. With the exception of a short nap in the afternoon, he stayed up the entire day. Jim and June only stayed a couple of hours, but Jack was a presence on and off throughout the day, which worked well because people who came by the house to check on Mel were anxious to talk to him. "Shot him while he held her at knife point, they're saying." Jack merely nodded and reached for her hand. "How'd you dare? How'd you know you wouldn't be off by a half-inch?"
"I didn't have that much to spare," he said. "I wouldn't have pulled the trigger if I thought there was any chance I'd be off my mark."
Another matter of great interest was the shining ring that graced Mel's finger. The engagement was met with happiness and affection, though not surprise. There were many questions about the wedding and a serious protest when it was learned that there would be a small ceremony in a few days for family only in Sacramento. Jack, Doc, and Mel ate a dinner made up of the food brought by well-wishers, and when it was done and the dishes cleaned up, Doc said,
"I'm going to bed, Melinda. You should go back to your man's bed. Those hospital beds are no place for the two of you."
And up the stairs he slowly trudged.
"Yes, you should,"
Jack confirmed, taking her with him across the street. Having slept so little the night before, once she was in Jack's bed, curled up against his warmth, she nearly passed out from exhaustion. Before the sun was even up the next morning, she was awakened by the sound of amassing vehicles. She looked at the clock and saw that it was barely 5 a.m. She rummaged around for clothes and went through the bar into the porch to see what all the commotion was about. There in the street were trucks, campers, AWD vehicles, SUVs, cars. Men were standing around in the street, checking their rifles, even putting on flak jackets and bulletproof vests. Some wore jeans and work shirts, some wore fatigues. She recognized faces among them. Mike Valenzuela from L.A., Zeke from Fresno, Paul Haggerty and Joe Benson from Grants Pass, Oregon. There were also neighbors and ranchers and farmers from Virgin River. She saw that Ricky was with them, looking for all the world like a grown man. She watched them for a while before Jack noticed her standing there, her hair all mussed from sleep, her feet bare. He handed his rifle off to Paul and went to her. "You look like a girl," he said. "A little pregnant girl, but I know better." He grinned. "I thought maybe you could sleep a while longer." "Through this? What's going on?" "Scavenger hunt," he said. "Nothing for you to worry about." "Come on, Jack." "We're going to check, see if the woods need to be cleaned out," he said. "With weapons? Vests? My God, Jack." He pulled her against him briefly and said, "I doubt we'll have any trouble, Mel, but we should be prepared for whatever we run into. We're just going to cut a wide circle around the town. Be certain there are no drug farmers or criminals close by. No camps like the one Thompson came from. No camps for people like Thompson to hide out in." "How will you know whether there are dangerous people in ordinary camps? I'm told there are plenty of those kind of camps scattered around. Squatters, vagrants, mountain people." He shrugged. "Then we should know who's out there. Look for what's in their camps, check their weapons so we know what they have. Pot's pretty easy to spot. It has a real distinctive green color, and it almost always comes with camouflage and a generator." She put a hand on the vest he wore. "And you need this because I'm going to be a father soon, and I don't take foolish chances. One of these idiots could misfire." "You're taking Ricky with you?" "I look out for Ricky. We'll all be looking out for him. But believe me, he's up to this. I taught him to shoot myself. He wouldn't be left out. Because it's about you." "Is this absolutely necessary?" "Yes," he said, and looked down at her with the expression she had learned meant he was all about business. Jim Post was beside Jack, grinning. "Morning," he said. "Does June know you're doing this?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." "And what did she say?" "Something like, 'You better be careful.' The hard part was convincing old Doc Hudson he couldn't come." "Isn't this better left to the police, the sheriff?" Jim put a foot up on the porch step. He shrugged. "We've already told Henry about Paulus's camp, and gave him the description of the vehicle being driven by the man who probably had it set up. Hopefully, the Paulus camp is deserted and their plants left behind. We saw 'em, Mel, and there's no question. Those old squatters didn't bring a semi in, bury it, camouflage it, and set up a grow. But someone did, and there could be more of those. There's real trouble way back in there, on federal land. We're not going that far back. We'll stay out of their business. We'll leave that up to the professionals. It just seems so vigilante-like, she said. Nah, we're not going to do anything illegal, Mel. We're just going to send a little message. You don't want to give our women, our towns, any reason to feel they have to fight back. Understand? She didn't answer. If there's anything like that near enough to threaten Virgin River, we'll give 'em a chance to run for their lives before we disclose their location to authorities. It'll be fine. We'll be home by dark. She said to Jack, I'm going to be scared to death all day. Do I have to stay here with you so you won't be scared? He asked her. Or can you believe in me one more time? She bit her lip, but nodded. He slipped an arm around her waist and lifted her up to his mouth, kissing her deeply. You taste so good in the morning, he said, smiling down at her. Is that normal? He teased. You'd better be careful, she said. Remember that I love you. I don't need any more than that, he said, putting her back on her feet. Preacher came to the porch. He nodded at her, bushy brows drawn together in a frown that made her almost shudder. Just send him in, Mel said. That'll scare them all away. And to her surprise, Preacher smiled so big, for a moment, she didn't recognize him. When they had finally left in a grand parade, Mel called June. Do you know what your husband is doing? She asked. Yes, June said, sounding annoyed. Not babysitting. Are you worried? Only that one of them will shoot off a toe. Why? Are you? Well, yes. You should have seen them in their vests and with those big guns. I mean, big guns. Well, there are bear out there, you know. You don't want a pea shooter, June said. You don't have to worry about Jack, honey. I think it's been established he's a good shot, if he needs to be. What about Jim? Jim? She laughed. Mel, Jim used to do this for a living. He won't admit he misses it just a little bit, but I swear I heard him giggle. All day long she had visions of gun battles in the forest. The unfortunate lack of work couldn't keep her from pacing. With the bar closed and so many of the men out on the scavenger hunt, the town was impossibly quiet. Mel spent most of the day on Doc's porch, sitting on the steps. It was about noon when the black Range Rover pulled slowly into town. He drove up alongside the clinic and lowered his tinted window. I heard what happened to you, he said. You did? I didn't know we had any mutual friends. I wanted to tell you a couple of things, because you did me a favor. Number one, I know about Thompson, and he's a loose cannon. I know a lot of what goes on back there, and there aren't any others like him, that I know of. People like Vicky, that's the woman who had the baby. She's been in some trouble, but she's not dangerous to anybody. She just flies under the radar, has had some tough breaks, doesn't know a lot of ways to make money. By the way, she's gone. Took that baby and went to a sister's in Arizona. I got her on a bus. You said Nevada before, Mel said. Did I now? He asked, a small smile. Well, I could be mistaken. I just hope you know where to send the check, since it's yours. I said they'll have what they need. Didn't I say that? She was silent a moment, thinking. The check he was going to send would come from the sale of marijuana. There were people who thought it was no worse than a few beers, and she was about to pledge her life and love to a man who owned a bar, thought nothing of serving up a few beers. Then there were others who recognized its medical benefits. And a third faction saw it as a dangerous drug, one that, in the wrong hands, perhaps young hands, could lead to more dangerous addictions. Mel only knew two things. It was still illegal without a prescription, and, because it was illegal, crime was often associated with it. "You said you wanted to tell me a couple of things," she said.
"I'm leaving the area. There's been a death. Doesn't really matter that Thompson won't be any great loss to society," he said with a shrug. "He's associated with a couple of operations here, so there's going to be an investigation, warrants, arrests. I'll be moving on."
He smiled at her.
"You get your wish. You won't be doing business with me anymore."
She leaned forward on the porch steps. "Have you done violence?"
"Not really," he said with a shrug. "Not so far. We've had our little misunderstandings, but I'm just a businessman."
"You couldn't find a more legal business?"
"Oh, sure,"
he answered, smiling.
"I just couldn't find a more profitable one."
The window went up, and he moved down the street and out of sight. She memorized the license plate, knowing that if he was any good at his profession, it wouldn't matter. At dusk, she sat out on Doc's porch and waited. As darkness began to descend, she heard the vehicles return. As they drove slowly into town and pulled up to the bar, she tried to assess the mood of the group. Everyone seemed solemn and tired as they got out of trucks and jeeps, stretching their backs and arms. Vests were gone, guns stowed in their racks, and sleeves rolled up. But shortly, they were clapping each other on the back, laughing and gathering around Jack's porch. She was so relieved to see Ricky laughing with the men, one of the brothers, completely safe. The last truck to pull up was Preacher's, in which Jack rode as well, and they had something large in the bed, something hanging out. When he parked, all the men gathered around, and the tempo of the group seemed to pick up. There was laughter and loud voices. Almost afraid to know what was going on, she walked across the street. Jack was coming for her and met her halfway. "Well, you find anything?"
"Not bad, guys," he said. "Paulus's camp was busted up, and what junk they left behind, we destroyed. Henry and a couple of deputies showed up to confiscate their plants. I just don't want them back in the neighborhood if they're going to let a drug operation in. Truthfully, they don't have the strength to keep them out, so we will."
"Haven't you ever thought, it's only a little pot?"
"I don't have an opinion about that," he said with a shrug. "But if it's legalized and pharmaceutical companies grow it, we won't have to be afraid for our women and children."
"What have you got in the truck? What's that awful smell?"
"A bear. Want to see?"
he asked, smiling. "A bear? Why on earth?"
"He was really pissed," Jack said. "Come and see. He's huge."
"Who shot him?" she asked.
"Who's taking credit, or who actually shot him? Because I think everyone is taking credit."
He slipped an arm around her waist and walked her the rest of the way. She began to pick up the voices.
"I swear I heard Preacher scream," someone said. "I didn't scream, Jagoff. That was a battle cry. Sounded like a little girl. More holes in that bear than in my head. He didn't like that repellent so much, did he? I never saw one go through that stuff before. They usually just rub their little pumpkin eyes and run back in the woods. I'm telling you, Preacher screamed. Thought he was going to cry like a baby. You want to eat, Jagoff?"
There was laughter all around. A carnival-like atmosphere ensued. The serious group that had left town in the morning had come back like soldiers from war, elated, victorious. Except this war turned out to be with a bear. Mel glanced in the back of the truck and jumped back. The bear not only filled the bed, he hung out the end. The claws on his paws were terrifying. He was tied down, even though he was dead. His eyes were open but sightless, and his tongue hung out of his mouth. And he stunk to high heaven.
"Who's calling fish and game?" "Oh, do we have to call 'em? You know they're gonna take the frickin' bear. That's my bear. It ain't your bear, Jagoff. I shot the bear, Preacher insisted loudly. You screamed like a girl, and the rest of us shot the bear.
Who really shot the bear? Mel asked Jack.
I think Preacher shot the bear when he came at him. Then so did everybody else. And yeah, I think he screamed. I would have. That bear got so damn close.
But as he said this, he grinned like a boy who had just made a touchdown. Preacher stomped over to Jack and Mel. He bent down and whispered to Mel,
I did not scream.
He turned and stomped off.
Honey,
Jack said softly,
we found one other thing today.
She looked up at him expectantly.
We found the black Range Rover. Ran off the road and went down a couple 100 feet.
Is he dead? She asked fearfully, surprised that she even cared.
There wasn't any body.
She gave a short, startled laugh. God, she said. He came by here today at about noon. All he did was roll down the window and said that because I did him a favor, he wanted me to know there was no one else out there in the cannabis trade like Thompson that he knew of, and he was leaving the area. Jack, he must have ditched the truck.
Probably,
he said.
Which means he might be getting a new vehicle, new look, and be back. Never go with him again, Mel. Promise me.
She was thinking, insanely, that he was one person who treated her okay and seemed to have something of a conscience. If he came to her and said someone needed medical help, it would be hard to refuse him. Just how many children do you think he can father? She asked with a laugh.
Men have lapses in judgment.
Do they? Hopefully you haven't had too many, she said.
I haven't had any, he said with a smile.
So, that's all you got? A wrecked SUV and a bear? Must be a little anticlimactic for you, she said.
You calling that bear anticlimactic? Baby, that is a huge frickin' bear.
There must have been about 25 men. They all smelled bad, and they were filing into the bar. Mel sniffed Jack's shirt. Whew, she said. You smell almost as bad as the bear.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better, he said. Now we'll have beer, food, and cigars. I have to get in there and start serving beer while Preacher and Ricky fire up the barbecue pit.
I'll help, she said, taking his hand. It was a waste of time, wasn't it?
Not in my mind. Our forest is nice and tidy. We're turning a trailer full of plants over to the sheriff, and we got a mean old bear.
You had fun, she accused.
Not on purpose, he said,
but his smile was very large. Is it over, Jack? She asked him.
I hope so, baby. God, I hope so.
For once, Mel was behind the bar. She helped serve beer and drinks, tossed a great big salad while Preacher turned steaks on the grill. Plates and utensils were put out for the buffet-style service. The men poked fun at each other, their laughter getting louder and wilder as the night wore on. Although Ricky was officially working, when he'd pass one of the men, he'd be pulled into a strong-armed embrace and praised as though he was a comrade. Doc wandered across the street for a whiskey, visited with the men for a while before going back to his house. Most of the locals left before the meal was served, home to claim to their wives that they shot the bear. It was about 9 when the cards and cigars came out. Jack grabbed Mel's hand and said, "Let's get out of here. You must be exhausted." She said, leaning against him. My feelings won't be hurt if you want to hang out with your boys.
They'll probably be around a day or two. Since they came all this way, they'll want to fish and stink up my bar. Fishing's starting to get good.
He put an arm around Mel and walked her through the back of the bar. We need to give the baby a nap. We need to give the baby's father a shower, she said, wrinkling her nose. While Jack showered, Mel put on one of his shirts, her favorite soft chambray. She curled up on the sofa with one of Jack's magazines in her lap, flipping through the pages. She would have to find something better than Field and Stream, she decided. She could hear the raucous laughter from the bar. She could almost smell the cigar smoke, but it made her smile. These were good people. People who came running when they thought there was a possible danger. Jack's friends, the people in town, they knew the meaning of being neighbors. She had only known the neighbors on each side of her in L.A. With Mark's long hours, they didn't socialize as much as she'd have liked. And big cities can be less friendly. Everyone was so focused on work, on making money, on buying things. Mel used to concentrate on that as well. Besides that Hummer, which she'd needed for work and was as much for the town as herself, she'd hardly bought a thing in 6 months. She patted her tummy. She would have to buy clothes soon. She couldn't get her jeans closed. As she thought about it, she didn't crave any particular label. It made her smile. Lately, she didn't recognize herself. She was not the same woman who nearly slid off the mountain 6 months ago. Jack came out of the shower, a towel around his waist, rubbing dry his short hair with another one. He tossed the second towel and went to his bed, lifting the covers and inclining his head toward her. She put aside the magazine and went to him. As she slipped in, she said, "You're sure you don't want to play poker and make yourself smell disgusting? They're going to keep us up all night anyway." He dropped his towel and got in beside her. "You're kidding, right?" He scooped her up next to him, and she snuggled close. "Have I told you how much I like sleeping with you?" she asked him. "You sleep very well, and you don't snore. But I think maybe you wake up too early." "I like the mornings." "I can't fit in my pants already," she said. She lifted herself up, and with her elbows resting on his chest, said, "You call them, and they just come." "I only called one of them, Mike in L.A. He called the others. They're just like that. And if any of them called, I'd go." He smiled at her. "I never expected a posse like that to turn out. Says something about the way people feel about you." "But you didn't actually find anyone scary out there." "I like what I found. I wasn't willing to take any chances, and neither was anyone else. The same thing would happen for any other crisis, like a bear mauling, or a forest fire, or someone lost in the woods. People band up, go out and take care of the problem if they can. What else are you going to do?" She played idly with his damp chest hair. "That look you get when you're facing off with someone or something, do you have any idea how dark it is? You might want to keep that look in the closet. It's disturbing." "I want to tell you something," he said. "I asked your sister all about your husband, Mark." "You did?" "Yep. I understand he was a great man, a brilliant man, and kind. He did a lot of good in the world, and he was good to you. I have a lot of respect for him." "She didn't tell me this." "I've been trying to figure out how to say this to you. I might muck it up, but you have to listen. A couple of weeks ago, I let you cry alone because I was pissed. I caught you talking to his picture, and I got threatened. Threatened by a dead man, which makes me a true candy ass." He touched her hair. "I won't ever do that again, Mel. I understand why you love him. Why you'll always... Jack, no. I'm going to do this, and you're going to listen. I know you didn't want your life to change the way it did, and you couldn't control it. Just like you can't control what you feel. You don't have to pretend you don't think about him or miss him. And if you have those moments when you're sad, when you wish you could have him back in your life, you can be honest with me. You don't have to pretend it's PMS." He smiled. "We both know you don't have PMS anymore." "Jack, what are you talking about?" "I just want one thing. If I can be a sport about the fact that he'll always be an important part of your life, can you try not to be sorry that we're together? having this baby? Because I have to tell you, I've never been more ready for anything. I'll do my best not to be jealous. I realize I'm not your first choice, but your next choice. That's good enough for me. And I'm sorry someone died. I'm sorry for your loss, Mel.
Why are you saying this? It's such nonsense.
It's what I heard, he said. I heard you saying you were sorry you were pregnant, that it just happened, and you promised not to forget him. Mel gave him a look of disbelief.
I thought you were hurt by what you heard me say, but you were hurt because of what you didn't hear.
Huh?
Jack, I'm not sorry I'm pregnant. I'm thrilled. I got myself all worked up because I realized that I was more in love with you than I thought possible. Maybe more in love than I'd ever been in my life. I had a short, insane moment of feeling that I'd betrayed his memory somehow, as though I'd been unfaithful or something. It's true, I didn't mean for it to happen, but it did. I know I resisted, but you just got to me. I promised Mark I wouldn't forget him, and I won't because you're right. He was a good man, and I respect him too.
Huh? He said again.
Look,
she said, playing with his thick, damp hair.
I was upset and a little confused.
I loved Mark very much. I didn't think I'd get to feel that again, much less for someone new.
Imagine how it threw me when I realized I felt something even stronger, something even more powerful. Jack, I was telling Mark I had moved on. I was saying goodbye. It was difficult. I'm not going to be a widow anymore, darling. I'm going to be a wife. This thing I have with you, it's amazing.
Seriously?
I was in this high emotional state, she said with a shrug. I was tired and pregnant. Jack, I love you so much. Can't you tell?
Well, yeah, he said, sitting up in the bed a little. But I thought it was mostly physical. I mean, damn, Mel. We're really good together. The way we come together, it almost makes me weak to think about it.
I don't mind the physical part one bit, she said with a mischievous grin. But I love more about you than that. Your character, for one thing. Your generosity, and how about your courage? Oh, there are about 1,000,000 things, but I'm done talking now. She kissed him. Now I want you to say something wonderful to me right before you tear this shirt off my body.
He rolled her over onto her back, and looking into her eyes, said, Mel, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I'm going to make you so happy you won't be able to stand it. You're going to wake up singing every morning.
I already do, Jack.
The End. You've been listening to Virgin River by Robyn Carr, narrated by Therese Plummer and directed by Drew Sussman. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.